Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second annual Podcastathon that we are going to be using to raise money for Samantha's friends. And yes, you saw the Suds News logo intro, but this is not Suds News. We're going to be on for the next 24 hours with a couple times to reset, and a number of different people that are going to be joining us in the show. Angela will be here momentarily as our second co-host, but you know what? You see Kim from Dockside at the Bay. Kim, how are you today?
Doing all right, Vinny. Doing all right. I'm glad that we're able to do this event for a second time. I'm glad that, we got so much interest with it the last time that we decided to go ahead and do it again. It's going to be a good time. I'm excited.
Yes, I completely agree with you. And Angela is here. She is going to be coming up on the stage now. Angela.
Hi, Angela.
Welcome to the second annual Podcastathon.
Thank you, guys. I was just confirming. I was late because I was confirming an amazing last-minute addition.
Oh, all right.
To our guest list.
That's very exciting.
I'm going to put it in our private chat, and you guys tell me if we should let people know now or later.
Well, speaking of special guests, we are going to be having our very first guest coming up within the next few minutes. And that's going to be our last guest. Holy crap, that's a name that I wasn't expecting.
But a good one?
Yes. Yeah, I would say we could go ahead and announce it in about an hour or so.
Okay.
So we have a lot of special guests coming up, but our very first guest that will be coming in within the next 10 minutes is going to be Jacqueline Grace Lopez, who I can now say Daytime Emmy nominated Jacqueline Grace Lopez for her portrayal of Blaze on General Hospital. And she'll be coming on within the next 10 minutes. She's going to be our first guest. She was our main event last year, and she's our opening attraction this year. And this year, we'll actually be able to keep her interview and not lose it like we did last year. And
thank goodness. Good Lord. Don't worry, guys. I beat him with a wet noodle.
Yeah, so we did come up with a game plan for this year as well. This means that we are going to be breaking them down into 3 8-hour shifts. So from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Time will be segment 1, part 1, which is what you're watching now. At 11 o'clock, we're going to stop and we're going to regroup, and it'll go from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. Eastern Time for part 3, and then we'll stop and go 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern for part 3. And that's going to be how we're going to do it this year. Remember, when we get to the 11 o'clock hour, James Lott Jr. will be coming in and coming out for 2 hours. He'll be coming out for 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Eastern Time, meaning that 8 to 10 in the West. And then Matt, gosh, why could I not remember that? Matt from 10th Floor is coming on from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern Time, which is, of course, 10 to midnight over in the West Coast. So we're going to have quite a number of podcasters. We're going to have quite a number of special guests. Like I said, we have confirmed that Julie Dove is going to be coming on later on as well. She'll be a return from last year. Jordy Villasusa was a last-minute confirmation as well. He will be coming on later on this afternoon. Alice Baza, who is the chairwoman of Samantha's Friends, will be coming on at 3:45 today. As well as we also confirmed that Courtney Marie Warner from the Bay will be coming on tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So we've got a lot of guests, and we have more that are coming. We just learned about the big name that will be announcing later on.
Yes.
So, Angela, how has your week gone? Let's kind of get started here. Oh, before we do that, I do want to mention that we are raising money for Samantha's Friends, of course. If you want to learn more about Samantha's Friends, you can go to samanthasfriends.org, and you'll learn what they do, what they're all about. They do help organizations and fund organizations for rehoming and training service animals for first responders and veterans. We are going to try to raise $700 this year alone, which is double what we raised last year. The Venmo QR code that you see in the corner is going to be up for the entire show. Scan that code, donate. All the money is going to go towards the Samantha Express. And we got $20. Actually, one of my managers worked gave us $20 yesterday. There's also going to be a couple of auctions and raffles coming up within the next week or so. Author Charlie Domino, who some of you wrestling fans may recognize as Charlie from Sharkville, Mississippi, he has gracefully donated a couple of his books and graphic novels that he's written to be auctioned off, and those proceeds going to Samantha's friends as well. So, Angela, how was your week now that we can get started?
It was amazing and crazy and busy and pretty wonderful, aside from, being sick at the beginning of it. But other than that, it was great. Is the feedback on my side or somewhere else? Not feedback, but it's like static.
I don't hear any. Okay. All right.
Was it something that was on? There seemed to be like a.
Hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
All right. So.
Yeah. Okay. I was just like, where is that static sound coming from? Yeah, no, we're good.
They do
yeah.
Have...
Go ahead.
No, go on. Go on.
No, I was just, aside from being sick, it's been amazing. I did 2 really great interviews this week that Days of Our Lives and Young and the Restless fans are going to absolutely adore. I did them for Soap Opera News, and there'll be stuff in Parade as well. And I was finally notified that I can now officially ask permission to do Parade interview exclusives.
Awesome.
Which I have not been able to do because I'm a freelancer and the internal team usually does it. But since the internal team doesn't really do anything with soaps.
That's awesome.
Very
so
cool.
I'm really, really, really excited about that. Very, very excited because I've been doing tons of interviews for Soap Opera News, and I can ask a couple Parade questions because I can do an article about their article and put Parade exclusive quotes in my article, but it's just not the same.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean? And I love talking to soap actors. Let me tell you, I talked to one this week. It was a total fangirl moment for me, which we'll get to because that's one of our guests. And it was just like absolutely, some of those are just surreal. Like when I interviewed Tristan Rogers, some of them are just absolutely, for somebody who's watched soaps all their life.
Yeah.
It's just
that's awesome.
Yeah. And I slept until noon today and did not mean to. So it's really good as far as staying up. It's going to be horrendous as far as the things I did not get done that I had wanted to do. But that's okay.
I intended to sleep late, and I intended to sleep late, although my dog had other ideas.
Yeah.
But thus is life. But that's why we have James Law Jr. and Matt from 10th Floor coming in overnight to carry some of the stuff. But like I said, you'll also see some podcasters and other special guests. And as a matter of fact, speaking of special guests, might as well, without further ado, go ahead and introduce our very first special guest, our opening attraction, if you will. And I can actually say it, the Daytime Emmy nominated Jacqueline Grace Lopez. Welcome.
Hi, you guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Yes.
You as
Welcome
well.
back to our Podcastathon.
Absolutely. Thanks for inviting me again.
Oh, we're happy to have you. And I'm so glad that you accepted and wanted to join us. And I have to congratulate you. I congratulate you on Blue Sky, but again, congratulations on your Emmy nomination this year.
Thank you so much. Yeah, it was. Is there a dog? I just want to make sure.
It's my dogs.
Okay,
I have
just-
2 Scottish dogs, and they hear voices that are new, so they gotta shush.
So surreal.
Pull yourself together.
No, it was definitely a roller coaster ride, but yeah, it's kind of, I think, on the other side of the whole Emmy experience. I definitely can rest on my laurels at this juncture and be like, you know what, I did the thing. So that's really cool.
Yes, exactly. And we are so proud of you. I mean, you were nominated for, it was for was it guest star?
Outstanding guest performance. Yeah.
Outstanding guest performance. Um, and you know what? Regardless of the fact you have that nominee, um, after your name or before your name, I should say, and you made it. Next up is the win.
No, and I think that I think what's so funny, right, is like there's this like competitive type A part of you, right? That's just like, I'd really like to win this, and especially at the juncture that we're in this country where it's like I honestly wanted the nomination because there's very limited last names that look like mine in spaces like this.
Mhm.
And there's very limited storylines that I had the privilege to portray, where I was able to kind of be an anchor for the LGBTQIA community. And so I was like, if I don't try, I don't know, for me, it was bigger than me. So the fact that I got the nomination was really the W, because I really just wanted people to be able to see the work that I did, the storyline I was given, and also just again, just having a Lopez on that wasn't hosting. On that will be forever immortalized in an article, and like just having people see that. So I mean, yeah, and to your point, I mean, my whole team on the other side of it was like forever, like it's a very, very narrow percentage of people that can say they've been Emmy nominated. And so that's something that I think it's still a process to sink in, but it is also that feather in the cap that's definitely worthwhile having, for sure.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. So we're so happy, and we just want to say we miss you on General Hospital.
Thanks.
Your name has been brought up a number of times in recent past. Most recently with the character of Lois going to be your new tour manager, or Blaze's tour manager. So is the door always open at some point for a possible return?
I think so far, yeah. I mean, the funniest thing is, to your point, and that's why, not for nothing, I think that sometimes, I mean, the answer is yes. The answer is always yes. And like, let's look at Kelly, right? Kelly Tebow, the fact that they killed her dead. And then they were like, come on back. Like I think that never say never, especially with soaps. I mean, they know me, it was funny. I went to the Emmy after party, and then I went to the GH after party, and just the camaraderie I felt by so many people there was just so wonderful. Yeah, right now I think that I actually made a joke about it, because I spoke to Rena after, and I was just like, I feel like Blaze right now is kind of like, when you have a pet that passes, you're like, oh, there's a ranch. Like, I feel like Blaze is the ranch right now. Like, everybody just goes to Singapore and hangs out, I guess. But no, I mean, I think for me, at least, the door is open. And especially when it comes to the fact that, I still have family on the show, there could always be an opportunity where that's the avenue I go down if they don't want to pursue the relationship again. But I'm game. Frank knows that he can hit me up, and I definitely got the time. So it would be great.
I want to see Blaze and Marco.
I want to see Blaze and Marco.
I mean, I would love her, because I don't know if you keep up with the storyline, but he came on as a really good guy, but the bad guy is his dad. And when you guys' mom was killed off, it was the origins of his villain story. And his father is capitalized on, and I would love to see Blaze to come to town and smack her brother upside the back of the head.
I think, and also not for nothing, I think that because and again, like to your point, I really don't follow it, but I remember when I mentioned a brother, his name was Eloy. And I wonder if there could be this, like, why did we change our name? Why did we do this? And to your point, just having that, like, expand into something that is just a little more, I would love to work with him in that capacity.
It's amazing because there were so many parallels, because he is also gay and had the same issues. with
Mhm.
mom. And his father's all accepting of it. You know what I mean? So it's a different, there's so many avenues there.
Yeah, I completely
That's
agree. And
outside of the whatever with Christina. But,
Yeah.
I mean, you guys, Craze were great too, but I'm just saying there's more for Blaze than just that, in my opinion.
And, not for nothing, I think just seeing that point of contention, just seeing how that, I mean, for Blaze existing in that space, I think the conflict for me as Blaze was really just the contention with my mother, right? Like I said, like I felt bad about deceiving my fans, but I knew that they would be there for me. But my point of contention was my mother in terms of her accepting me. Now that unfortunately that's out the window, what is that dynamic? What does that contention look like? What does that fight look like between these two people? And I think, that's, if anything, that's the one regret, is just I don't know. For me, I see so many options in terms of where you could take this, but I'm hanging out with Ricky Martin. So I guess that's not a bad thing.
Right, it's not like they, exactly. There was a character once on General Hospital that went upstairs to the attic to find skis.
Never came back?
Never.
Wait, wasn't that All My Children? Or was that GH?
No, that was a different one, I think. At JH, I think it was a different one. There's always, every soap has a character. I mean, Billy Miller's Drew stepped onto an elevator. And dead in a plane crash, and okay, that was it. I mean, so many characters who just, bye-bye.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's the unique situation, is just hearing that my character is constantly mentioned is something that I think is so crazy unique, in that, again, like, I really pride myself on this. When I get on a set, I'm there to be a team player. I know my job, and I was never there as contract. I was there, to service the story, and I made sure I did that. And it just makes me feel really good that it really goes to show that if you put in the work, if you really are a team player, like, this was only supposed to be a 10-episode arc, and they're still mentioning me a year after I left the show. Like, I think that's I don't know, that's a W for me. I feel really proud about that.
And they brought on more of your family. And I mean, I know that the character of Sidwell, the bad guy, isn't your father, but he was married to your mother. He's your brother's father. There has to be some, connection there as well.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. So have you been keeping busy? What are some of the projects that you've been up to since GH?
A lot of video games, actually. So
really?
That's been really, I did a commercial. Well, I did a, they're called industrials, but I did an industrial with Bill Nye the Science Guy, which was really fun.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah, that was really fun. I did a handful of commercials. It's just really slow in the industry right now on every level. But I've been very fortunate in picking up a couple of video games here and there. The biggest issue with the video games are the 5 NDAs you sign, and then the email you get after the session going, so remember those 5 NDAs you signed? You signed them. And you're just kind of like, well, I can't talk about anything, can I? So that's kind of where I live right now. Although one game I did not sign my NDA for, which I'm very proud of, is they brought me back to be the voice. So right now in the fighting game Nickelodeon world, I'm Korra, the Avatar. Okay. And they brought me back. So there's a new game called, hi Donna, thank you. But there's a new game called Avatar, the working title is Avatar Legends, the fighting game. And so I'm going to be voicing Korra for that, which is really exciting.
That's amazing that for people that are in the acting space, whether it's soaps or primetime or whatever, you have this medium now for video game voiceovers. I know Steve Burton has done a bunch, and I know that there have been a lot of other actors that have done voiceovers, because for me, being 44 years old, I grew up with Mario's. There was no live voices. So the fact that video games have come so far that now we're getting voiceovers for it, that's a great opportunity for the extension of a career.
Well, and yeah, I mean, I had always wanted it's so did I ever tell you my voiceover story, like how I got into voiceover?
You may have, but we've got some new viewers, so
Okay.
might as well remind them.
This story, I love it. Okay, so what happened is I was doing staff photography at the LA Comic Con. So I was taking photos, and my assignment was to go around the autograph alley area where the celebrities were and take photos. But I would basically, to not look like a creeper, even though I had my badge, I would always introduce myself. And I would be like, hey, I just want to let you know I'm here with staff. I'm taking photos. If for any reason you don't want me to, please let me know. So I go up to RuPaul's signing. And I go up to RuPaul. I'm like, hi, Ru, my name's Jacqueline, blah, blah, blah. And I give him the spiel. And I'll never forget. He looks up and he just goes, with his pen. And he goes, your voice has so much presence. And I was like, oh. And the next day, I literally go to my commercial agents who had a voiceover department. And I was like, how do I get into voiceover? And they're like, talk to Paul, who was just 2 doors down, who was in charge of their voiceover department. I was like, hey, how do I get into voiceover? He's like, beep, boop, done. And like within, I want to say 5 months, I booked Fallout 4. So it was just like, It was so much fun. But to your point, what I love about voiceover is not only that, but it's gotten so sophisticated, right? We're doing mocap. I literally just did an audition that felt like a television audition. And it's because they want to see your face in the space and they want to be able to map. You're actually acting. And in a wild way, it's so funny the soft skills you develop with soaps specifically, because to me, soaps are just theater, but it's TV.
Right.
Because you have one shot, you're always front facing, all your cameras are on at the exact same time. They're switching the cameras, they're editing. That's all that matters. That's very, very similar to mocap. Mocap, you're existing in the space. If anything, you're having to create more, right? Like if I have an axe, they just give me a stick. You know what I mean? Thank you so much. But yeah, and so it really is that presence of mind where you can take chunks of dialogue, deliver them, and be in the moment with so much of it stripped bare. So, I've done a mocap workshop. I haven't personally experienced mocap. All the video games I'm doing are all voice only. However, the repetition and the confidence and the comfort with having to have that chunky dialogue, deliver it, be on, is really fascinating. And I have little things that I want to accomplish, and for voiceover specifically, animation and mocap are high on my list.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Does anybody else have any questions before I keep dominating the conversation here?
You're good. I'm sharing our links all over the place, so you guys are good for right now.
Yes, donate, everyone. Donate. This is a wonderful cause. It really is.
It is. Last year, and I do want to say, last year is our main event. We did bring in the most donations during your segment. So this year, we're going to, like I said, I'm challenging all of our audience, all of our viewers and listeners to donate, to double our donation from last year. And last year we donated $350. We're challenging everybody to get to that $700 range this year. So let's go. We're just at the start. We got 24 hours to go. So, or 23 hours and 36 minutes. But either way, we are trying to raise money for Samantha's Friends, of course.
And can I just chime in? I also think grassroots. You don't have, like, even just telling people, like, it's a no-brainer to me. Do you know what I mean? Like, if everyone that's on the stream literally just hit up some of their friends or hit up some of their family members and even kind of took the mantle of what you guys are doing and just being like, hey, here's a link. I'm helping. I really believe in this. Do you mind donating like $5? Like, I think it's so, like, I think people are now waking up to it. But every little bit helps. Like, absolutely, every little motion of just branching out a little bit really takes in, like, it makes everything so much more effortless. Like I always talk about followers. Like if every follower donated $1, you'd hit your mark. And I think it's just a matter of people just word of mouth now more than ever, where we're inundated with so much AI, so much fake stuff where we have to sift through everything. if a
Yes.
person who's a touchstone and a real human and someone we trust actually shows up and says, hey, this is a cause I really care about. That, I mean, to me, if I had the means, that's a no-brainer. Like $5, here you go. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I always tell people, because so many people think that, they can't really make a difference if they can't do things on the scale of a Jeff Bezos or
Yep.
an Elon, but I tell them, I'm like, I truly believe this. Everybody has something they can contribute, either
Yes.
money, time,
Yeah.
their voice. If everybody did a little, it would change the world more than Bezos' money ever could.
1 million.
It would be
1 million %.
groundswell. A groundswell. And I try to tell people that and get people to understand that all the time. You don't have to donate $1 million, $1,000. It's like that old thing. The one ant can't do anything, but the bunch of ants get the job done. And it would just apply across all of this. It really
100%.
It would change the world, I think.
Yeah. No, I volunteer with an organization here that started up around, I want to say around COVID, but it basically it was these kids who were like, we want to make a difference. They decided to start doing this meal delivery system for homeless people. And I personally can't put meals together. I don't have the bandwidth. I don't have the means right now. And I don't have the kitchen, and you don't want my cooking. But they need people to pick up the meals and donate them, and shuttle them to the distribution sites. And so to your point, there's always something you can do. And also, not for nothing, it also allows you to kind of reflect on, I think a lot of times we don't sit and see what our value is, in terms of what we can offer. I think sometimes you're right. The minute we can't offer money, it's like, well, then I can't offer anything. Or can you graphic design? Can you think outside the box? Are there 10 people you can talk to? All energy begets energy. It's all important. Yeah. So I completely agree. I think now more than ever, I think that's something I really try to engage people with, because I'll be real with, I'll be very candid on here. I don't got soap opera money anymore. So I'm not able to donate to the causes in the capacity that I used to be, but I can signal boost, and I can do this, and I can show up, and I can say, I believe in these things. And that is part of the process. That's part of the community that we're building.
I have during COVID, I started a little free pantry outside of my house. And it's just like a weatherproof cabinet.
Like a little shed kind of thing. Yeah.
Exactly. And we put non-perishables, we put cleaning supplies, we put health and beauty stuff, we put diapers, we put whatever. And as well as books, arts and crafts, school supplies. And it slowly started just us, and then more people in the community. And let me tell you, one of the best contributions we have is people put food in that when they're moving, and they're cleaning out their kitchens, and it's tons of food. And also we have a large homeless population, and one of their favorite things is that every day when I put stuff in it, one thing that I always put in it is a can opener from the dollar store. And I cannot tell you, and it's the littlest thing.
Yep.
And I cannot tell you how many of the people who are homeless in our area, because I'm right outside of Boston. We're very, have told me that those can openers have been game changing for them.
Yeah. No, it really is the stuff we take for granted, right?
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And every town has a food pantry or something.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're moving and you're thinking about, what am I going to do with all this? I'm not bringing it. Don't throw it away.
Yep.
Drop it off at the pantry, because somebody needs it. They can use it.
Absolutely.
And it costs you nothing.
And kind of to your point, one of the reasons why I was talking to a friend of mine, and, we don't have the biggest footprint. We have a small footprint. We just hit over 500 subscribers on YouTube. So, we this morning I woke up to 501.
Yeah. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah. So I was able to apply for monetization. But one of the reasons why I decided to do this, one, because Samantha's Friends, helps veterans, helps first responders, but it's also to give back. It's like, to your point, we have a small footprint. We're not, Soap Opera Digest or one of the biggest, Pro Wrestling Illustrated or whatever. that have the bigger following. But you know what we do have is we have each other. We have a community of podcasters that are family and, and friends that are going to help us with this here. But we also want to bring back something that I feel is missed in humanity, and that's just caring for other people.
Oh my gosh.
Regardless of your political leanings, and that's not what this is about, but it's just look out for your fellow man. Look out for your fellow human being, in general. It's just a matter of showing that you care about people, whether it's providing, like Samantha's friends, providing service animals to, the veterans and first responders that have given their bodies, their lives to help others, but also, for anything. So, that's one of the reasons why we do this, why we're doing this again this year, and we're going to be doing it every single year.
Yeah.
Is just to give back.
Oh, absolutely. I think that one of the biggest issues we have is a lack of empathy.
I completely agree. We've lost it.
Yeah.
Like we've become, I think the problem is you can't make money on community. Do you know what I mean? Like people have become, we've become so focused on the self, and we've become I read this book recently on the neuroscience behind manifesting, right? Like the actual neuroscience behind it. And the funniest thing is it was written by a neuroscientist, and what he said is, when you put the manifestation on, I need this because, and you keep it on yourself, it actually stresses you out more. But if you literally go, like, for example, me manifesting, okay, if I, like for me, visualizing winning the Emmy wasn't me being on stage, but was me going into like a school and bringing the Emmy and showing kids what's possible. And it was his way of it was, we need to drive our manifestations around community. How does you hitting that step help the greater good? And once you do that, when you don't put the onus on yourself, you're actually doing it to move everybody forward.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what is that saying? We all do better when we all do better.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And I mean, it's that's the bottom line, and it's a proven fact that what is it? The rising tide raises all boats.
Rising tide raises all ships. Yep.
I know I'm terrible with that, so I'm so glad you said it, Vinny. I'm like, that's how it says.
Yeah. And I say to people all the time, I'm like, I don't understand. I don't know how to explain to you that you're better off if you care about other people. But please trust me, you are. They're not just better off. You are also better off. Because here's the truth, is that we are all much closer to being somebody who needs help than we are to a generational wealth that would prevent it from ever being an issue.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, 1,000,000 times closer. And that's, so, even for people who, can't think less selfishly, think about it that way. You have a good chance being in this position too. So.
Yeah. And also just, I think, look, not for nothing, we're higher thinking beings on this planet. And the hamster wheel that the biggest thing that I think of is like fear and anxiety and everything that's been driven towards us, because that's what, the doom scrolling of it all. We get so isolated. And I remember I was reading that Glennon Doyle book, and she's like, we're all connected in our isolation. We just need to pull our head out of the sand and be like, oh, you're feeling this too. Oh, you're feeling this too. And you can, again, I think the core of why you guys are doing this is just community. And I think that's what I think is so beautiful. And not for nothing, I think having, they always say like the slow build is so much better than you buying the bots to inflate your podcast or whatever, like the grassroots aspect of it. And the grassroots of anything is you're building stuff that really is going to grow roots. And I think that's what's important. And I think I don't know, it's all, they always say it's a journey, right? It's not the destination. But I think the people you get to meet, the people who are like-minded, and then you realize, to your point, like, oh, we actually have a lot more in common than we think we do.
Right.
And let's monopolize that. Let's bridge gaps that way. And let's actually, I think when you start caring about other people, it makes it a lot. And you find like-minded, so much, it just elevates everything.
Oh, without a doubt. And I just, everybody has a struggle, and if people were more open about their struggle and, it would help other people. And then that would also raise empathy as well.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? There's always something that we connect on, that we can connect on. Always. I mean, Vinny and I couldn't be from more opposite ends of the political spectrum as far as voting goes. And there are times I tell him, you need to mute me because I'm about to show my ass on social media. And and you're not going to like some of the things I have to say, but every Monday night we can get together and we can talk about GH.
Mm-hmm.
And, we can.
And honestly, to be fair, and I have told this to Angela, I've learned a lot from her, in terms of, different opinions and everything. So you have to be open-minded to think about it too.
Right.
Absolutely. Well, my biggest thing is we're kind of sharks cognitively. Like if we don't keep growing, we die. I very much distance myself from people who are like, I'm done. This is where I'm at. These are my beliefs. You're supposed to, like, that's look at weight training, right? You need struggle to grow. So you need to be challenged to grow. You need to be challenged. And I'm in the same boat. Like there's times where I'm like, I don't want to hear it. And then I need to sit down and be like, you know what? Let's just have a conversation. We may not get anywhere, but the idea is just to sit, to acknowledge, and then percolate and see how we can expand or have we shift our views. But I think staying open is key. It is so freaking key, because the people who are just like, that's all there is, I don't want any more. I'm like, I don't have time for that, because you're just doing yourself a disservice.
You're absolutely.
Knowledge is power. Period.
Period.
Knowledge is power. And even if, even if that, you're talking to somebody that you couldn't disagree with more, and you're, researching how to refute their points, you're going to learn something new either way.
Yeah.
And hopefully they do as well. And while you may not completely change somebody's mind, knowledge is power and facts matter. Yeah.
And I think we've also lost, like, to the, again, with the empathy, a lot of times we've also lost the ability to just listen. You don't need to react. You don't need to form an opinion. You just listen. And I think to me, that is the biggest issue going on, is not just lack of empathy, but the reason that people are so self-centered and focused and lacking empathy is because they don't feel heard and seen. And I feel like if people just had a moment to hold space and not feel like they were being shut down or all that stuff, sometimes people, like, I've actually hit whenever, like, I think about that, like back when it was Twitter and Sarah Silverman was actually talking to that person who was bullied, like, who was, just giving her really, like, bullied remarks. And she's like, what's going on with you? And this guy just opened up and he was just like, well, actually, I think it's just people don't have an outlet. They don't have people. They'd rather be noticed by being contentious than being ignored. And I think that, it's
as an Italian guy.
Mm-hmm.
As an Italian guy, it really took me a long time to get out of the mindset of when somebody's explaining their problems, I have to try to find a way to fix it, as opposed to just listen. And sometimes they just want to vent. Trust me, it happened in my marriage. It happens,
It's not just an Italian guy thing. I think you could have just said guy. Because then there's more like that with,
And I think people in general, but to your point, Vinny, like when I have conversations with people and close friends of mine, I'm like, what do you need from me? Do you just want to vent? Do you just want me to hold space? Do you actually want my opinion? Because to your point, and also, like, you'll offer your opinion, and if they don't take it, you also feel slighted. And that's what I would feel sometimes. I'd be like, why'd you even ask me? And it's like, I assumed you wanted that, but you just wanted space.
I do want to take a moment to welcome those of you guys in the chat that are currently watching. I want to say hello to Donna and Jeannie and Mama Cat from the 10th floor. And we had Unbreakable 86 as well. So, and Nathan Banks as well. So thank you guys for tuning in. The chat is open. So whether you're watching on YouTube or X, feel free to put a comment on there. The chat will come up, and feel free to chat because we've got a long list of special guests coming up later on. But feel free to go ahead and donate as well. The Venmo QR code is up in the corner. It does link to our Venmo for Suds and Sports.
We're all like pointing in different ways.
And like I said, we are challenging everybody to get to $700 to donate for Samantha's friend.
I love it.
You're not sounding too great. It's too early for you to be tired.
I was going to say, get the caffeine.
Yeah,
right.
Well, I do have my W Energy that is made up. It is the Beach and Peach flavor.
Ooh.
So check that out, and we do have a discount code w.gg/sudsmedia for 10% off your purchase. So
Nice.
check that out.
Yes.
But yeah, so when it comes, let's kind of talk about a little bit of. Well, I lost my train of thought. I was going to go somewhere, and then
It hasn't kicked in yet. It's because you took the swig. It's we're recalibrating.
Yeah, you're probably right. Does anybody else want to ask any questions? It's been a great conversation thus far with Jacqueline Grace Lopez, of course, Emmy nominated. Jacqueline Grace Lopez. Angela, you look like you were about to say something.
Yeah.
All right, let's swing back to soap operas. Do you have any funny behind the scenes stories you can share with us from your time on General Hospital?
Yeah, let me think. One of my favorite people on the planet because of this show is Evan Hofer, right?
I was just about to ask you he's one of my favorite people on the planet as well, but go ahead.
Yeah, so so my very first interaction with him was he was in the makeup chair getting his fake bake on because let's be honest, he is not that tan in life. And so he's getting like, it's, you know what, whatever. I'm taking like, I have no loyalty. I'm like, I love him. I have no loyalty. He literally tell me why he uses the same color body makeup as I do. Let's have a real conversation about this because no. Anywho, so he's getting our body makeup color on, and I remember first meeting him, and he reminded me of one of my cousins that literally the broiest bro. You know what I mean? Like we just sit there and we just talk, and I was like, you get that instinct where you're like, oh, we're gonna be friends, and I just walked up to him and I was like, oh, you're like family. I was like, I'm gonna know, like we need to hang out. And it was kismet because he lives minutes, so I can walk to his place from my place. So kismet. Anywho, what we realized early on is we're both goblins, but the problem is I have no filter. So I will be a goblin in public. Meanwhile, Evan's very polished in public. So I just look batshit, pardon my French, and he's just sitting there like cute, you know what I mean? Yeah. But so like bottom line is, one of the funny things we would always do on set is like we get called to the makeup. We get there's a god mic, and we would be called like Jacqueline to hair, Jacqueline to makeup, and they would let him get on the mic and be like LB to makeup, and that was for little bastard because that's what he would call me. I would literally just go like he'd be like LB to makeup, and I'm like, you piece of crap, and then we just right. I loved stuff like that. Another one that made me laugh was we had, it's so sad, but like when we did those remote locations, right? Like the recording studio specifically is actually a room upstairs. And it was just such a wild ride because first of all, you had the stage manager had to be cueing stuff on set, but he couldn't be visible. Mm-hmm. And so he's hiding under the desk. And I had to take photos. And you're like, I can't do this with a straight face. And then another thing that happened is when the directors are live editing, right? As we're filming, they all have a different process. Some people tap their mic and that's how the cameras will switch in the editing bay. Or some people blow into the mic. And I didn't know this. So I'm sitting in the corner. I'm not on set yet. Like I'm just actually, it's between two other people. And all of a sudden I keep hearing this. What the fuck is going on? I was like, what's happening? I was like, is there a bug here? Like, what's going, like, is something broken? Like, what's happening? And it was the director literally just going in the microphone. I thought it was so funny. So that made me laugh. And then I think lastly, probably one of my favorite things is one of our stage managers hates Halloween, like hates the makeup, hates gore, like can't do anything that doesn't look like a human being. Mm-hmm. And what was the gift of being there is if I needed to go if I needed Halloween makeup when I'm done with my scene. So I got vampire makeup done one time. And then I went upstairs and I kept scaring him. And he was like, how dare you? Like, he was so mad, but it was so endearing. Like, he's one of my favorite people. And I remember when it was my last day, for better or worse, it's the culture there. I can't fix it, but they don't let the crew know when you're leaving. You have to do it yourself. And so I was very happy that I had 2 days. Like I had day one to film, and then I had a Monday and a Tuesday to film before I left. So I let everybody know on the Monday, and I'll never forget and so I let him know on Monday, and he was like, what? And he was and then he kept to himself because he's very keeps to himself. And then on Tuesday, he just walks up to me and he goes, I'm going to miss you, you little turd. And then walks away. And I was just like, my heart.
All right. Yeah.
We've got a question in the chat from Donna for Jacqueline. When Eva LaRue posted a picture of you, her, and Marco, what was going on that day? Because that set the internet ablaze with rumors that, no pun intended, that rumors that, you were on your way back.
It's so funny you say that because I remember she posted it and there was a part of me was like, this could go one of two ways, like it could just be like, oh, cute, or speculation city. Again, I'm not on the show anymore, so I can talk, candidly. Basically you have to apply to be Emmy nominated. And it's basically a very expensive college application. Mm-hmm. So that day I was dropping off my money to apply to be Emmy nominated. Okay. And I serendipitously, I was like, you know what? Let me just go downstairs and say hi. Because I was only supposed to go upstairs to drop off money. Then I had a conversation with some of the producers and I was like, you know what? Let me just say hi to makeup. Let me just say hi to hair and makeup because honestly, they're some of my favorite people on that set. And so I went downstairs and it was just serendipitous that my brother and my mom were actually filming that day. I didn't even know. And so I walked back there and it was just so wonderful just getting to squeeze both of them and just getting to talk to Adrian and just, it's been such a gift. Like, I will say this, even though we haven't worked together, it really does feel like we are connected in a space where like we do have free conversation and we just kind of hold space for each other. But the reason that photo was taken was we didn't know the next time we'd meet up ever again. And so she had that photo done. So that's what was going on, is me just kind of going down there, saying hi to Eva, giving her the biggest hug, and then getting to talk to Adrian for the first time and really just be like, how you doing? How you hanging in there? And I'm glad I did, I know that I was, no, I'm not gonna minimize it. I was there for 2 years. I know exactly how it runs. I know exactly what goes on. And so if he needed help, like Justine and everything like that, I think for me at that juncture, he was just like, he still wasn't used to the script load. Mm-hmm. And I was like, you'll get it. I said, focus on, make that the goal. Make the goal, getting off book, being as confident as possible in your work. You got the job. Like, I think that's what people forget. It's like they feel like they have to prove themselves. I'm like, your name's on the contract. And I know that can be volatile here or there, whatever. but
Mhm.
show them what you can do. Trust that you've shown them what you can do. So just do it. And, but I did tell him, I'm like, it gets easier and everything. So it was nice to kind of be able to have that short amount of time to give him a little bit of advice that I could. But yeah, that photo was basically, it was just kismet. And I was in the right place at the right time. And she just shot that photo. And I think she was just thinking like how exciting it was, just having a photo like that. And we all looked really cute. So that was it. But it was literally just me walking downstairs.
You really everybody got their hopes up, but it's, we finally realized, no, this is not happening.
Yeah.
I have a funny story about Evan. A couple of years ago, I did the red carpet interviews at the Daytime Emmys, and he was there with Maurice Bernard.
Mm-hmm.
But he was like standing off to the side because everybody wanted to talk to him, Maurice, but most people, the big ones didn't know who he was yet. So he's standing off to the side, and I had spoken to him, and I was right next to where like the really big outlets were. So he's standing after I had spoken to Evan already, he's standing waiting for Mo in my eyesight, and I'm having other interviews, but he keeps looking over and making me laugh, like on purpose.
Yep.
And making me laugh. And from that moment, he is always, I don't know why, but I think of Evan Hoffer and I think Golden Retriever.
He is. He's you know what? If you told him that, he's like 1,000,000%. He is a Golden Retriever. He already knows that. If he was an Animorph, that's what he would turn into.
And I feel that Goldens are some of the purest creatures in the earth. They're just so like pure embodiment of just love and joy. And he just really strikes me as that. And
no, I completely agree. And he is, and he's loyal. Definitely not even to, he's loyal. And what I love about him is, we were talking about growth, and, he's still young. And so it's nice to have almost this weird sibling dynamic, but he's open to being a better person and to growing and, like all of this stuff. And honestly, he was probably, when I got the news that I was being written off the show, I did not take it well. And he was there for me. And I was like, thank God for you, because genuinely, like, as soon I got the first script on a Tuesday where it was hinted that I might leave. And I was in the car with him because we did a Taco Tuesday. And then I literally looked at him and I'm like, I think I'm getting written off the show. And this guy goes, well, yeah, but I mean, I was on the run for like 3 days. I was like, okay. And then the next day I get the script and it said, no, she's leaving. And I texted him and he goes, where are you? And then we just went for a walk. So that was it. And I was just like, thank God. And he knows he's a Golden Retriever. Like he knows. Okay. And and there's no ego. Like there's no pretense. That's just who he is as a person. And it's nice. It's nice to find someone who's that. I mean, everybody has I have my tics too, but it's just like, he's solid for the people that he's solid. And I'm just really grateful that, I have him as a friend and that I met him through GH. Like what a gift.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, I agree.
But we're so happy that you joined us. Do you have time to stay on? Because we do have the founder of Samantha's Friends.
Sure. Yeah, no, I have some time.
Alice Baza we're going to welcome her on. She is the founder of Samantha's Friends. So I'm going to go ahead and add her to the stage. Alice.
Benny, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
I'm here too.
Hi,
You
Alice, so good to see you.
Welcome to our second annual Podcastathon. This is all obviously to raise money for Samantha's Friends.
Thank you so much.
You are very, very welcome.
We so appreciate it.
Well, we're happy to do this, and I'd like to introduce you to Jacqueline Grace Lopez, who is our opening attraction for this afternoon, and just wanted to introduce her to you, and introduce you to her so that she knows the people behind the organization.
Yes. Okay. Have any of the actors that we normally have been with you yet?
Not yet. We just started at 3 Eastern. So,
Oh, I see. Okay.
But we have Jordy Villasusa coming on later on. We do have Courtney Murray Warner coming in tomorrow. So we do have a slate of people that are scheduled in increments for this entire event.
Unfortunately, a lot of the Bay people, I guess Christos is in Greece,
Mm-hmm.
and James Preston and Gregory are in Cambodia.
Oh,
And
wow.
let's see, who else is? Oh, Mike Manning is on a cruise ship.
Yep.
So,
and Eric Nelson is in New York filming a movie. So it's like, okay, guys, really?
and
Hey, I mean, I can attest that when you have that hiatus, you take it to that advantage as much as possible.
Yeah,
So unfortunate, it's unfortunate timing, but yeah.
Well, it is actually Mike Manning's father's birthday weekend. He did let me know that, so that's why he's doing family stuff this weekend. So a big happy birthday to Mr. Manning.
Right.
But Alice, let's kind of go over and just kind of talk about Samantha's Friends for a minute, and just what Samantha's Friends does. I could talk about it so much, but you being there, you founding it, you putting it together and running it, you can do so much more justice than I can.
Okay. Well, we're going on our 32nd or 33rd year that we've been doing this. And it all started with Sammy when she had a brain aneurysm at the age of 15. And a stockbroker happened to read her story because she was graduating high school and walking to receive her diploma. And he read the article, and he basically had the same thing that she had when he was 15. So he started the organization, and for the first couple of years, he would fly us up to New York, and it would benefit some individual who had a catastrophic illness. Well, when 9/11 happened, monies were going elsewhere, and so he said to us, "Would you like to take it over?" And Sammy said, "Of course." And I said, "Of course not." But it was a lot of work to get going. But we did it, and we thought, well, how are we going to get this going? And how are we going to get people to come to us? Because who do we know that's going to come and support this cause? So we had an idea that we would bring in soap opera actors. And of course, everybody loves soap opera actors. And so that was our start, and we went out to LA, and we were at a day's function. That's going to be my loudmouth dog, and we had.
They're setting my loudmouth dogs off now.
Well, we had a couple actors who volunteered and said they would like to be involved, and so then when we got these people, and I'm sure a lot of you will recognize, I guess the first actors we had were Jay Johnson and Matt Cedeno from Days of Our Lives. And then we thought, well, how else are we going to, who are we going to support? Because we want to support other charities. So we said, well, everybody loves animals, so let's do dogs. So we decided to do service dogs. And through the years, we've gone through different service dog organizations. We did Kids and Canines in the beginning, and then we did Southeastern Guide Dogs, who is world renowned. And then we decided to do more local, and people, we don't have a lot of money, and we thought, well, let's give it to organizations that really could use what we earn, what we bring in at our events. And so we have a couple local charities that we use that support animal shelters, and so that's where we stand right now. And every once in a while we throw in another charity, like we did Ronald McDonald House in May, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we may do them again, or I don't know. We have right now, we have three different dog organizations that we use. And so we like it. We have them there. We give our checks out right there. So it's very transparent. Vinny, you were there at our last one. We are a 501c3. So everyone who comes volunteers. No one gets paid to be there and help out. Except our actors, of course, we have to pay them for their time and travel and so forth. And so that's what we do.
Yeah, and it was a great event this past September. It was the first time I went. Kim was there last year, so we've both been able to experience one of your gala events, and I had a great time.
Yeah, so much fun and so well, organized and put together, and it's a lovely, lovely evening, and the following the brunch, the following as well with the entertainment and everything. It's great. It's a great event, and honestly, I love seeing the dogs too. That's just honestly
we had a lot of them this past September, right? Right, Vinny?
Yes. There were a lot of dogs.
I saw one rocking a little hat and a little suit, and I was just, they dress up for the occasion too. It's a lovely event, and I was so bummed I couldn't attend the last one, but I'm hoping for the next round I'm going to be able to.
Well, you have to let us know if you can attend in May.
Yeah. I'm gonna try and see if I can swing that because. Yeah, I would have been fun to be there with Vinny, but I'm glad he got to experience it most recently.
I do also want to announce with Allison and Sammy both here that on our new merchandise shop, we have the option now of selling dog bandanas. So going any dog bandana with any of our logos that sell, the proceeds will go directly to Samantha's friends going forward.
Oh,
so
that would be great.
That you could go to merch.suds-media.com, and I believe it's under other, but every dog bandana that's sold, and there might be some more stuff going forward in the future, but every dog bandana that's sold, the proceeds will go directly to Samantha's friends.
My parents' Yorkie is going to be appreciative of this.
Yes.
And what was that website again, Vinny?
It's merch, merch.suds-media.com. I'll go ahead and put it in the chat as well.
Okay.
And my wife has already told me that my dog has to be the model for them, so I have to bring him in. So yeah, merch.suds-media.com, and I believe it's under other. And that's where you can find the dog bandana and any of our logos, whether it's the Suds and Squared Circle Media logo, the Suds News, the Dockside at the Bay, so on and so forth. Any dog bandana that sells, the proceeds will go directly to Samantha's friends on an ongoing basis.
Oh, that's great. That's great. We were going to bring our Bentley in September. However, Friday night, he tripped my husband, who then proceeded to fall on top of me, and I fell, and I'm not a young person anymore, so I hurt my foot very badly, and I was very fortunate that I was able to get through the weekend. So maybe in May we'll bring him.
Yes.
We'll try again.
But yeah, So with Soap Stars coming out, are you guys big soap fans?
We are.
Yes.
All right. So what are your favorite soap operas?
Well, I hate to say this, but of course we have to say the Bay, because Gregory and Christos and Mike and Eric and James have become regulars with us, and they just want to come back all the time, and we love to have them. So I would say the Bay, even though it's not a daily soap. Everybody looks forward to it coming on. Love GH.
Beyond the Gate.
Beyond the Gates now, of course, because Mike is on there. I think Jordy is going to be on there soon, and Greg Vaughn, of course, is going to be on there. So that's going to be good. And I guess I would say Y&R. I like Y&R because I love the dresses. I love the scenery.
Honestly, the fashion is where it's at. When it's so funny. It's so funny how yeah, I get that 100%. You're like, I don't know what's going on in this scene, but those shoes, but that outfit,
Exactly.
Oh
I'll say to Tammy if she's busy doing something, like, oh, hurry up, come look at this dress.
And Beyond the Gates too, the fashion, the sets, everything,
Jewelry.
Oh my goodness, just gorgeous.
Really, I was actually
Gorgeous
going to
stuff.
ask. So, as soap fans, because I don't watch, but like, how has the reception been for Beyond the Gates and everything like that?
I think it started off slow. I think some of the actors, and I don't know if they were fresh or new, but the acting, needed to kind of progress. And I think it has done that.
I think so too.
Acting has improved a great deal. And I think the storyline is getting good now. So I think it's taking off.
And it was just fun to have a soap premiere, like being able to watch a soap premiere in real time. Being able to see a new one just starting up is just that's amazing. I didn't expect that to happen. So,
and I think it's getting its fan base. It's obviously at the very beginning the hype was there. The first month or so, the rating, without talking about ratings, but the fan base, the reception was huge. Went down a little bit, and I think it's kind of steadied out. But the audience is there. The audience has been clamoring for, for the soap genre. I think people are getting tired of the talking head news shows that are on that dominate daytime TV all the time. So bring back the soaps, and to be a part of it. General Hospital has been fantastic. We've been talking about it for months. That General Hospital has been so great. And with the opportunity now of web soaps and the Bay, Kim and I talk about the Bay every week. We're doing the after show, and it's great. Like the opportunities there, and it's just a matter of getting the networks to invest in in the genre again. That's what it comes down to.
I mean, for me, it's so funny how, like, you're just like, oh man, I wish I could jump on it. And you kind of it's nice to have that litmus test. But in my opinion, I feel like I remember when I was putting together my Emmy reel, and when I actually did the math of all of my scenes and everything, I was like, they should do like offshoot spin-off verticals of all the soaps, because our scenes are literally 2 minutes long. Like, if you really do the scene before we cut to the other people going on, our scenes are so short. And if you had it all broken down and just framed it upright, I'm like, this is a vertical. And here's the deal. Like, we know this, like, the vertical space right now is inundated with a lot of subpar content right now. But could you imagine, like, being able, you have the sets there, like, if you just invested like another day in creating some sort of vertical version of your soap for additional consumption for your fans. I think, like, what happens when, I'm just throwing somebody's name out, like, what happens when Portia goes home? Like, what is that interaction? What is that little scene? What happens when, Willow does some Willow thing, and so it's Willow be willowing, and it's just, I think, like, there was such a, I don't know, like, I remember I actually, like, talked to Evan. I'm like, bro, this is vertical. And he's like, oh, vertical. And I was like, but you know what? It keeps your fans engaged, because even I can only imagine, especially if, like, what happened after this fallout, like, what happened afterwards, and you can check the social, like, I don't know. I definitely have entertained the idea of like not necessarily writing my own soap, but also writing my own soap and then just literally just having it in vertical form. Because
yeah, and to your point, I feel like the soap operas that are out there can utilize social media so much better. And for being a WWE fan and watching a lot of what WWE does, and they release stuff that's specific to X or specific to social media, it's like if you said, let's say they put out extended scenes, on Twitter exclusively, or like you were saying, let's kind of get a feed of Willow being in Pentonville for shooting Drew and just what goes on and her interactions in prison and how she's doing, instead of just kind of writing the character off for a few days because you're not going to see her unless she's being questioned or something.
Yeah.
If the soaps utilize social media more, instead of just putting out the, promo video and just for the days of, every day or the weeks, that would increase the fan base. Now with that caveat, soap Twitter is one of the most toxic areas that you could find, but
I feel like the best, like, and to your, like, absolutely. Let me just say, that was, I don't engage personally on Twitter anymore, but I still scroll because I still, I'm still like this, I'm like, but oh my God, when I got my nomination, like there was a lot of support. Yeah. There was a lot of why, but that being said, it's also a fan base where they love complaining about something. So I do think that like you could literally trip and fall on your face and they'll still be there. They'll just be like, remember when you trip and fell on your face? So I think you can test you can test soap opera fans so much more. Like they'd rather you throw stuff at them and they can decide whether or not they want something. So I don't know. It's such an interesting, on the other side, like, especially when I was doing that reel editing, I was like, holy crap. Like these, when I did them, like, I remember I was like, whoa, that one episode, I had so much, I think the longest chunk of a scene that I had was like, maybe I was part of that day. My story was about a quarter of that episode, but everything else easily 5 minutes, like easily, because you have like you have like 2 pages of dialogue for us. It's double spaced. It's 2 minutes. You know what I mean? So you're reading all of this, and then you actually see it, and you're like, oh, well, that was 30 seconds. Like what happened? So I don't know. I think to your point, I think that part of what endears soap opera fans is the fact that there's just so much story, and and when I don't follow, but soaps, but I know specifically GH has one of the largest casts on Canvas, and there's so many opportunities with so many different characters. I remember when we won Best Daytime Drama, the credits were rolling and still all of us are funneling up to stage to like celebrate the win. We're all like walking up. I'm like, we just took over the freaking. It was so funny.
GH fans joke that Frank collects cast members like they're the Stones for. They're not. Yeah.
No, I mean he, not for nothing, and I'll be completely biased. We have a stable of talent. Like the people at GH, for me, the groundedness and the ability. I think what has been such a gift is, and I think I've said it on your show as well. Is bye, Donna. But I think what happens is we can get really, left field stories, but everybody's grounded. And I'm really, really grateful that that was my playground, was being able to exist in crazy girlfriends flying out of windows, storylines. Yeah. But at the same time, everything's honest, everything's grounded, and it's really actually a treat when you would see people from primetime come over and be like, what are you guys doing? Because you're acting like we're doing we're grounded primetime acting, but we're going real fast. And it was such a great training ground for sure.
I don't think soaps or their actors get near enough credit for what they do in the amount of time they do it in. And I mean, primetime shows, I mean, I have a lot of them I love, but they get breaks. They go on hiatus.
They get breaks. They get 8 days to shoot an episode.
One episode. You guys are doing brand new episode, 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year.
Baby.
It's it's an hour, and you guys run the gamut. It's comedy, it's romance, it's drama, it's action, it's, you know what I mean? And it's, you know, and yeah, I get soaps do campy things. They do. And some are more campy than others, but at the same time, General Hospital's been on 60 years.
Yep.
What else has been on 60 years?
And not for nothing, jump genres, right? Because it started as a radio play. Then it became
General
part
Hospital didn't start as a radio play, but Guiding Light did. Guiding Light had started, General Hospital didn't start until the 60s, but Guiding Light had started as a radio show. And then moved to television when television, and they were on, I think do they still hold the record for longest running? I can't remember or not. I don't know if GH broke their record or not, but they were on Generation.
So. Yeah.
Generation. And there's nothing comparable to it.
No. And I think, you know, with the influx of new people, it's just like, okay, what does this present day? I mean, yes, Port Charles is isolated. All these places, right, are their own little bubble of a world. But how does, you know, I remember I had a friend of mine say that artists are the cultural historians of their times. So it's like, what is the culture? What's going on? How is that permeating into the writing, into the casting, into the stories that we're seeing? You know, you're not wrong. Like we see, yes, you know, a lot of buildings get lit up. A lot of people fall downstairs. We have a lot of these things, but it's like how that chemistry of like who's being involved now, what are the socio-political, what are the ethical, what are the things that are going through that specific person, because we're all unique, right? Like what they teach us in acting class is we can all do the same scene and we're all going to do it a little differently, and I think that's the story. But it's so true. And I think, like, not for nothing, I think what's really great about it is the flexibility. I remember when I was doing, you know, because when I first started on GH, I was also on a primetime show. And it was just such night and day, just going from filming, because, you know, to your point, like, yeah, I remember one time I had a friend of mine and she was really upset because she was like, oh my God, we went through, she's like, oh, today was so long. And I was like, oh, what happened? She's like, we went through, like, I want to say she said like 30 pages. And I was like, oh, that's cute. We went through 167 today. Right. So, you know, I was like, I'm so sad for you, you know, like, it was and I think people, to your point, it is a gauntlet, and it is a nonstop workhorse. And however you cut your teeth on it. And I keep telling, like, that was one of the things I told Adrian. I'm like, you're basically training in Denver. Like, you're training at a high elevation. So whenever you get thrown in the sandbox on primetime, on commercials, on whatever it is, it's a breeze. You're off book immediately. Your choices are ready. I think the difference is, right, you don't have to be precious because you're going to get more than one take, you know? And I think that, and, you know, especially with daytime, it's one take and go. So you got to be fully loaded. Like, you got to be fully loaded. And that was a period of adjustment for me, the reminder of it, where we're going to do the wide, then we're going to do the close, mid, then we're going to do the over the shoulder. And so if you want the big emotion, you save it for your close-up, for your coverage. Whereas on soaps, coverage is coverage. You go, like, the first take you go. But yeah, I remember, like, there was this one emotional scene on True Lies, and I was just like, they did the wide, and then, like, the director had to come up to me and she's like, you know, you don't have to go full out. We're not on recovery yet. And I was like, oh yeah, okay. I was like, oh, got it.
Yeah. I think soaps are almost with their one take and you're done. It's almost like the closest thing to, live theater.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. This is, and I also think, another thing with soaps is that, they do the campy, but they've been on the forefront of some very, very important stories socially. GH with HIV, with homosexual acceptance, with, wasn't it the late 70s when Jeannie on Young and the Restless, Catherine had a facelift. And they did a story about women struggling with aging and society's expectations. And Erica Kane's abortion, they have been on the forefront of very important social stories as well.
Definitely.
No, that's something that I hope, that's what I hope they continue for sure, is continuing being a space that challenges people, but also that does it in a way that delivers story that it, makes sense. But also, again, like we were talking about, sometimes it's just you taking in something and just reflecting on it in, on your own time and just being like, wow, I didn't know how that. The one story I always bring up is she's now a friend of mine, but one of my fans, Susan, who was a fan, who's a GH fan. She saw my, Blaze and her mom's interactions and Natalia's interactions and the lack of wiggle room that Natalia had. And she wrote me this beautiful letter when I was on the show. And she's like, honestly, I watched those episodes and I had to reapproach my relationship with my child. And we actually had a conversation that I didn't know we had to have. And I'm like, that's for me. That's why I do this work. Like, honestly, I'm not trying to say like, I'm a conduit, I do it, but I really, my go through with anything I do as an actor is to help people see themselves in some capacity. And I've been very fortunate in a lot of spaces where I get the hard storyline, and I know it's bigger than me. And I know that if I like my son confronting my mom, I knew it was bigger than me. And so I wanted to get it, as honest and as grounded as possible. And I know what it feels like to not see your story and feel like, well, if they're not giving me a front burner story or someone that looks like me, I guess my story doesn't matter. I guess I'm always the sidekick because that's what we get conditioned to think. And I think that to be able, when you get those moments and spaces, at least I have the prescience to be like, yo, if I need to do this right, because I need people to believe in themselves and they're to believe in their own main character energy,
Yeah. Being able to have like that representation and knowing that you are being represented and shown, it helps you, it draws you into the story more and you get drawn into these characters more, when you're able to empathize with them, relate to them, find common ground. And it builds up that just sense of, that's why soaps have been on as long as they have. You invest in these characters so much, and it helps when you get to see yourself represented, see yourself in some of these characters, even if it's just on like a small scale. It's just, that's the power of this medium that I think, you can't really achieve that in other places, but you can with soaps, I feel, because you have those characters that you've let into your house for years.
That's what it is. It's that parasocial relationship, for better or worse. I knock wood. I haven't had that many that have crossed the line in any capacity, but I know that you're absolutely right. There's this interesting relationship where, in a weird way, you can rely that every day at this hour, or every time, like the schedule, whatever it is for your show.
When my mom would schedule her college classes around General Hospital.
I had a friend, same thing. I was talking to someone actually the other day, and she was telling it was I had some checkup, and the woman that was doing the checkup with me, she's like, oh yeah, we would like time our lunches were right at the same time. We would all run home and watch GH, and then we'd go back to school. And I was like, that is crazy. Like, that's crazy.
Yep.
And I will say this, it's one of the most rewarding experiences I've had as an actress, because of the fact that it's a legacy show, because of the fact that people have core memories with their family members. You were either sick at home with your with your grandma. I have a friend of mine, this is how he bonded with his family. Like, this was their serial television watching that they would bond around. And
when I was a little kid, it was the GH music would come on, the All My Children music would come on, and my mom would be like, I'd be home on summer break and I was too young to watch. So she'd be like, it's mom's time now. You got to go take a nap now. But then when I was old enough, when I was like 12, she's just like, oh yeah, you can sit and watch with me now. And I felt like a grown up, I was just like,
right?
Oh,
You're like,
up in the world.
Lower your voice when you talk to me. I'm watching shows.
I used to call my mother every day at lunch from high school just to say hi. It was just something I did. Every day I called her during lunch, and at least once a week she'd say, do you have any tests or anything important this afternoon? Days of Our Lives is going to be great. You want me to dismiss you?
That's amazing.
I love that.
And then also recently, my 97-year-old great aunt went to a nursing home because she was having memory issues, and her memory has her health is physically, she's fine. Her memory has and she's 97. So she's had a pretty good run, but a lot of the times she does not recognize me. And I go at least once a week, sometimes more, to see her. And what I've been doing though, is because she was a Young and the Restless watcher. And I got the audiobook of Eric Braden's, who plays Victor Newman. I got her the audiobook of his biography, which he reads. She recognizes his voice.
Oh,
every time I put it on. It is a core memory for her.
Wow. Isn't that crazy what we keep?
Yeah. And to me, that was just, it blew my mind. Because, I'm 51 years old. She's known me for 51 years. But she watched that show every day, Monday through Friday, for an hour.
Yeah,
she didn't talk to me every day, Monday through Friday, for an hour. But she saw Victor Newman. And it, dug itself in that much to her that it is, and it's a comfort to her. And I just love it. It means so much to me.
Wow, that's really great. That's really, really cool.
Yeah.
Ooh, I love it.
Yeah.
So Alice, what events do you have coming up for Samantha's Friends? We have one coming up in May and September for next year.
Yes.
So what events are they, and how can people find out more information about them?
Well, each event we have a theme. So in May, it's going to be Arabian Nights, which, of course, we're leaning towards the Disney Aladdin portion of it, and we decorate according to our theme. And let's see, we have, I don't know, Sammy, how many actors do we have in May? Like 11, 12?
Yeah, I think we have 12.
Let's see. Well, from GH, we have first time Rory coming.
Hey.
So we're excited to meet him. We have Adam Huss, who we wish were back on GH.
I love
We were supposed to have Carolyn, but I'm not sure how her leg is going to be recovering. She tripped over her dog and broke her leg, and she's already had 2 surgeries. So not sure about Carolyn. And then, of course, we have our Bay people. We have Christos and Gregory and James and Eric and Mike, and who else? Did I forget anybody? I don't think so.
No, then we have Ari.
Oh, and then we have Ari Zucker and her ex-husband Kyle. And Kyle always comes to. In fact, Kyle was the second actor that came to us when we first started out, and so we lost touch with him for a while, and then. just reconnected. And so he's been at every one of our events since. It's funny because the actors who come to us really want to return. It's not even that we have to invite them. They say, "Oh, can we come back? Are you going to invite us back?" And so it's an honor and a pleasure to hear that from a lot of the actors.
Yeah.
And then in September, we're going to have a Harry Potter theme. So we're going to have the talking hats and, just all Harry Potter stuff. So it's going to be a lot of fun in September. We haven't really confirmed all our actors for September. We're still trying to work on that.
Yeah. No, it's a great time, and I urge anybody. And we did just get a nice donation, so thank you so much. Yes. So like I said, we're trying to get to that 1,700. We're at $40 now, so we still got another 22 and a half hours to go, and we still got a little ways to go, but that's our goal, is $700. So go ahead, scan that Venmo QR code and donate. And we'll go ahead and pass that money along to Samantha's friends as well.
Thank you. Now people can call. They can call me or email me for tickets. We are actually sold out for our Saturday night VIP cocktail party. So we have no more openings there. We have about 15 or 16 seats only left on Sunday. So May is almost completely sold out.
Wow. Okay. Very nice. That's fantastic. It's so great to be able to, support the organization, but also that, it's being sold out and, the tickets are going like wildfire. I enjoyed being there. And just kind of an update, Carolyn Hennessy actually had said that she was going to come on, but due to her injury, unfortunately, she's not going to be able to join us today. And then Kyle Louder is actually coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern time, so he'll be joining us here tonight as well. So just a couple of updates as well, and we're looking forward to helping out Samantha's friends going forward for the long run, and it's such a fantastic organization. I'm very excited to continue our work, with Samantha's friends.
Definitely.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate you, and we appreciate everyone that comes on and talks about themselves and tells us a little bit about things we're not aware of, and we're happy to be a part of something so large.
Yeah, no, it's great, and we're happy to be a part of your family as well.
Thank you. Well, thank you so much, and we may just kind of leave the scene now. My dog is waiting to have his dinner.
Okay.
I wish I could get him over here so you could see him. Just a quick story about him. We've always had dogs all our lives, and our last dog that we had to put down, of course, everyone who's had a pet understands how difficult that is. Yeah. And so it took a good 7 years, and I've been, I want a dog, I need another dog. So finally, my husband said, okay. And Sammy said, well, let's make it a little cuddly dog, another little lap dog like that. And so we got a mini Bernedoodle. Okay, so that's part poodle, part Bernese mountain dog. And it was supposed to be 35 pounds. He's now 65 pounds.
What a backbone.
His head is higher. At least I feel like it's higher.
Oh my gosh, that's the worst. I adopted my cats are the same thing. I adopted both of my cats thinking they'd be super petite, and they look like mountain lions. It's
yeah. I have the two.
And what are you up to now? Do you have anything going on?
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh yeah, no. Right now just doing voiceover, a lot of voiceover opportunities. Auditioning here and there. but it's been interesting, the landscape. You're in such a bubble when you're on the soap, and then you kind of come out and you're like, oh, this is what the landscape looks like right now. And it's just, I think it's a lot in flux. I'm actually going back to school, pursuing a degree in respiratory therapy. So yeah, so I've been doing that, which has been, let me tell you something about soft skills, like I had to do anatomy, and it was just like, I can memorize everything so fast. I feel like I've unlocked this new level of studying that's just been crazy. And it's been fun, but just trying to challenge myself. And I think gone are the days where, and I think that was a big thing too, in terms of, we talked about personal growth. I think that gone are the days where you had to pursue one thing and you just had, like, that's it. Mm-hmm. And I think, we hold multitudes in our brain. I think we can also exist in the world holding multitudes, and that's kind of where I had to take a step back and be like, you can't, while in a day I'll study for a test, I'll do an audition, and I'll do something else. And it's all valid. And if anything, it compounds into just being a more well-rounded person. And I think that was something that I had to learn, because there was a really big ego death when I went back to school, being like, oh, you're giving up on acting, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, I'm like auditioning still, it's like, clearly not. Clearly people
now,
still
are you in LA? Do you live in LA?
Yes, I do.
Yes, because a lot of sets are moving out. I know that Eric Nelson, who was saying, and he lives in Texas now, that they are building just enormous sets out in Texas. And he was just wrapped up filming The Chosen. I guess it was I'm trying to think what season 7, I believe, that he was in.
Yeah. I mean, I will tell you this, if we're putting on the industry cap right now, a lot of people are going overseas because they don't have to deal with unions. They don't have to deal with the whole perception of tax breaks. And in fact, I spoke to one showrunner who was like, honestly, they're letting me keep all my material. Like I just have to, like, there's so much more incentive internationally, which I think is so interesting. So it's just a changing landscape. But, at the end of the day, it's you get to the core of why are you doing what you're doing? And like I said, like the things that have lined up for my career and the things that have shown up for me, I've had the privilege of being able to connect with people larger than just an act, like a character in a story. Like it's been really welcome. So, I think that it's just a matter of, okay, what's next? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
right. Mm-hmm.
If you told me when I first started on GH I was going to get Emmy nominated, I would have been like, you're silly. Let me tell you something about humor. And the fact that I can walk away from that experience with that is huge. Like it really feels I think we only know what we know. And it's sometimes the outside things that have to inform us about, like, we only see door 1 and door 2 and door 3 is behind us, but it has to kind of open on its own, or we accidentally stumble through it for us to actually see what's on the other side.
Now, being nominated, does that mean a lot on your resume?
Yes and no. I personally, I will say that my team says that it's a talking point that they can offer. It's just so difficult because I would like to think that maybe it gets my foot in the door in some spaces, but if you ask me in like specific return on investment, I quite haven't seen anything on that, but it is a great talking point to enter the room in. Like it feels very like Bridgerton when people announce people. Like I did an audition once, and I'm friends with the casting director, and he literally announced me walking in the door like Emmy nominated, and I'm just like, I stumbled in,
cool.
so
that's great. Yeah,
it's kind of fun. Like it's kind of fun getting that, and not for nothing. Maybe on a business scale, we'll see what happens. But in terms of your social circles, and in terms of also just like my friend group, I think you want people who like constantly hype you up in your, in your community, in your immediate community. Mm-hmm. And even when I'm having my moments of self-doubt, as we all do, like it's nice to be able to have my friends literally have a data point and be like, you see this? You see what you did? Stop doubting yourself. You see what you did? And I'm like, yes, crying. Yes, so, so yeah, I think it's definitely helped in more ways than one, but jury's out right now in terms of seeing if it moves me forward. I think the next thing I book, I'll definitely, go up to casting and be like, so on a scale from 1 to 5, how important was me being Emmy nominated?
Right,
and I'll report back.
Okay, sounds good. All right, well, we're going to sign off. Thank you so much for including us, and Vinny and
thank
Kim.
you.
Hopefully we'll see you in May. You'll let us know.
Yes.
All right. I will definitely let you guys know. Thank you so much for coming on, Alice and
Yes,
Sandy.
thank you.
Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Lovely
Thank
seeing
It was
you
very
guys.
nice meeting you.
Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
That's so great. And I think I'll bid adieu myself.
Okay.
But, thank you for
It
keeping
was so
me
lovely
on.
getting to chat with you and I wasn't last year when we did this. I wasn't part of your segment, but it was lovely this time getting a chance to chat.
Oh yeah, no, likewise. I know. I was like, oh look, a new face. So this is great. Yeah.
I do. Before you leave, I do want to say that Donna, who was just in the chat and said gotta go, she posted online and replied to the feed, said I was just there. I typed gotta go in the chat, and Jack stopped what she said and stopped what she was saying and said, bye Donna, now I may swoon. So
Yeah, her entire day.
I
And
love
now
that.
now that you've talked about how you've thought about writing your own soap in verticals, I'm gonna, start stalking you and harassing you to write one with me.
Angela,
Yeah,
honestly,
me
not
too. Let me
even
get in
you.
on that.
Let's freaking let's have a conversation. And honestly, like I
I
know
write
what's
for
going on.
Parade magazine. I'm like a writer. I write.
Well, maybe that's the set. Maybe that's the set of our drama. Like honestly, like I think
Hey,
there's
let me
so-
in that writer's room. I want to be part of that too.
Yeah, honestly, I think, and especially like what I think would be super helpful is, I'm not even kidding you. Like, let's brainstorm, because that's my issue is I'm like, I can write, but my bandwidth right now is so limited. But I think like, especially both of you being writers, it's just a matter of like, I mean, here, we'll just spitball right now. Look, like I'm thinking like we have like our core group of people, and then one of you writes storylines A, B, and C. Everybody, the other person writes C, D, and E, right? And then, or like whatever, how the alphabet works. And then we do that stuff, and then we coordinate, and then we just figure out how to grassroots it. I can be on the director side over here in LA because we have Sets for Rent. You know what I mean? And I know, I know actors, so it's like,
That's how the magic happens. Sitting down, coming up with ideas, brainstorming.
You guys heard it first. We're changing the game, and it's going to be amazing.
I just messaged you on Instagram.
Pardon?
I just messaged you.
Perfect. No, I'm down to come.
We're done. Yep.
I think that'd be great. And also, like in the future, Vinny, if you guys send me a one sheet of this event, I'll send it to all my soap peeps. Because, like, I think that's also part of it is just the word of mouth. Like sometimes we get inundated with so many people that it's just like we don't know which platforms are really one to stand by, or like who really, who's vetted. And especially it's just really difficult sometimes because I never had a contract, but sometimes the network gets their sticky paws on people and is just like, you can't do this, or you can't, like, God forbid you get a car commercial, that's not the car of CBS today. But because honestly, this is just an afternoon, and it's just, you guys are such lovely people, and it's just so nice to talk shop with you. And you do care about the shows. It's not like you're just, it's just lip service to whomever just had some time during their day. Like the fact that you guys are like challenging with questions. I'm like, I don't know. What's the show? Like you guys know more about the show than me, which I think is always a great position to be in. But I'm sure people would appreciate talking to their fan base in this really, warm and inviting. And again, it's a nonprofit. It's helping people, and it has puppies. Like I don't see the downside to any of this.
Like, I mean, you had me at puppies, but okay.
Right? You're like, oh, there's people involved. No, okay.
Okay, yes,
I guess.
Fine. Everything has a downside. Just kidding.
I know, right? I'm like, I guess. They don't have to talk all the time. But
Right.
no, I think that it's great. But yeah, just send me, honestly, in the future, just send me the one sheet so I can just send it to people. But
Okay.
I think that I don't see why like we couldn't have a couple of my homies up in this joint.
Absolutely.
I think a certain golden retriever would be wonderful for it.
It was so funny. The other day we went hiking and we found a tree, and I was like, I climbed it a little bit, and then I had the proprioception to be like, I cannot climb this further. And then he walked on like on the limb, and then at some point I'm like, you know, you have to turn around, right? And he's like, I suddenly realized that
Fall, catch me.
I know. I'd literally just be like, there's just like
Yeah.
no, I mean, like, yeah, we'll see what happens. But I would love to. I just think that, like I said, I feel like, you know, I'm very grateful for the fan base that I've been able to acquire. I think there's so many beautiful people, but I know that I was a blip on the GH radar, you know, and I feel like there's so many other people who definitely signal boost your stuff in such great ways. So, yeah. But just for, I don't know who's a GH fan out there, but I have no loyalty. And I will say this, someone makes an appearance that nobody thought would make an appearance. And yeah, that's all I have to say, because I was even shocked. So, but they told me. So that's why I was like, so yeah, just to let you know, to look forward to that in the future. Because they haven't been announced. This is someone that hasn't been announced. I know that for a fact.
It may have been this past Friday.
A surprise appearance yesterday. And it turned out that it was a promotion for a
Call of
video
Duty.
for Call of Duty.
Call of Duty out. You know what, Christina Wagner, go off, sis. The fact that she was so committed to that bit, I was like, what is happening? I saw, because I went through it. It was on like the social, on my Instagram, you know, and I'm still
I
following.
was just like, oh my God, is that? How does GH have that money?
Literally, that was the funniest thing. The comments. Where's that money from? Where's
exactly
that?
Right.
But you know, I mean, it's crazy sometimes. Like, I just remember the first time I saw the horse, like for the stables, like the Quartermain stables.
I love the horse.
I'm like, what the hell is this? And they're like, his name's Nacho. And I'm like, I don't know what's happening.
And that horse stable is like nicer than most apartments I've had.
Yeah.
I'm not even kidding, because I used to ride when I had the means, and there was a day where I was like, how mad would props be if I took a saddle? I'm just you look, it needs to look broken in. Like how mad, because they're not fake. Like these are real like it always reminds me of Grey's Anatomy. It's a real MRI machine. Like, can we test drive it? Because I don't see what's going on. Like, it's stuff like that I think is crazy. I think there's some stuff that obviously is whatever. But when it comes to that, I remember I literally just turned to the side and I saw like 4 saddles, no problem. And you know they're each like $800. And you're just like, I mean, I remember when that was, so like that was, I was telling someone, I'm like, always make friends with props. Always make friends with props. Always make friends with the camera crew, because they're the ones that make you look cute. Always make friends with them. Always make friends with hair, wardrobe. Always make friends. And it's just like, but I mean, that's if you need to be tactical. But in my opinion, just be kind. You know, when I did my pilot, when I did a pilot for CW, I remember I was told like, you know, it starts with you. The energy that you give out is the energy of the community, that the atmosphere and the culture that you create around yourself. Mm-hmm. And you know, one of the things that I appreciate are people who what I recognize, and I modified that for myself, is you don't have to be number one on the call sheet. Anywhere you exist, in any set, on any project, and anything, you can set the tone of how you think, you know, people should be treated and how you'd like to be treated. And the people who jive with it stay in, and the people who don't fall away. And it's never been a disservice to me. One of the people that I appreciate the most is Josh Kelly. He would literally go into the green room every single time he's on set, and he goes, thank you for being here. You got to all the background every time. He's like, hey, we're able to build this world because of you. So thank you so much for being here. And I'll never forget that because they don't know that. Like they don't know that. But every little thing. And I remember like taking note of that and just being like, anytime I worked with a day player for whatever scene, I'd be like, how are you doing? Do you need you to know your way around? Evan, his nickname on set was the mayor of GH because he was very much like, this is where you go for this. Like if you were a new face, he made it a point to introduce himself, tell you how things operated if he had the time to do it. He was and I think we need more of that just in general in life. But that's something that I value people who are like-minded in that way.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming on again. Now I can say it again. Emmy nominated Jacqueline Grace Lopez.
That'll be part of our pitch. When we pitch this to everyone, it'll be great. And it'll be wonderful. I'm so excited. You guys. Well, thank you so much again for having me, Vinny, Angela, Kim. Honestly, I'm a big believer in giving back to the community, and you guys do it in spades. And you hang in there for this thing. Get the shut-eye if you can. I know you won't be able to. Maybe wear sunglasses and just sit in the back there. But the dedication every time. And that's why I think yes, it's toxic, but you find those pearls in terms of the fandom, and it's just wonderful because at the end of the day, y'all find each other, again, and you operate on a level where you're like, how do we give back? How do we leave everything better than we started? So I really appreciate everything you do. Thanks again for bringing me on.
Thank you very much for coming on.
Yes, thank you.
Best of luck with everything.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right. So that was a great conversation with Jacqueline Grace Lopez, but also Alice Boza and Sammy from Samantha's Friends. And like I said, we did get a donation, so we're at $40 towards our $700. And Angela, we teased at the beginning that we had a very special guest. That was a last minute confirmation. Do you want to announce that now?
I absolutely do.
Okay.
So, one of my interviews this week was with a very lovely gentleman. I used to have his poster on my wall. High school. He's not only an actor, he is also a singer. And his big album, that one that really put him on the singing charts, came out my freshman year in high school. He's been on and off his show. He was on for decades, and then the past few, probably 15 years, he's been on and off, and he's currently on. Mm-hmm. He also did a turn on Broadway for a couple of years as Joseph in Joseph and the Technicolor Dreamcoat. And of course, I am talking about the one, the only, the man, the myth, the legend, Michael David.
Well, yes, that is a fantastic get.
And I'm very excited. And he, when I was texting with him this morning, and he said that he was in the studio recording, and he's going to try to hop on for a quick hello. I've texted him that we have a window, so we'll see when he comes on. But he said he'd absolutely love to do it and talk to us about his new single and the album he has.
Awesome.
So cool. So cool.
As well as they're about to, the big sweeps event for Young and the Restless is the wedding of Danny and Cricket.
All right. Fantastic. Yeah. So that'll be great when he comes in. I know we are expecting Kyle Lauder in just a few minutes, who played Rex Brady on Days of Our Lives. Actually originated the role of Brady Black, and then was transitioned to Rex Brady after they recast with Eric Martsolf. But either way, so Kyle Lauder will be coming in momentarily. But as ever, the QR code is up in the upper corner of the screen, right by Kim's head. That is the Venmo QR code to donate to us, so that we can give the proceeds to Samantha's Friends. The QR code is also on the X account, the X post as well. And remember, folks, we are going to be breaking this into three segments, 3 parts. So at 11 p.m. Eastern time tonight, we'll kind of take a quick stop, reset everything, and start a new stream for another 8 hours. This way, we won't lose anything from this.
Yeah, we learned our lesson from last year.
Yes. We are also expecting Donald Peoples Jr. to come in at some point today, and in turn other members of our Gimmick Table Media group as well. Folks, I do want to thank the 141 people that are currently tuned in. Again, go ahead and scan that Venmo QR code. It is to help Samantha's friends, help a good cause, because we need to support good causes nowadays, no matter what they are. But we do have to kind of get back to helping others.
Put the good energy out there.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and as we alluded to, there was a video game tie-in on General Hospital yesterday. We'll talk all about it on Monday with Suds News. But it was something unexpected for me. I never thought I would see a video game tie-in on General Hospital. Like, I see them all the time on WWE, but there was actually a video game tie-in. There was an actor that was on for one time only. I forget his name. I think it was Steven something. I'm unfamiliar with who it is, but apparently he's a big name. But that was on me for not knowing. But as everybody knows, I'm sheltered when it comes to certain things.
You are. You're just a poor new little lamb.
Yes. But anyways, let's see. We do have, like I said, James Law Jr. coming up at 11 p.m. Eastern tonight. He'll be here for a couple hours. We also have Candace Mack, who said that she would jump in at some point. We've also got Matt from the 10th floor. He'll be coming on later on tonight. He'll be doing it'll be 1 to 3 a.m., which is Eastern time, of course, which means it'll be 10 to midnight on the West Coast. But we do have a number of people that are going to be coming in as well and having fun. If you're watching, jump into the chat. If you're watching on X, go ahead and leave a comment because it'll pop up on the chat as well. We'll be able to show it. But we've been, one of the best things about this is that the soap genre, I feel, is gaining steam and getting stronger by the
Definitely.
day.
And it's like reinventing itself too in certain ways. We're able to see. I mean, even in our previous conversation, just talking about potential for there's so much potential with social verticals, all of that, broadening the scope, so to speak, now, and finding ways to capture viewers' attention because at the end of the day, I mean, soaps are addictive and have that component for a reason. We get sucked into these characters, want to see more about them. And there's people that hunger for that clamor for that, and they just want that, just content where they can have that escape, or where they can just kind of turn to after a long day, and stories rather than just talking heads in news programs. People want story. People want characters that they can just welcome into their homes and welcome into their lives for a little while. And I feel like there's just more people are seeking that kind of connection. I actually attended this talk not too long ago given by Shonda Rhimes, who's doing a book tour right now. Her bestseller, she updated it and added some new chapters to it. But she actually made this really interesting point, just saying how at the end of the day, when she creates her characters, she knows that there's people that are watching TV alone, and they want to just they'll be sitting in their living room watching TV alone, and she wants to make them feel like they have family. And she says that's so important. You have to have characters that you can empathize with and get drawn into. And it's just such an important thing to have right now. Yes. And I feel like soaps bring that, and people are recognizing that now. And hopefully people recognize it more and more and more. And we just see more of a, that was a little rambly, but I was trying to get a point across there.
Well, I'd like to go ahead. I do see our next guest is here, and I'm going to go ahead and bring him on stage. You know him from Days of Our Lives as Rex Brady. But I do want to go ahead and welcome Kyle Louder into the chat. Kyle, how are you today?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me in here.
So good to see you, Kyle.
You too. You too. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see you. Thank you for jumping in. We are, as always, here to raise money for Samantha's friends. And you've actually been, Alice shared with us that you were one of the very first people that actually got connected with Samantha's friends.
Yes, very much so. I mean, it was probably this is where the details get a little fuzzy. I think it was like 2002, something like that. Yeah, 2001, 2002, somewhere in there. Alice and Sammy came out years ago. Days of Our Lives used to have a big fan weekend. It was a weekend full of multiple events. There was like Jim Reynolds, who plays Abe Carver, had a basketball game.
Yep.
Kevin Spiritus used to play. Craig Wesley had like a Friday night concert. There was an event called the Men of Days. So there was a series of events over a weekend. Now they just have one event kind of put on by NBC Peacock called the Day of Days.
Yep.
But back in the day, it was a full weekend and there was like multiple events. Anyway, I met Alice and Sammy at one of those events, and they were telling me about an event that they put on, a charity gala event, a fundraiser type thing, and they would love to have me attend. And it was in Sarasota, Florida, and I always love going to Florida. And I mean, right off the bat, Alice and Sammy, just incredible people, just kind and warm, and I couldn't say no. I said, yeah, let's do this. And I don't think it wasn't the very first one, but it was one of the first ones that they had. So I'm definitely one of the OGs of this event, and I couldn't make it a few years over the years, but for all intents and purposes, I've been to almost every one for the past 23, 24 years. And as long as they put on this event, as long as I'm invited, I'll be there, because Alice and Sammy, again, I just said it, and Craig, their whole family, they're like family to me. I know a lot of people say that. I really mean it. They are definitely like blood family to me without the blood part. And they put on, and I say this with all due respect to a lot of the other event planners out there, they put on one of, if not the best fan event out there. They take, it's so well organized.
Yes.
They take such good care of the actors and the guests that come, the attendees as well. I mean, they've been doing it for so many years. It's like, I mean, Alice is definitely the ringleader of this thing, but it's like, it's clockwork the way it goes down. Super organized from the time, we book the flights all the way till the time we leave. It's very organized. It's very fun, and it's very special at the end of the day. There's always a great crowd that comes out.
Oh, yeah.
So, yet again, looking forward to heading back there in May, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I had the privilege of attending. It was a blast. It was so much fun. It was so, like you just said, organized, and just everything, just even the brunch the next day with the dogs, but the event prior to the Saturday evening event, where you just get a chance to just chat with people that are just so characters, so people, and it's a lovely vibe. It's so much fun.
I'm glad you bring that up, because that event, the Saturday night VIP cocktail party, was not always. It was usually just the event on Sunday, and that was it. And Alice, always the innovator. I don't know if it was her and other people. I actually don't know who came up with it. I know Alice was definitely involved, though. She realized something, that during the event on Sunday, the actual gala, there's a lot going on. It's very busy, and they do at the weigh-in, they do have like an actual autograph signing where you can see the actors take pictures and whatnot. But I know a lot of people in attendance, not that they were upset or anything, but I think they were starting to mention like, oh, it'd be really great if we could spend some more quality time with my favorite actor, my favorite character or actor who plays my favorite character on a show. And they came up with this idea that, all right, maybe on Saturday night, we'll do an intimate cocktail party. We'll cap it at a certain number so it doesn't get overrun and it's still intimate. And, we'll, charge money for that. It's another way to raise more money, for the charities and for the event. And it ended up being a great thing, because some of the attendees, they pay a little bit extra money to have this very intimate experience with with the actors in a cocktail
It's just-
party
yeah.
type setting. And I think it's
just
great.
fun, and it's themed, and it's just
Yeah.
it's just a lovely time, and you just get a chance to just kind of chat and mingle, have a nice little cocktail, and just kind of get to just enjoy yourself and enjoy a lovely evening with
Yeah.
and then
what
going
I
the next
love
day
is-
too with the gala is great.
Yes. And then what I love is the fact that I think the repeat attendee at this event is very prevalent. Like, you see people that come
Yes.
May and September every single year, and that these cocktail parties are a great way to, like, I mean, I've made friends with people that come to these events time and time again, and again, I repeat, Sunday is such a wonderful gala, but it's a gala. It's not as personal as a private little cocktail party. And so it gives us a great chance to, again, they get to raise more money for the charities and the event, and then we get to catch up with people that have that personal time that we don't necessarily have on the Sunday gala. So it's a great idea.
I got to go this past summer. It was my first time, so it was great kind of getting the experience. And like you said, it does. Everybody's there. Everybody that was there is like friendly, like and they're welcoming and to somebody who, a new face in the crowd, and I'll admit, Saturday night I was a little starstruck around some of the people that I watched on TV and and get to and talk to, and it was a great event. And one of the things that I love about the events like these are, you realize that a lot of the actors you watch are just down to earth people, and it's not like they're and present company included, you're personable, you're friendly, it's not just you're there because of a paycheck or a job or whatever. It's a great time to meet, to get to know people and just other humans.
I want to touch upon something you said there, because I've been in the entertainment industry for 25 years now, and I've done countless hundreds, if not 1,000 of these events all over the country. Not an event like Sammy and Alice's, not Samantha's friends, but just fan events in general, for well over 2 decades. And this is not, I'm not throwing anybody under the bus. This is not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just, it is what it is. But a lot of the time, you have an actor or celebrity or whatnot who's hired to do this event, and they do treat it like a job, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, I'm not here to judge whatsoever. Because at the end of the day, it is kind of like a professional transaction. Somebody gets, paid to come and make an appearance at an event and help raise money. And again, there's nothing wrong with that. What I'm trying to say is, and the point I feel, and I know it's a fact, is that all of the actors and celebrities that have ever attended Samantha's Friends are kind of almost, in a way, well, they actually are kind of handpicked and hand selected by Alice and Sammy, and everybody that shows up that I've noticed over the years does not treat it like a business transaction whatsoever. It is truly Samantha's friends, not just the attendees, but the actors or celebrities that come and help raise the money as well. Everybody's friends. Everybody's there to do the best they can to raise as much money as possible. Everybody chips in to try to get, to raise as much money as possible. There are no divas whatsoever. And in fact, I would argue that over the years, if there was anybody, and again, not naming any names or not judging right now at all, but if Alice or Sammy or anybody realized that maybe somebody, an actor or celebrity that was invited to attend, is not really fitting that Samantha's Friends vibe and that friendly camaraderie vibe that they have and have always had there, then they just won't be invited back, and that's fine. And I think that what that has created was a great group of people that show up every single year to help raise money for great causes. And
it's almost like a family reunion when everyone is
we see each other, not due to schedules and whatnot. Not everybody can come every single year, but I would argue that the actors that come have been there many, many times before, and it is a reunion of sorts when we all show up at that first. There's a dinner on Saturday night before the VIP cocktail party that we were just talking about, and it is a reunion. We get together, and it's like, hey, I mean, I live in Lake Tahoe now, and I'm in the news industry, and I'm not in soaps anymore, and I don't really see these guys and gals as much.
We
if
miss
at
you on
all.
the soaps, though.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I do. There's a lot about it. There's a lot of it that I missed, if not all of it. But it is. I only get to see these people twice a year, and every time I see them, it's such a great thing. It is a reunion of sorts. Absolutely.
Yeah. No, I just felt that vibe when at the first event that I attended. Just there are people that I was sitting at a table with who I'd never met before, but they'd known each other for years, and they're saying, "Oh, so and so's here," and they were just it
Yeah.
felt like just that familial vibe. It was just so present, and so
Yeah, and
it
it's
was
good. What I love is it's great for the actors and celebrities that attend. It's great for the attendees that pay the tickets and come to attend the event. And then collectively, it's great for for everybody. I think it is a reunion of sorts. That everybody knows that every May and September, or if they just have it once a year, anytime Samantha's Friends is being put on,
Yep.
that both the actors and celebrities and the attendees all come together, and it is a big reunion of sorts. I mean, I've seen people that have bought tickets to come to Samantha's Friends and support that. Many people, like, in fact, like 30, 40 people that have come to every single Samantha's Friends as long as I've been there. I mean, that's loyalty, that is dedication. And I know that, I'm grateful for that. I definitely know that Sammy and Alice and Craig are grateful for that. All the volunteers that put it on. When you have, it's not just people that, and actually this is a great point that just popped in my head. It says a lot about Alice and Sammy and the people that put on this event and everybody that goes to this thing, that you have people that don't just buy a ticket and come once, that they want to come time and time again, year after year, twice a year and whatnot. And I think that's a big testament to Alice and Sammy and Craig and everybody who put this event on, because it is a special time.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the last one, but I'm hoping.
No.
It's just scheduling everything like that.
Oh no, that's not an indictment on anybody that only goes once. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that it's a great thing to see.
Oh
Yeah.
no, definitely.
It's not something. It's not
but
something.
just the fact that I want to come back and
Oh,
want to experience it again, because I was bummed. I was genuinely kind of bummed that I was just it wasn't able to work out for this past. But I'm glad that Vinny was able to attend and experience it.
Yeah, great. Vinny, it was great seeing you there, man.
Yeah, it was great to be invited by Alice and Sammy, and and that's one of the best things, because you see a lot of charities and you don't know the people behind it. What's great is that Alice and Sammy are so personable, and they're such lovely people that you really get to know them. And I've been in constant communication with Alice regarding not only the Podcastathon, but we're actually Suds and Squared Circle Media are actually selling dog bandanas now through our merch shop, and all the proceeds are going to go towards Samantha's Friends from those dog bandanas. But just to be able to help them out, and it's fantastic just to be able to get to know everybody. It was great to go down there. There were a couple of bucket list items that I was able to check off while going down there, because I flew into Tampa. I was able to drive over to Clearwater to visit Hulk Hogan's Hangout and Hogan's Beach Shop, and then drive down to Sarasota and witness everything.
Yeah.
So it was a great time. So I'm definitely looking forward on going back at some point, whether it's May or September. But it was such a fantastic event.
Yeah.
And seeing everybody was great, and talking to celebrities like, they're just normal human beings instead of people up on pedestals.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say the starstruck element was definitely there. The first time I walked into that the VIP, I was like, oh my goodness, that's Vanola Hughes. Oh my goodness. Like, I didn't, it kind of broke my brain a little bit, being surrounded by, actors and people that I'd seen on my screen for years, and then just seeing them in person. But eventually had a drink and managed to just kind of, mingle and get to chat. And it was just so lovely, and being able to experience that. Plus the photo booth was so much fun.
Oh, the photo booth is the best part, I think. Some of the photos that we take there are hilarious. But Vinny, you said something just now that I definitely want to echo. That, I mean, Alice is the engine behind this, and then obviously Sammy and Craig and the original family and whatnot. But there's an army of volunteers that go into this thing, that put this on. These events, as we talked about when I first came on, they are well-oiled machines. They are so well done. so well organized and put together. And it takes a village, as they say, an army.
Definitely.
And they're all volunteers.
Yeah.
Out of the kindness of their heart. And I mean, how do you beat that? It's incredible.
Right. Exactly. I mean, I can honestly say, even the more professionally organized events like the Day of Days, obviously previous year, I mean, there was some stuff kind of slipped through the cracks a little bit at that event, not trying to, and it wasn't as, compared to an event that's like just kind of set in stone and established. But you could tell, like, there's so much love that goes into the Samantha's Friends events, and there's so much TLC and attention to detail. And I don't know, I wish that had been captured just a little bit more at the most recent Days event, because, I felt like just some stuff slid through the cracks a little bit. And even though we did get to have those moments with our actors and get to have that interaction, I just feel like, it was a very different, vibe compared to how it was when I was at Samantha's Friends.
That's always been something that Alice has really focused on with this event, is to make it as personable as possible, that you have intimate, exchanges and interactions with the actors and the the celebrities that are there. People pay good money to show up to this thing, and Alice wants to make sure that people get their money's worth. And I think that
auction is great. There's so many, even like the Days type product, or even the Bay. I know, like, they offered like a walk-on, roll-on set. Things like that. Opportunities for all the soap brands that just nerd out a little bit.
I actually won this in the silent auction. It came in handy as a Halloween decoration. It's a skeleton in a glass coffin, a snow globe.
I actually came away with what was it? A signed beach umbrella from the Days cast and a beach towel that said Molossawan across it.
Oh my God. That's storyline.
And I took that with me to Day of Days, and I was having actors sign the towel, and they were a little bit. Some were like, "Oh my goodness, this is amazing." Some were like, "Wait, what is that?" Like,
a lot. There's not many. There's a few of the longtime vets that are still on the show that remember. Do you know what Molossawan means?
Yeah, New Salem.
That's spelled backwards. Yeah.
Yep.
That was hands down the most fun I ever had on Days of Our Lives. But I'll tell you why. And there are two very important, reasons why. The first reason was Ken Corday, who owns Days of Our Lives, an executive producer, had to bamboozle and create the biggest, secretive situation of all time, where they know they wanted to generate ratings, they wanted to create a big buzz around the show. Right. So they started systematically killing off very popular veterans, like
they killed off Alice Horton,
like Marlena Evans, Abe Carver, Roman, John, Victor, Salem Days of Our Lives stalwart veterans, right? And they were not just leaving, the actors weren't just leaving the show, the characters were being killed. And so people were fans were like, what are you doing? What is actually going on? But here's the thing, the ratings were going up because everyone's like, I gotta see what's going on in Days of Our Lives right now. Like, people who hadn't watched it in a while maybe just came back. The people that were watching it couldn't believe their eyes. These actors were leaving the show, their characters were killed. They're like, this is suicide. What is Days of Our Lives doing? I remember all the magazines at the time were like, what? They're self-destructing. They're trying to get canceled off the air. What's going on? And even I can say it now because it's literally 21 years after the fact. But even us on set were like, what's going on? Why are they firing all these people? Why are they killing their characters? And of course, now we're like, well, Deidre Hall and Drake Hogestyn and John Aniston and they're getting killed off. That nobody's safe around here. When am I going to show up and get a script to find out that I played Brady Black at the time, played by Eric Martsolf now? But I'm like, when am I going to get a script that says Brady gets shot or something like that? And it was a very weird time. And then this went on for months, and it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. And then few months of this going on, which felt like an eternity because of what was actually happening. And then all of a sudden, we hear that there's a big meeting, and we're like, okay, and the entire cast and crew gets together, and Ken Corday is standing up in the front. And I'll spare you all the details. Long story short, basically tells everybody that everything that's been going on with everybody getting killed off and the characters getting killed off and the actors getting fired was a big setup for this brand new storyline where Stefano DiMera and Tony have taken all of these, all of the Salemites to this island in, I think it was the South Pacific or something like that, and is holding them all captive. And all of a sudden, all the actors who have been fired come out on stage, and Ken's like, they were never fired to begin with. Nobody's dead. They're all in this island called New Salem. Flip it, spelled backwards, Malazwan. Yeah. And so everybody, all of us were like mixed emotions. We're kind of like, how could you do this to us? Like, did you not trust us to keep it secret?
So they worked everybody.
Oh, it's like, and then Ken's like, we couldn't give this away because somebody was going to leak it, or somebody would, even if it was by accident, somebody would just say, oh, they're not fired. Don't worry. Like, they'll be back. They couldn't risk that. So they just kept it completely, like, had everybody fooled.
Such a crazy gamble, but
it's a huge gamble. But that was the first part of why that was so, I guess, enjoyable. It was the second part of why that was crazy good was they converted one of the sound stages. Days of Our Lives just shot on two sound stages, like stage 2 and stage 4. They converted stage 4 into a giant jungle, wall to wall, floor to ceiling. They brought in real palm trees and and they took all of these old Days sets that were in Salem, and they were put into they put palm trees in the set or whatnot to make, you get the idea. The point is, it was almost like for us, it was like shooting a movie, like on location. It was so fun to do that. But they pushed all of their chips into that table. To do all of that lead up to that storyline, and B, they were spending a lot of money on that storyline, like the sets and turning the stage into the jungle and whatnot. They're like, if this doesn't pay off and we actually lose ratings with this, it was a gamble, is my point. But it ended up saving that show. Not that it needed saving, but it just gave it.
Just gave it a spark, and it just brought eyes back, and everyone was all drawn into what was happening. And
that's the thing. They brought people would stop watching it and come back to watch because they were just trying to watch the dumpster fire that they thought that was going on over there, and they ended up sticking around, to your point, because they're like, wait, Days is really exciting now, and it really brought back a lot of people, and I mean that whole thing was. I look back on that and I'm like, gosh, they pulled it off. They pulled it off. It was so fun to be a part of that.
I can only imagine. How cool.
Yeah. It was cool.
I must step away for a minute to feed my dog. But I will leave you in the hands of these two awesome ladies to chat for a little bit while I feed my dog.
Sounds good to me. Sounds good. What kind of dog do you have, by the way, Vinny?
We have a Corgi Beagle mix. Marty.
Corgi Beagle. What is that like?
I will pick him up and show you.
Yeah, I want to see him. It's been a bit.
Yeah. Oh, you want to come now? Come here.
Oh my gosh! Come on. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, this is him. He's
look
got
at
the beagle nose. Here, let me turn off my virtual background for a minute. He's got the beagle nose and the corgi butt.
Oh my gosh, he's so cute.
So yeah, this is Marty.
Oh, Marty.
He was actually, my wife named him after Marty McFly from Back to the Future.
Of course, my favorite movie, one of them.
I actually just went to go see it for the 40-year re-release in theaters.
Did you now?
Halloween.
What are you working?
Oh my gosh, what's your pup's name, Angela?
This is Bear. He is a chub. He's half
Bear's
pug,
not
half
happy.
Now you see
Not
why
happy.
his name. He's like,
I will be right back.
soaking wet. And then we have the Chihuahua that is very, very sweet. He's the least yippy of the two. The pure Chihuahua.
Goodness. So who have you had on here so far besides me?
Well, we just started at 3:00. So
You did. Okay.
Mhm.
yeah.
Got it. Who else is booked to be doing this?
We had
I
Jack
believe
Lopez and Alice already, and then go ahead.
I believe Jordy is going to make an appearance.
Great.
Jordy Villasuso.
Awesome.
And Michael Damian's going to pop in too.
No way.
Yeah, I interviewed him this week, and then I was like, and he has a new song and a new album coming out, and I was like, what the hell? I'll ask. And he said yes. So
He's
So
got
cool.
he's got a new album coming out?
yeah, in February, and his new song is because he's back on Young and the Restless right now.
Okay.
And they're doing a wedding between him and Laura Lee Bell's character as their big sweeps event for November.
Oh,
And they
God.
worked his new single into the show.
Oh, wow. That is so cool. I used to love to sing on those shows. It was so much fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a minute.
Oh,
It's been a
Jeannie,
minute.
my cats are, I don't even know. I'm sure at some point they'll be walking on the back of the couch. Yeah, all my friends, they always make an appearance at our Monday night podcast. And some of my friends also know them. I host actually a live Zoom watch of, would you stop? Of General Hospital every day. We're like when kids used to gather together in college, but we do it over Zoom. We do a live watch of GH
Okay.
every day.
Got
So,
it. Yeah. Got
They
it.
all, the animals have made.
I knew what I wanted to ask you guys. Have you seen or do you watch the new soap, the Beyond the Gates?
Yes. Yes.
Tell me
I've
about
been-
it.
Oh my goodness. It was just honestly awesome to have a soap premiere in real time that I could actually I watched like a soap, debut.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I was amazed that I was going to be able to do that because in my life, my lifetime generation watching soaps, I've just seen them taken away. I've never seen
Yeah.
one brought, into the fold.
I'm
was
so happy that CBS did that, by the way. I want to touch upon that really quick because in a time where a lot of people think that soaps are just not just on their way out, but they're just hanging on, and they're only on because of a loyal audience that continues to watch them. The fact that CBS went out on a limb and said, you know
Yes.
what, we're not just going to hang on to Young and the Restless and Bold and Beautiful. We're going to start a new one
Mhm.
in a time where I don't know the reasons why. I don't judge about it. Everybody has their reasons. I thought it was interesting is the best word that I could think of that they took Days of Our Lives off NBC and had it streaming on Peacock.
yeah.
I don't know because it's one of the top 10 streaming shows on Peacock. It was getting
Yes.
ratings. It was on NBC.
Mhm.
General Hospital is the only soap left on ABC. I mean, these shows still have an audience. And so for CBS to double down and say, we're not just going to do the best we can to hang on to B&B and Y&R. We're going to just start a whole brand new one. And it's actually crushing in the ratings. That I'm
Yes.
Yeah.
No, it's doing great.
Did you hear that one of your former cast members is joining? Greg Vaughn is joining.
Yes.
Really?
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
Yeah, I was super excited to see that.
It's really great because it really just has a real old throwback feel. They do it's so funny because PG Procter and Gamble is, I'm like, PG&E, no, that's the gas company. Procter and Gamble is involved in it as well, and
Oh,
they
they
actually
are?
are doing product placements like Tide and Febreze.
Wasn't
They did,
Procter and Gamble involved in the?
They did Guiding Light. They did
That's
Another
what it
World. I think they had a whole
Yeah.
stable of them, of the old
It was
ones.
Yeah.
yeah.
As the
And-
world turns, I think. Was
Yeah.
Yeah.
under
And
that
seeing
umbrella
the
too?
product placements just and I know that it's cheesy, but I'm just like, this is so soapy to see a
Oh,
soap
yeah.
character have their bottle of Tide.
Oh yeah.
When she's
And
got
it's
the
just- they'll be
Febreze
doing
and
a
just goes
scene
around
in
the living
kitchen.
room.
Febreze,
It's like they're doing a
Febreze.
scene in the kitchen, and the Tide bottle is
Yes.
just like sitting right there on the table, like
Yeah.
in front of somebody's face.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they'll talk about Febreze. Somebody will spray the Febreze and then talk about all the new scents that are coming out for the season. But they incorporate it in, and it's so. It reminds
Yeah.
me. I always say it reminds me of the days when the women would answer. Have to take off their big clip-on earring to answer the telephone. the landline telephone on soaps. You know, it was just one of those things that just really.
I got to read about this. What is Greg? Greg is going on as a series regular on that show, or just
I believe so. Yeah.
Excellent.
We don't know anything about his character yet. It was kind of leaked because you know how soap fans are when you post those behind the scenes pictures. We're gonna
God, I got in
every single detail.
Yep.
I got in so much trouble because I had gone back to just do a few episodes on Days of Our Lives, like not this past summer, but the previous one. And I was just so excited to be back there because, you know, that place is like home for me. To this day, it's like home because I started there so long ago and it's the first major job I ever had, blah, blah, blah. So anyway, I'm back on the lot and I'm recording a video in my car. And it's like what I thought, like nobody is going to have any idea where I am whatsoever. And I was doing a short little video about, you know, like gratitude and just how it feels so good to be back in Los Angeles, seeing my friends. And oh, by the way, you know, I get to do something really fun, something that really warms my heart, something I'm, you know, looking forward to seeing some people that I haven't seen in a while. Very nebulous, very hazy, like, but to the point you're making, I'm out, like right over my shoulder in the background, you can see like on the door I'm outside the studio in the parking lot of my car, but on the door to go into the soundstage, you can see like a small little NBC sign, like behind me, or Peacock, something like that. Yeah. And some fan caught that and like screenshot it, zoomed in to like, sure enough, it's like, it's the Peacock emblem or whatnot. Kyle has returned to Days of Our Lives. And the publicist of Days, Andrea McKinnon, who's a dear friend of mine I've known for decades, literally, I could tell she was very upset with me, but she was like, we have a good friendship. So she was like, oh, like Kyle, I love you, but Jesus. And I said, Andrea, in my defense, I thought this was ironclad. Like I was in my car, like it was just my face. Somebody caught this little emblem, like way behind me on the building. Like
Angela, I want to say it was earlier this year, somebody posted a picture in just a generic green room, and Angela had gone ahead and you know, gotten everything right about which green room it was.
It was a dressing room. I said, not only is that a General Hospital dressing room, that is Steve Burton's General Hospital dressing room, because I recognized the couch. I recognized the floor. And I had figured out that Rory Gibson was coming in as the new Michael. He posted a picture of himself sitting on a couch in a dressing room with nothing. But I went, that is... But also, like with Greg Vaughn, what it was is somebody had posted a picture or a video of some behind-the-scenes celebration, and he was standing behind somebody. But enough of like his hair, like the back of his head was visible. That
it was an on-set celebration on set of The Gates.
Yes.
And Greg was just kind of behind somebody there.
It's like not even his face. It was like somebody recognized the shape of the man's head, which is a little disturbing, but also so and that's how that goes. I mean, we will pick up on everything. General Hospital had a massive storyline spoiled. It was a big character death when they killed off Johnny, because a recurring character had posted a video of herself. She was in the makeup room or something, and way in the back was one of the monitors of what they were filming on set.
Yep.
All you could see, and all you could see in the monitor, in the picture she posted, was a framed picture of somebody on an easel. And you had to get real in there to figure out who it was. But you know we did.
You guys
the FBI ain't got nothing on soap fans.
And you know what?
Well,
it's honestly,
sometimes
you guys
too. We'll even see like the occasional. I know Stephen Nichols and Mary Beth Evans. Once in a while, they'll film little videos, and we would see some of those on Instagram. And it would be, because days filmed so far in advance now,
Yes.
sometimes you'd see like a little bit of like, I remember there's this one video, and it was, there's like a little bit of like, it looked like some blood or something red on Steven's shirt. And then we're just like, okay, so wait a minute, does Patch get shot? What's going to happen? Like, what's going on? Like, it just, you know, and we're like thinking, when is this storyline going to take place? What's going on? What's happening?
That's the thing, that when I shot that stuff in August, I wasn't airing until the following April. And they wanted to keep, they were like, they didn't want people to start wondering, well, they didn't want anybody knowing that I was just coming back for some episodes, but B, then they didn't want them start wondering like why I'm there. Am I back for good? Like they just don't want to deal with it. They shoot so far in advance. And so there are signs everywhere in the Days of Our Lives studios, everywhere, in the hallways, like in the makeup room. Like you can't walk 5 feet without seeing a sign that says something to the, it's like a cell phone with a big circle and a line through it saying like, no videos, no pictures because of what you just said. Somebody could take a harmless selfie who everybody knows they're on days, they're not making a return. It's like, but in that selfie, somebody could be walking behind them that's like not supposed to be there or whatever, that they're like, wait, why is, you know, so-and-so back on set? Like they just, like they can't, they're like,
they got to keep a lid on it or they want to try to.
They could have an empty set behind them. One time on General Hospital, they had an empty set, and sadly for them, there was a chalk outline of a body on the ground in that empty set. And everybody's like, oh my God, who's dying? Who's dying? Somebody's dying.
There were no, for obvious reasons, because God, rest in peace, Drake Hogerson. They didn't want anybody to know that Drake as a man was dying. But they also didn't want anybody to know that they were going to, which is the craziest thing ever, hold a funeral for John Black while Drake was still alive, like the whole thing. So I wasn't there that day, but I was talking to some people that were there, and everything we're talking about right now, they didn't allow, they're like, no phones on the set, because what you're saying, they're like, God forbid somebody in the background or whatever gets a shot, because there was a big picture of John Black, Drake Hogerson on an easel, with a coffin there, in this outdoor courtyard type set. God forbid somebody sees that, or like, what is because again, it was a long time before Drake was, they knew it was, and so to your point, it's so, they have to be so careful now, because these storylines that they're trying to protect are so vital to ratings. And they can't have them be blown. Like these soaps have got to hang on to every viewer that they possibly can at this point.
Absolutely.
And they can't have anybody tuning out.
Yeah. And fans are just savvy, and that photo gets online and forget it. And then it's spoiled, and everyone's gonna it's wild.
Yeah. I do have to give props. I do have to give props to the soap insiders as far as the Drake situation, because I write for Parade. I used to write for Soap Opera News. We get information. We have set contacts, crew, actors, and people tell us things. And most of the time it's stuff that we don't mind sharing or dropping hints about. But we were actually told, like, I found out that Drake was sick, and with what he was sick with in January of the year he passed away. And I wasn't the only one. A lot of people did. And I was so proud that nobody spilled it. Because I was like, this is just not the kind of thing, with something like a story or something like that, fine, whatever. But like same with, I was told, I can't even remember who it was that told me, it was a crew member told me about John Aniston's death the day it happened. Yeah. And I said, and I told my editor, it was at Soap Opera News, and I said, listen, I'm going to tell you this, and I'm going to prepare the article, but we are not publishing it till either the show or his family announces. Yeah. And didn't, because I was like, it's not worth getting the scoop on something like this.
I can relate in my current line of work here. Like, we want to be the first. We want to be the first network to break something, break news of something before anybody. And I totally understand now, being on this side of things, where I'm like, one has to show discretion with that, because you do want to be like, I do want to be sitting, at the morning anchor desk and being like, we have breaking news. This just dropped. But if it's sensitive information or whatnot, or somebody called, like it's happened before. We've had a fatal car accident, a car crash, and a family member immediately calls in and says, "Yes, I just want to confirm it was, my husband or someone that I know," or a friend would call in and just be like, "This person's dead, but we don't want to release the name."
Right.
And so badly, we're like, we know it's been confirmed. We want to talk about A, the crash, B, the identity of the victim and all of these things. But then you're like, at what point in time, like morality has to enter the conversation
Exactly.
at this point in time.
Mhm.
And,
Right.
I'd rather be
And I
scooped.
feel that especially with like soap actors and soap, there is no reason anybody needed to know
No.
about Drake's health information until he wanted.
No.
I don't care. I don't care if it was news. I don't care if it would have been breaking news.
It's his business,
Exactly.
and
He's not the president of the United States,
No.
where his health affects. You know what I mean?
I do.
And
I do.
we're still human beings with family and loved ones.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah,
You know,
I'd rather be scooped than have some backlash that I'm some kind of like.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like I don't want to. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. So
Completely.
yeah.
But
I
that
got
entire
about 2 minutes
tribute
I got about 2 minutes left, guys. Just so you know,
Okay.
because I got to head out to. I'm meeting some friends. I got to admit it. I'm meeting friends for some happy hour today.
Okay.
It's about a 15-minute drive, so I got about 2 minutes
yeah.
left with you guys. Just want to give you a 2-minute warning. That's all.
Yeah. No, we appreciate you coming on.
Yeah. No, it's
time and
lovely
all
seeing
your
you
help.
again. Lovely getting a chance to chat.
Yeah,
I
this
want
is-
to tell him the story about my great aunt because I want to tell that to all the actors to show them the effect they have.
Please,
If you guys don't mind,
please.
you'll hear it 20,000
Yeah.
times.
Yep.
So my great aunt recently she's 97 years old. Recently went into a
Whoa.
nursing home because in April, 97 years old, April, she just started having issues with her memory. Physically, she's fine. Her memory has nosedived. Most of the time, I visit her at least once, sometimes more than once a week, and she doesn't usually recognize me. However, she watched Young and the Restless for as long as it was on. She started watching, and I got the audiobook of Eric Braden's biography, which he narrates. She recognizes his voice. That she recognizes, she does. I'm 51 years old. She doesn't usually recognize me. She recognizes his voice. She recognizes his face. And that just tells me the impact.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
And
do know what you
I'm
mean.
so thankful because it's so good for her to recognize something while she's going through this. And I am so thankful to all of you and
Thank
the
you for sharing
families of Daytime. I
Thank
think
you
it's
for sharing
important
that.
you guys know the effect.
You know
that
what?
have.
I again, really, thank you for sharing that. I realized very quickly when I started, in soaps 25 years ago, what kind of an impact that we had on people, and it changed everything for me because you have to maintain the healthy level of selfishness to succeed in the entertainment industry because you got to grind and you got to have the perseverance and blah blah blah.
Mhm.
When it's only about you for so long, and then you finally get on a legendary show like A Young and the Restless, The Days of Our Lives, or something like that has decades worth of history and really loyal fan base and all of that, you learn very quickly that this is bigger than you, and it is about you showing up and being the best actor and the best version of yourself for the good of the show, for the audience. And the shows that are still around, The Days of Our Lives, Young and the Restless, Bold and Beautiful, with a few exceptions here and there over the years, those shows have lasted as long as they have because the actors on that show realize what you just said, the impact that they have, and they always have that in mind, saying that I don't care how tired, hungover, whatever the case may be, sick I am, I got to show up and give everything I have today because I know that there are so many people that can't wait to turn on, this episode of Days of Our Lives, and I got to bring it for them. And I have definitely seen, and to bring this back full circle before I go, that is why I love Samantha's Friends so much, is because it gives us a chance to get face to face with everybody that it shows up there. And they're saying, thank you for coming. And we as actors are saying, no, thank you for the support that you've given me personally and the show that I'm on. or was on or whatever for so many years, because I don't get to do what I love to do for a living without people like you. And I think that it's thank you for sharing that. And anybody who has lasted in soap operas on a show that has lasted knows that, and they live by that every single day. So
Yes.
it's very important to keep that in mind.
All right. Well, Kyle, thank you so
I'm going
much
to
for coming
message
in.
you, sir. I'm going to message you on Instagram because I wanted to talk to you about a possible interview. So I'm going to message you on Instagram. Just look out for it, Angela Ryan Duncan. So
can you just? I'm going to see it faster. Vinny has my email.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
I'll send it to you.
If you
All right.
email me, it'll be a lot quicker. Instagram, it'll just get
No,
lost, and I want to see it.
half the time I don't even check my Instagram. I interviewed an actor the
I
other
don't.
day
It's
who I followed forever on Twitter, and then I was going to message him on Instagram, and I'm like, how can I not be following this guy in it? Because I don't use it for anything.
I know. Well, get my email from Vinny, and then email me, and we'll get it done.
All right, sounds good.
Guys, thank you for having me. Great to
Thank
see
you,
you all.
Kyle.
Coming
All
on.
right.
All right.
Take care.
Take care.
All right. So that was Kyle Louder, folks. We are having such a great time with this podcastathon.
Yeah, this is so fun.
I know.
Yeah, it's been great. Again, folks, the QR code, the Venmo QR code is up in the corner. Go ahead and scan that QR code, donate, and all the proceeds will obviously go towards Samantha's Friends at the end of the event. We're still at $40 for the balance. We have a long way to go to get to $700, which is a challenge I'm giving to all of our viewers and listeners and followers. We got 350 last year. 700 is not out of the realm of possibility if you share alike, and even if it's $5, and I'm not somebody, and I've said it before, I'm not somebody, I don't like to shill for everything and then beg for money or anything, but you know what, this is
for this, absolutely. I'm like messaging all of my family, and my sister is like, well, I've never even heard of this charity. I would, what, do you hate dogs? Do you hate veterans? No. Then no. I don't care. I'll get it.
SamanthasFriends.org is the website in order to find out more information about it. We did have Alice and Sammy on earlier today, and I will release these interviews later on our podcast feed as well. But either way, folks, the organization helps out to rehome Samantha's Friends helps out organizations that rehome and train service animals for veterans and first responders. It's all about the puppies. Let's help them out. Let's go ahead and send the money to help out Samantha's Friends as well. We do have more people coming on, at some point soon. Donald Peebles. So Donald Peebles said that he'll be coming on relatively soon. And whenever he comes on, we have a great conversation about soap operas.
Oh, yeah.
And we do have Courtney Marie Warner coming on tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern Time. She's on the Bay, and her husband, Charlie Shrem, I believe he works in Bitcoin. He has his own podcasts as well. So they'll be coming on tomorrow. And who knows who from the Gimmick Table Media Group will be coming on. I know Autumn is coming on. Autumn from the Wrestling Divas podcast will be coming on overnight. We also know that James Lott Jr. will be coming on at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. And Matt from 10th Floor will be coming on at 1 a.m. Eastern Time.
And Adam Huss is going to jump in, and I'm working with Michael Damian for him to find another moment because he tried to pop on, and then we weren't able to. Yeah, he didn't give me a heads up, so I'm going to try to get that going. And we have a lot of fun planned.
Yes.
And Julie Dove is still on deck, correct?
Yes, Julie Dove said she'll give me a text message when she's able to come in, to kind of to let me know. And I do want to apologize when he does come on to Michael Damian, because I did see that he popped in. We were in the middle of Jacqueline's interview, and she was talking, and I just could not make that transition.
You know what really cracks me up? You just really reminded me of Jimmy Kimmel when he used to do his Matt Damon thing. I'd like to apologize. Did you know what that? So at the end of every show, Jimmy Kimmel used to say, I just want to apologize to Matt Damon. The other guest ran, so we're going to have to bump it. It was
Yep.
an on-running gag that he never had
Mhm.
time for Matt Damon. And then
remember
one
that.
time he had Ben Affleck on, and Ben Affleck came out in this big, huge overcoat, like looking real fat. And what it was is he had Matt wrapped around him under the overcoat. It was so funny. But yeah, this was a running gag for like
I
years.
remember all that
And then
lore with the Kimmel,
with Sarah
Affleck,
Silverman,
Damon.
Sarah,
I'm effing Matt Damon.
I'm effing Matt Damon, and then I'm effing Ben Affleck. Some of the fun. Did you know that she won a primetime Emmy for that?
Honestly, well deserved.
Yeah, beyond. Jim and Vinny's sitting there going, I don't know what either of these two people are talking about.
You like unlocked a core memory by you just Matt Damon and Jimmy Kimmel on the same set, and then it just all keeps flooding back.
Oh, I sent them to my daughter the other day because for some reason the song popped into my head and was an earworm for like a week.
Well, it's in my head now, so
weird.
I thank you for that.
Exactly.
Though.
So what it was is Jimmy Kimmel was dating the comedian Sarah Silverman.
I knew that, yeah.
And she went on his show at his birthday, and she said that his present was a song she had written for him.
Mhm.
And it was, and the title of the song was "I'm effing Matt Damon," and Matt was in it. And it was just this big. It was so funny. And then he recorded one with Ben Affleck. Jimmy Kimmel. I'm effing Ben Affleck. I mean, Brad Pitt did a cameo in it.
Yep. Oh my gosh,
Jimmy
they got so
was
many.
like star-studded. I mean, hers
Yes.
was too. She had a lot of people in hers too, but Jimmy's was like.
Hers
they're
was nothing to sneeze at, but he definitely like took it to another level and just
It was hysterical.
It was
And
a
then
simpler
they
time.
broke it up by
It
the
was
time
so
she
fun.
won the Emmy.
Yep.
They broke it up, and so her Emmy acceptance speech, she was like, "I suppose I should thank Jimmy, even though he broke my heart," and it was so funny. But
Freaking
yeah, so
hilarious.
you should watch them. They're just like a music video. You will laugh your balls off it. They're so funny.
Oh man.
I haven't. To be honest, I haven't watched Jimmy Kimmel since he was on Win Ben Stein's Money. So.
Oh,
it's
okay.
been-
No,
Win Ben Stein's what?
Win Ben Stein's Money.
Was Ben Stein? Was he that guy with the gray hair and glasses?
Yeah.
Mueller.
Yeah.
He was the
Yeah,
teacher.
okay. There we go. Yeah.
Anyone. It was
Mhm.
called the blank act. Anyone. Yeah. That guy.
Yeah. Gotcha.
One
Okay.
of my favorite things to do on Twitter is use that GIF.
Oh well, I mean that's basically I don't tweet. I put gifs out there. That's really all I do. Gifs and then hashtag. It's like I don't even write anything on there, which I probably should considering the writing thing, but no.
I write too much on there. I've been quite.
I do a lot of GIFs and memes and
gifts are like my love. That's like when I'm texting people, you got to find a good gif. You got to have just your reliable ones that are just like, yeah, that's how I get through work too. Like Slack messages. It's like, yeah, no, we're sending gifts back and forth. This is how I'm getting through the day.
Sometimes, Vinny, I feel like you have to look at my Twitter feed and going, I'm so good about protecting the brand, Angela. What is this?
Well, see, here's the deal. When it comes to posting from the Suds Media Twitter feed, yes, I protect the brand. It does not get political. It does not get any controversial. I try not to be controversial. There are some things where I'll admit that there are things that I push back on. But when it comes to our personal, I can't control what you post on your personal page. That goes for all of us. So even my @Vinny Suds Twitter feed, I don't. It's the same thing.
I'm just gonna step away for a quick second.
Yeah,
Gotta go attend to the cats. Actually, checking on the kittens.
So Kim will be back
There are
soon.
times my kids will message me and go, delete that. What is wrong with you? I'm like, nope. I said what I said.
Yeah. No, you know what? Social media could be a very toxic place, as we've well mentioned, whether it's the soap Twitter or the internet wrestling community or anything. But you know what? If you could have fun with it and not because there are people that go overboard. You and I have both seen that. There are a ton of people that go overboard. And you know what? I'm sorry. I don't, if I see somebody attacking you, and honestly, Lady Alpha from Gimmick Table Media jumped in to defend
Oh,
you
she did,
earlier in
right?
the week.
Yeah, she did. I was like, oh, hey, girl.
So, and there are times where I'll jump in as well, because it's one thing to have differences of opinion. It's one thing to have conversations. I'm sorry, when you get into death threats, when you get into, name calling and just ridiculous, and I'm not going to say, inappropriate, just
Yes.
cut downs and put downs and all that. I'm sorry, that goes far beyond the realm of it. Too many people have gotten used to the anonymity of social media, and because they'll post whatever they want, that if they said it in person, they get punched in the face.
Right. And my thing is that I stand behind everything I post because my picture is on there and my name is on there. And I go into every, not like if somebody starts out with an insult, then whatever, that is what it is. But if somebody if somebody asks me a question, even if they ask it rudely and I know that we're on the other side of things, I will go into that exchange in good faith.
Yeah.
But like I like to say, as Michelle Obama told us, when they go low, we go high. And what I like to say is, when they go low, I go medium because God's still working on me. And I match energies.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm smarter than a lot of the idiots that come at me. And my insults are better. They just see, all of them are just like, for some reason they default to fat. And I'm just like, one, yes, I'm fat. And, okay, you think I'm unaware of this? I'm not unaware of this. I own mirrors. I buy the clothes that are in the size I'm in. I know that I'm fat. The difference is I can lose weight. You're always going to be an ignorant asshole.
Right.
I mean, what was it? The Winston Churchill, a woman at a event said to him, "Sir, you're drunk." And he said, "You're ugly and I'll be sober in the morning." Yes, exactly. I don't understand. I'm just like, if all you have is that, I'm embarrassed for you. Somebody said to me the other day in response to something, I won't even get into the politics of what we were talking about, but he said, "Oh, you're an angry fatty, aren't you?" I said, "No, I'm one of the jolly ones, and all my jiggly bits bounce around in mirth when I smack you around verbally." Just like, what are we doing here? Knock it off. Yeah. I don't, you want to come at me with something good? Hey, credit where credit is due, but,
Well, folks,
no easy win.
We've got 220 people watching live currently. Thank you so much for tuning in. If you haven't gone ahead and hit that subscribe button and turn on the notifications bell, go right ahead on suds-media.com. That is our YouTube channel. And if you are, go ahead and scan that QR code that's up in the corner. I'm actually going to go ahead and, if I can, no, I can't. I'm going to go ahead. The Venmo code is there. I've shared it also on Twitter underneath this feed. Go ahead and send some money to donate to Samantha's friends, because it's a great charity.
I'm sending guilting text to my siblings. I don't care.
And we are going ahead and donating money on an ongoing basis for every dog bandana that's sold on our merch shop, which is merch.suds-media.com. And those proceeds will go to...
Do they have different sizes of those? Because if there's just one regular size of dog bandana, then both of my dogs would fit into one. I could wrap them up like hobos used to with their stick.
Yeah, it didn't say different sizes, so I'm assuming it says one size. But we've also got dog cuddle buddies as well. And for every dog bandana and dog cuddle buddy sold, the proceeds will go to Samantha's friends.
You know what you should do? You should make one that looks like me because it's real. I'm my dog's favorite cuddle buddy. it's real. I'd be real soft. No,
If
no
I had
point.
the opportunity to personalize the actual stuffed animal, I would take that up, but unfortunately they only have them.
I'm kidding.
But yeah, for every dog cuddle buddy only and doggy bandana, we will send the proceeds to Samantha's friends. Again, go to merch.suds-media.com and go ahead and buy something. We'll also go ahead and let everybody know that on Monday, I'm going to show the pictures of the books that Charlie Domino has gracefully donated for us to auction off, and all the proceeds go to Samantha's friends as well. So for those of you who are wrestling fans, Charlie from Starkville, Mississippi, he is an author. He has written a few books, in the middle of writing another book, and he's done a number of graphic novels. So he sent some to me that we can auction off and share, and the proceeds go to Samantha's friends. So stay tuned to our @SudsMedia X account for that. I'm trying to do more with TikTok. I'm trying to do more with Blue Sky as well. And
yeah, I really have to as well. I'm so bad about it. I really am. I'm trying to build so much with the parade stuff, and yeah, I'm behind on everything. Shocker.
It's not a big deal. I mean, it's
we'll get there.
It's the same for me. Yeah, it's the same for me. Sometimes, to be honest, it slips my mind. That there's another social media thing out there, or whatever. But obviously you missed Monday night, so talking about General Hospital. So, I'm going to give you the floor to kind of give your feedback on last week's episodes of General Hospital. We'll be back on this coming Monday for this week. But Angela, I was by myself this past Monday, so,
I know. Angela ate something that did not agree with her for lunch, and it was very, very not great. Believe me, you guys had a lot more fun with just Vinny than I had.
But we made it through, and we had a good time with everybody in the chat, and I was replying to people in the chat. So the chat definitely helped me out on Monday night. But let me kind of give you the floor. Give us some info, some insight into last week's episodes of General Hospital.
Yeah.
I gotta say that Erica Slazak definitely wrapped up the guest spot for daytime.
Absolute. I mean, stop it! No whistling, please. Stop whistling. The boys are coming for an overnight.
Oh.
And they walked in the house. One of them walked in the house whistling. So that's not happening. Hi, it's a podcast. Okay. Where's your brother? Okay. All right. Make sure it's not on the floor. I'm live. There are 200 people watching.
The dog said it's their podcast, which is true. Thank you for that insight, Amanda. It is the podcast for the dogs.
Yes, it is actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm going back and looking at the breakdowns to try to remember what happened that you guys would have talked about Monday night, because I have the memory of a goldfish when it comes to recent history or dates. Okay, so one thing I wanted to talk about was Jason confronting Carly. That was the breakdown. Jason confronts Carly.
Yeah.
And there was all kinds of speculation that it was going to be about her being mean to Britt in the sauna, or about, telling her not to, say anything to Jack so that Britt didn't get in trouble, or that he had found out that she went to see Val. Turns out, no, not at all. Jason was very upset because she had been avoiding him.
Yes.
She hadn't been returning his calls or his messages. He had to go through her assistant to find her, and he was quite put out. And I just want to say, you know, on GH Soap Twitter a lot, I see absolute, things that could be a graduate school thesis about Carly's obsession with Jason.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't know if my search function wasn't working well that day, but can you believe I could not find one single person bashing him for being obsessed with her?
Right.
When he doesn't return phone calls for a couple days and he's
exactly
losing his mind. And he's all kinds of, and then when she tells him that she didn't, break up with Brennan.
Yeah,
and she told him, she's like, how am I going to break up with him without, putting Joss in danger? And Joss is in the WSB, so I have to. And then that man who had previously been like, Joss in the WSB is what she wants to do. It is what it is. And then she says she's not breaking up with Brennan while Joss is in the WSB. He makes a beeline for Anna and says, we have to get Joss out of the WSB.
Yeah. Yep.
Because Carly. My God, that man. Sweet Jesus. And then all the stuff with Tracy and the will. I mean, it was all so well played. Her and Erica Slezak play perfectly with each other. All the rest of the Portamains were great too.
Yeah.
But I've said all along that I didn't think Monica would leave Tracy the house. He is smitten, Amanda. I didn't think Monica would leave Tracy the house because Tracy would kick everybody out. I figured if Monica was going to leave Tracy the house, there would be conditions.
Yeah, exactly.
And there weren't. And then literally she owns, she like 2 hours, not even 2 hours after she read that will, she kicks everybody out.
Right, exactly.
I'm just like, and I truly, it was very sweet, but and I have no problem with Monica leaving her the will or leaving her the house. I just really think that Monica would have said, however, the condition is
you can't kick everybody out.
You can't kick everybody out. The people who currently live there, the people, you have to let them continue living there unless they like stab you or something.
Right.
And even then, if they were justified, they were justified, and we both know it. But no. It was part. That was honestly the least realistic part of all of this for me. It bothered me more than them saying that Monica had a sister that she knew about all these years.
Yeah, exactly.
And that really bothered me.
Yeah.
So.
And I think we've both said it, that we can kind of give grace to that because it was Jane Elliott that pitched the story. And the fact that she and Erica have been just gold this run of 6 weeks, even, just not even 6 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks, and that what it was, and Erica Slezak said the door's open for her to return. You know, so
absolutely,
it's been fantastic. But you're right. We all knew that if Tracy got the house, she would end up kicking everybody out. It was all, I would have seen, Tracy and Michael co-owning the house. That way Michael would have some say, or something to that effect. But it played out the way I think that it should have, because the way that, and we'll get into this more on Monday night on Suds News for this upcoming week, but the way that we, saw Tracy just break down vulnerable just because, Ronnie said, put a sock in it, you really are Monica's sister, because Monica
put a sock in it, Tracy. Monica said it all the time.
That to me was fantastic. And I'm sorry, I brought it up on Monday night when Tracy woke up at Lulu's house and Charlotte and Rocco were coming down because, they had to be quiet because Tracy was there, and she got the mask on, and that was absolutely hilarious.
And I loved Lulu telling her, look, they're going to be loud because they're teenagers, and that's just how it goes.
Yeah.
But also, I love Tracy, how she thinks that, she's sleeping on someone's couch.
Yes. Yep.
And then all the stuff she had brought there.
Yeah. Exactly.
Can't afford a storage unit. Oh my God. But that's just Tracy. And
yeah. And then her conversation with Lucy, looking for the house, and she's like, okay, Lucy, I'll take you up on looking for a house, but right now I just need time to myself. And that's when she finds the will. It's, the will was hidden among Alan's things, Alan's diplomas.
And that part I found very realistic.
Yes.
Monica saying, I knew that these things would matter to you, because she's right. You know what I mean? That part was spot on, without a doubt.
Yep. And what's funny? It's like when they found the new will, or the real will, and Ned is reading about it. There's no lawyer present. There's no nothing, so it's still got to be probated and everything. But just
Tracy's
the way
already kicking people out.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the ink isn't even dry. Like, she doesn't even own the house yet, because it's still got to be probated, and she's already kicking everybody out. Because they just want her to apologize to Ronnie.
Yeah.
And it was absolutely fantastic. But folks, I do want to say, Angela and I both have been victims of this ABC YouTube TV issue that's been going on. Disney pulling they couldn't come to a contract.
I got around it.
You did? Okay. Well, that's good. I'm still watching on Hulu. But that's fine with me. I don't mind it because there's no ads.
Who do you use for your internet? Who do you guys
Xfinity.
have?
We have Xfinity.
Do you know that Xfinity, if you have Xfinity Internet, they have a streaming service that's like $25 a month, and it comes with what YouTube TV comes with as far as all the live channels, just like you'd have if you had their basic cable, and it comes with Netflix, Peacock, and Apple Plus.
I'll have to look into it.
It's like, I think it's called Xfinity Now or Xfinity
Stream. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think Xfinity Stream is included. So cheap. Yeah, I think it's included with my internet.
Then you don't need YouTube TV. You have live TV.
I'll have to look into it.
And you have a DVR. It's not an unlimited one like YouTube has, but it's... Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll have to definitely... And Amanda says she swapped to Fubo.
Yeah. I did too at first, but I hate Fubo because, like, one thing I like about YouTube TV, because we fast forward to the commercials.
Yep.
And on the bar, when you do your the bar, it tells you. Fubo doesn't. Fubo doesn't. And I also like, because with YouTube TV and Xfinity and YouTube, it's good for me when I'm trying to do screen captures for pictures, because I can slow it down to 25% speed.
Yeah.
Fubo doesn't let me do that.
Gotcha.
Which makes it harder to screen cap, like and stuff.
Yeah, my parents have they adopted Fubo after they decided to cut the cord and do away with cable and everything like that. And for the most part, they're fine with it. But it would be nice, because you can like share accounts. Yeah. But it's difficult. I can't necessarily.
Yeah.
If like two people are watching it, I can't be watching it here off their account, and it's a little frustrating.
Now with the YouTube TV, because you can have 6 different accounts on the YouTube TV.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's like a different $5 or $9 a month, and as many people as you want can be watching it at the same time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing about the YouTube TV, like, my daughter and my son are in Chicago. He insists on paying for all of his own streaming services. She still wants to use mine.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, no, shan't. I'm like, if I can have 6 accounts with this thing, what does it matter where one of them live?
Right.
Can
Right.
I have 6 accounts or can I not have 6 accounts? If it was, you can try. If it wasn't that you could have individual accounts and you could only travel with it, that I would understand.
Mhm.
But when you tell me I can have 6 accounts, why do they all have to be right here?
Yeah.
And
Right.
the true irony is that it's just by TV area.
Mhm.
So my cousin uses one, and she lives down in Quincy. My brother and sister who are in Nashua use one because
Mhm.
we're all in the same program
Yeah.
area.
Yeah.
I'm like,
It's-
but
Yeah.
my daughter can't.
It's so frustrating. It's like when
I'm like,
when
not
Netflix
making her-
decided
This
to,
is not inspiring her to buy her own.
yeah. Well, when Netflix, I mean, that was like, I've had Netflix forever, and I always, I paid for it. My family could use it. And then when they, a couple years back, when they decided that they were going to implement the whole, no more password sharing, none of that. It's just like, what, can't I be grandfathered in or something? I've had Netflix since
Right,
Orange is the New
exactly.
Black freaking debuted, and I've had it.
I've had
paid for it.
Netflix since they tweeted out, "Love is sharing your password." Then they should have to let me share my password, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, my mom and my family had to get a whole new account just because I'm in Chicago and they're in New York, and it's just like, fine, but so frustrating.
Yeah. And the Hulu, like I tried the Hulu Live as well, and it's better than the YouTube, or it's better than the Fubo, but still not as good as the YouTube.
Oh.
Another one that's pretty good is the one that DirecTV has.
DirecTV.
Dish, whichever one
The
it
one
is.
thing I find the one thing I find problematic with both Fubo and DirecTV is I went to go sign up for them. Now, what was cool is that they come with ESPN Unlimited, which is great for the WWE PLE.
Right.
Now, because WWE Unlimited now, or ESPN Unlimited, is $30 on its own, and it comes with Disney Plus and Hulu and all that, which is great. But you get charged an extra $17 for New England sports just for that, and it's not optional.
Oh,
Like,
goodness.
it's cheaper than YouTube TV, but with that added $17 fee, like I'm not going to be watching baseball or football or any of that. I'm literally just getting it for ESPN. So I'm like, to me, that's ridiculous. But
It is. They'll find a way to get you in any way that they can. Even if it seems like you're getting a discount, they wind up finding a different way to, you're still going to pay that money, for even something that. But that's so frustrating. Well, even recently, I mean, I started binge watching because I've got with Amazon and Amazon Prime I have TV and Paramount Plus, obviously, so I can watch Beyond the Gates. But Vinny, between the ads and the fact that I've been binge watching Dexter like nobody's business lately, I realized that so I was able to watch full season, all of original recipe Dexter on the original series, no problem. You didn't have to pay for it because it was included in Paramount Plus. Same with the New Blood series that came right after it. It was only like 10 episodes. But now, if I want to see the next installment, which is actually like a prequel, you get the first episode free and then you have to pay for it, or you have to upgrade your Paramount subscription. So the ads and the fact that I wanted to keep on watching made me upgrade my Paramount subscription now. So now I don't have ads and I get to watch my Dexter, but it was still just like, really? Like you bait me, you get me with the original series and then this installment, and now you're making me pay for it. Now I have to purchase these episodes. It's just like,
I have every streaming service, and now with signing up for the Xfinity, I have 2 Netflix and 2 Peacocks, so I'm gonna have to boot one of them. And I have the Paramount through my Walmart Plus subscription.
Oh.
Because if you have a Walmart Plus subscription, you can choose either a Paramount or a Peacock subscription.
Yeah.
With your Walmart Plus.
We recently made the decision because we were paying for Peacock Premium Plus so I could do ad free, but we're like, we have to downgrade, so we'll just take it. We'll just take the Peacock from Xfinity, and it's free. So,
well, even Mr. Verizon was getting some Hulu package thing.
Yeah.
And like, with our cell phone, family plan that we have, there were some variety, but now I don't know. I guess that's getting renegotiated. It's a lot. It's a lot to negotiate.
Because I have the YouTube TV, and I just did the Xfinity, so I'm probably going to end up getting rid of the YouTube TV. I'm just trying to figure out if with the Xfinity I can have as many accounts because of like my cousin and my stuff like that. So I'll keep the YouTube TV if I can. Because the thing is too, is that with me, with the streaming subscriptions, since I write about them, they're a business expense.
Well, there you go.
Right off.
And yes, the new, I just thought that new Dexter is Sarah Michelle Gellar. Yeah. And she's great in it.
So I have the YouTube TV, the Hulu with the HBO Max and Disney Plus bundle. And then the Peacock, the Paramount Plus, the Netflix, and the Apple TV. I always joke that eventually somebody's going to bundle all the streamers and reinvent cable.
Yeah, at the time.
But yeah. Now, Amanda, I saw you said you needed the sports package. Because YouTube TV has the NFL Sunday Ticket, they have the Red Zone, they have.
She might be talking about ESPN Unlimited because YouTube TV doesn't have. That's probably one of the holdups for the negotiation is that Disney wants YouTube to carry ESPN Unlimited like Xfinity, like Fubo, like DirecTV, which would probably in turn jack up the price for YouTube TV. And that's probably one of the holdups because that's what I was looking into. Is because WWE put their PLEs now on ESPN Unlimited, so that's another thing. And I'm like, okay, well now I'll sign up. It's a business expense, So once Suds starts making money, it's a write-off, and we'll end up, and it comes with the Disney. The only thing that sucks about it, and I pointed it out on Twitter, is that they advertise ESPN Unlimited with Disney Plus and Hulu, but it's not the Hulu app itself. It's the Hulu through Disney Plus. So because on Disney Plus they have the section to click on Hulu.
Right.
Because I have just with my Hulu bundle with Disney Plus, I have Disney Plus, Hulu, and HBO Max, and they're all three separate apps.
So I have that bundle through Verizon, where it comes with the Hulu, the Disney Plus, and ESPN Plus. But ESPN Unlimited changed the whole game. But when you sign up for the ESPN Unlimited bundle, because Hulu, the app, is being ended at the end of this year.
Yes.
And it's going to be migrated to Disney Plus. So the ESPN Unlimited bundle only comes with that version of Hulu and not the Hulu app on its own. So I'm like, because I was going to be like, okay, well, I could drop the Hulu Plus app, that I have on my phone, but I can't because General Hospital is not migrated over to the Disney Plus Hulu version yet, which I think is bullshit. It's not everything migrated yet. So it's like once Hulu gets dropped at the end of the year, everything better be moved over.
I would.
Well,
yeah.
PH is one of their best performers. They're not going to drop it.
But yeah,
PH is one of their best. That's like with Days on Peacock. As far as I know, they're still topping the ratings there too.
So, and I wonder how the new way of Nielsen, measuring the ratings has impacted the soap operas, because up until September they were doing panel only, so people with the boxes on their TVs or whatever, and they would get the ratings that way. Now it's what they call Big Data Plus panel, where the new Nielsen people are literally holding or literally have literally have a box on their person whether it's on their in their pocket, on their wrist, whatever, and it measures what you're listening to. So it, picks up whatever TV you're doing and whatever. It just.
I
Yeah.
don't know if you've noticed this. And I just threw my phone in the trash. But I don't know if you've noticed this in the settings of the YouTube TV. I don't know if you can see. I could probably turn off my light there first. I don't know. No, I don't think you can see it. But
It's just a big white box.
in the settings, if you scroll down,
Yeah.
you can opt in or out to Nielsen TV rating measurements. on
Oh.
YouTube.
Really?
Well, it's my sister's account, so I'll have to ask her.
Yeah, they're integrating into.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're integrating. Because so many people are watching via streaming. I mean,
Yeah.
honestly, the live plus same day DVR
Yeah.
trick is
Mhm.
stupid in today's day and age.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, it just is.
Yeah.
It is.
So many people binge on the weekends. So many people, you know what I mean, are just
Mhm.
watching via apps. And here's the thing. Nielsen doesn't have all that information,
Yeah.
but you know damn well GH knows what's happening with General Hospital on Hulu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You know, CBS knows what's happening with their soaps on Paramount Plus.
I
Not
guess.
only do they know how many people are watching, they know what you fast forward, they know what you
Yep.
go back and rewind, they know how often you pause to take a pee.
So I guess
They
Nielsen is
own the
being,
platforms.
I guess Nielsen is being very close, holding all of their new ratings close to their vest now. Like they're not releasing them like they used to with this new system. One of the Twitter accounts I follow is WrestleNomics, and Brandon Thurston, who runs WrestleNomics, was regularly posting all of the ratings for every wrestling show.
Mhm.
And they were breaking down the quarter hours like it used to be.
Yeah.
With this new thing, he actually got a cease and desist letter from their legal department saying you can't put that information out anymore.
Oh my
and now I guess they don't do quarter hours; they do every half hour.
Right.
But they're being holding stuff very close to their vest at this point.
But, I mean, GH, they get more information from Nielsen as well.
Right.
The shows get more information from Nielsen than is released publicly.
Yes.
Even for people who pay for it. Because Soap Art Network does their weekly ratings things, but they pay a subscription to Nielsen to be able to do that. But they don't even get the whole information. And, they also have, ABC.com and all of that. And for years, we all have those, I don't have cable anymore, but when you did, you had your box.
Yep.
DVR. Cable companies sell that information to the networks.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the ratings picture, the picture that they see is so different than the picture that we see. And I try to tell people that all the time. Guys, if you're hanging everything on the live plus same day, then you don't know what the hell you're talking about, because it's a part of it, but in a pie chart, it's one slice of the pizza.
The whole game has changed. The whole game has changed.
And people are like, well, if they're doing well, they'd be telling us. I'm like, no, because those numbers aren't for us. They have nothing to do with us. They're how they're set advertising rates. That's the entire point of it. It's simply their advertising rates. And that's why that's why they don't release most of it, because it has nothing to do with us.
It's true.
And,
it's just one of those where you just hope that, I just wish that even knowing that Days performed so well on Peacock, knowing that, I just wish that they would get shown some budget love. I wish that they would get shown just some, just because it looks like, I mean, their budget is like, they're operating on a shoestring, and it shows. And I wish that they could
I mean, it's still better than it was when they were on NBC, though.
See, it's kind of funny. I started watching right when they swapped exclusively over to Peacock. I didn't really watch too much when they were strictly NBC.
Oh, God. Believe me, Compared to how it was on NBC, Peacock backed the money truck up and just dumped the money right on them. I swear to God, it was so. And I mean, they did the best they could. They just didn't have money. Days is actually the lowest budgeted show, or it was. I don't know about now. And I'm pretty sure GH is the highest budgeted, but Frank does more with his than and stretch a nickel.
I mean, the way that, you look at GH, you look at Beyond the Gates, and then you look at Days with their little green screen,
know. Young and the Restless and Bold and the Beautiful too. I mean, Bold and the Beautiful has 5 characters.
Yeah. See,
I mean, one day of the same conversation can span 2 weeks of them just saying the same thing over. Bold and the Beautiful had a flashback once. Vinny and I from Soap Opera News counted it one week. Somebody had walked in on another couple holding hand. They just were holding each other's hand, and they weren't even standing that close to each other. And it wasn't even holding hands. It was just one person who put their hand on the top of them. Both of those people and the person who walked in on them flashed back to that moment 17 times in 1 week of episodes. We're they're going to have to put this handhold, they're going to have to give it its own credit. And this is a half-hour show. We're what the hell is happening with this?
That's insane.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
But that's
I feel like I should. I mean, GH here and there I do tune in, but I've never watched YNR. I've never watched Bold and the Beautiful because I didn't grow up on those soaps. I just that wasn't part of that wasn't, and it just never. My mom, I think my grandmother used to subscribe to the CBS soaps and used to be, but my mom we were an ABC house. And then Days just kind of came into being because I was following actors that I liked from, the ABC soaps over too. So, but yeah, I never dialed into YNR or Bold and Beautiful.
You see, with me, my father's mother and my great aunt, her sister, were CBS. My mother's mother was ABC. My mother was mostly NBC and a little ABC. So I watched pretty much every soap that was on in my lifetime.
Gotcha.
To some extent. So, but yeah, it's, I mean, Days, we used to laugh. I mean, it doesn't happen as much anymore, but there's literally scenes you can see the boom mic in.
Oh.
This is how far they will go to not.
Well, it's kind of funny. There was even, I obsessed with, I've always loved the show Gilmore Girls, and I've seen every episode of, ton of times, but I did notice occasionally they'll have it where, and fans have pointed this out, and it's been put on social media, you'll see the boom mic in the corner. You'll see these, because I think when they were initially shooting that, they weren't shooting it in the resolution or the way that they were shooting things were, so maybe they thought it wouldn't be in frame or wouldn't show up ever, but then when they put the whole show on Netflix, I think you see more of the frame, and you see more of the and so boom mics will occasionally show up, and you'll just be it's oh okay.
Well, that's simply from the technology evolving, because and it's funny, I watch one of my favorite shows to actually go to sleep to, because I feel like I'm learning by osmosis, is Good Eats with Alan Brown. I love that show. But on Discovery Plus, they did a Good Eats Reloaded, and they took some of the classic episodes, and he redid some of it and re-updated it, which I wish they would put that on HBO Max. I don't know why they don't, but in the first episode, he explains that they shot the show in 16:9 widescreen for film. So, and then when they edited it for TV, it's cut down to the 3:4 ratio, so you're cutting off the side. But then when everything went to HD, instead of taking the original film, they just stretched everything out to fit the 16:9. So everything was kind of stretched out. But now with the original stuff, you can see what was in that 16 by 9 range. So that's probably what Gilmore Girls went through. And
I think so.
My wife watches that. My sister and my mother love that show. I mean, it's fun to see, got people that like Brandon Barras was on there.
He was. And I mentioned that to him when I was at the Day Players Band performance last year, right around Dave Days. They went and they did a show over at, oh gosh, I can't remember the theater. But no, I had the privilege of getting to see them, and it was great. They put on an awesome show. But Brandon Barash, the ticket package that I had, I was able to speak with the band and say hi to Paulie Kurth and let him know that my mom's crushed on him forever and all of this. It was great. But Brandon Barash, I mentioned, hey, and I'd had a drink at this point, so I felt comfortable telling him this. That, I remember when you were on Gilmore Girls, and he got this look about him, just like, oh, you're going that far back in my resume. Because he was a kid when he was on that show. But no, I remembered his little arc on there. He played one character's boyfriend who she kind of mistreated a little bit, but it was just so funny. It's like he just, I don't know. I don't think he was ashamed of the credit, but I think he was just surprised that I that's where I knew you from first. And I think it just kind of took him by surprise.
Well, it's funny because I was my wife was watching Charmed, and I would never have thought how many soap stars were on the show. Finola Hughes as the mother.
Wasn't Debbie Morgan on?
I believe so.
I think she had on there as well.
Wes Ramsey got his start. Was on Charmed.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing to me because sometimes you watch shows and you don't realize, who was on there, and because you know them from a different setting.
It's like Hallmark too. I mean, you see so many soap actors that have migrated over there. In fact, it's really funny because he played Jeremy Horton on Days back in I want to say the mid 2000s, and now that actor though, he's doing Hallmark and things like that, and he's doing a project. They're shooting a project in Buffalo or something. But I was just my mom saw them shooting or something like that, and she got all excited because it's Hallmark and they're shooting a movie near Buffalo or Buffalo adjacent, and she was all happy. And then she mentioned this actor, and I'm like, oh yeah, I know him from Days of Our Lives. And she's like, oh, but I know him from Hallmark. He's so lovely. And I'm just like, yeah, he's great. I followed him for a while, just him from Days. But a lot of them definitely migrated over to that platform too, which makes sense.
Well, I do want to go ahead and welcome to the stage somebody who was on last year. He's also guest starred on Suds News and Beyond the Gate Crashers while it was on, which we're still going to get back to at some point.
We will.
But I do want to welcome Donald Peebles to the stage, and welcome to our second annual Podcastathon to raise money for Samantha's Friends. Donald, how are you?
Hello, everybody. I'm great, everybody. It's a great Saturday, and thank you for inviting me once again for this Podcastathon.
Love you here.
Yeah, it's so great to see you.
Yeah, it is. It's great to have you on. You're a historian, and also you are an avid soap fan, and we love having you with us.
Thank you. It's great to be here for a very great cause.
Yes, absolutely. And again, we are raising money for Samantha's Friends. The QR code up in the corner is the Venmo link. So go ahead and scan that. Go ahead and send some money. We're still at $40, folks. We're, so if everybody who's watching just kind of scan and send $5, over to the Venmo account, we can go ahead and get to our $700 goal to raise that money for Samantha's Friends. But we have had a great time so far. We had Jacqueline Grace Lopez on earlier. We had Kyle Lauder on earlier. We had Alice and Sammy from Samantha's Friends on earlier. We still have Julie Dove, who's going to be coming on at some point. We have Adam Huss, who's going to be coming on at some point. Courtney Marie Warner will be coming on tomorrow. I'm waiting for Jordi Villasusa, who said that he's going to be coming on at some point. Just not sure when. But we do have a good lineup. James Law Jr. will be coming on later on tonight at 11 o'clock Eastern. Matt from the 10th floor will be coming on at 1 a.m. Eastern. So we've got a long time. We've got a long time to go. We've been going for 3.5 hours. 43 people currently watching. Thank you so much for tuning in. And share alike. Share the link. Share the video. Have people scan the QR code and donate to help Samantha's friends. Donald, how have you been? How is your soap experience been over the past number of months since you've been on?
I'm still yet to catch up on Beyond the Gates, but I know what's going on by being on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
I miss watching my soaps in real time. Oh my God, I needed to get to this. I was waiting for this the whole week. This week was very ups and downs. The week started with the 50th anniversary of Good Morning America. Oh my goodness, I was crying like a baby on Monday. Because my grandmother Sally, I always tweet about Sally. Y'all know Grandma Sally by now.
Mm-hmm.
Grandma Sally was the one who introduced me to the stories in the first place and Good Morning America. So just seeing David Hartman, Joan London, Nancy Dussault. I mean, she was before my time on Good Morning America, the first co-host with David, and seeing Charlie Gibson and Diane Sawyer, I was like, and Spencer Christian. I'm like, because I didn't have to go into work until 10:30 on Monday. And I was crying like a baby. Oh my goodness. They were showing the clips. And I just wish my grandmother was here. I think about my grandmother every single day. Ultimate ABC fan. And so it was great. Oh, I thought you said something. It was great Monday. This week at work, it was just some stuff going on, office politics. Y'all know how that is. And I was just thinking about some stuff. But I just said to myself, I got to get back to my stories, because it's like watching the stories, it just takes you away from all of that stuff, all of the stuff that we're going through in real life. So soap operas are still relevant. I am glad that these 5 daytime dramas are still on, and as well as the web series, the audio soaps, even wrestling. So all of the soap opera, soapy content, and to all of you as podcasters, thank y'all for keeping this genre going. So I always know that at the end of the day, I can always come to the soaps. I do want to catch up on that Beyond the Gate. I want to catch up on all of the stories. I want to definitely watch Days of Our Lives this upcoming week. For the 50th. Happy anniversary, for the 60th. I'm gonna watch this week, because I'm gonna tell y'all, everyone. When I was a little boy, anytime when I knew that a soap opera was gonna celebrate an anniversary, I would not watch my regular soaps, which were ABC soaps. I would tune into the shows to see to watch those shows to learn about the characters and why the show celebrated those anniversaries. I remember taking a break from One Life to Live in 1986 to watch the As the World Turns 30th anniversary at that time, 1986. I remember watching the 25th anniversary of Another World in 1989. And of course, I always was so happy about the All My Children anniversaries. YouTube has the promo for the 20th anniversary for All My Children, and I watch, and it just brings back so many memories. So I'm gonna do that definitely for Days of Our Lives this week. To watch those this week. So I look like I'm gonna be going back to watching the soaps real time coming this week.
Well, I admit I've kind of fallen. I haven't been caught up with Days it's been a bit. I need to go in and play some catch up, but I am planning on watching all, obviously for the anniversary week. curious to see what they're in. I was disappointed to see that obviously Dave Days wasn't going to, but they are doing a virtual sort of, celebration, which at least we're getting something, from that. But no, I'm curious to see what they're going to roll out for the anniversary. I feel like it's going to be pretty special. And honestly, like some of the photos that have leaked of like the actors and everything, they're all dressed up. There's a big it looks like it's going to be a cool celebration. So I'm excited to tune in for that and see what they have in store. But I admit I need to play catch up on just I haven't really been. And Beyond the Gates, it's a little easier for me to stay current with it. I don't know. Usually I just kind of turn that on when I get home from work. So I'm all caught up there. But yeah, with Days, I'm a little bit behind.
Yeah. I mean, I've said that I'm behind on Beyond the Gates just because I moved and just everything has been going on with work and just not have enough time to really catch up on things. But ultimately, what the best thing that I could say is it's so much easier now to catch up on shows and stay up on shows, even if you miss them for a month, because of the streamers, because you can, go into Paramount Plus and watch the last month of episodes.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you had, let's say 4 or 5, VHS tapes at 6-hour tapes and recording every day, there was no way to do that back, in the 90s, unless you were literally setting every day. Because I remember, if you missed something, oh man, I missed it. And you're always looking for, is there a rerun? Is there a replay somewhere,
Yeah.
But it's so much easier now to do all that.
Yeah. I mean, not having even like a SoapNet kind of platform where, you
Right.
have the opportunity kind of, which, come on, why don't we have that? Why can't we, if you've got platforms for, horror content or, specific like British content or you got these platforms left, make one for soaps. I know it's probably easier said than done, but come on, that SoapNet leaving left void.
I miss SoapNet. Oh my goodness.
I want
SoapNet,
SoapNet or its equivalent back so bad.
I miss it.
I actually stumbled on in YouTube somehow the episodes of I Want to Be a Soap Star. I forgot that they put that little reality show out there,
Mm-hmm.
and actually because one of the actors who won that went on to be on All My Children.
Mm-hmm.
Which but I totally forgotten about that show, and then all of a sudden I just saw on YouTube. I was just like, oh my gosh, this just unlocked a core memory.
I would stay home. Every Saturday and Sunday, and SoapNet was good. Was good, especially during the winters. New York City winters. Oh my goodness, some New York City winters are always so cold. So SoapNet always.
Chicago winters too, and Buffalo winters.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can always stay home.
Yep. Get cozy and watch the shows. That's how I like to live my life, especially when it gets to be February and they don't even want you outside because of polar action or whatever the heck it is.
Exactly. But the best part, like I've been saying, the soap genre itself it's one of those things where it'll go down for a little while, but it'll come storming back up, especially when you have the stories that have been going on right now. We've been talking about General Hospital being fantastic over the past number of months. Beyond the Gates coming in and making a huge splash on the genre. How do you see the soap, the soap? Do you think it's possible to get a kind of a resurgence of the soap genre? Do you think there's a possibility at some point of Days going back to NBC? Or, ABC coming up with another a new soap opera? I'm throwing it out to everybody. So,
I mean, I honestly wonder with ABC if because I know they had been trying to get an All My Children revival, reboot, something in the works, and then you've got two like One Life to Live. You've still got you've got that bank of characters. I just wonder if it if they tried to combine the worlds and have it be like, and All My Children, One Life to Live kind of hybrid, and just kind of resurrect and, bring back as many old faces as they can, but maybe try and like blend. I don't know. I just always wondered if that was potentially in the mix for them, or if it's something that might not happen. I know at one point too, I think Kelly Ripa and Mark Consuelos at one point were trying to drive something forward with All My Children revival. I don't think anything came of it, but I mean, I don't know. Part of me would like to see it come back, but part of me knows it would have to just be like a new take. It couldn't just be like a straight out. They'd have to like do something different, because at this stage, I feel like you can't just revive original recipe All My Children or original recipe One Life to Live. You need to kind of find a new take on it. Otherwise, I think, but I don't know. That's just me spitballing. Part of me thinks it would be really cool to just see some of those faces come back, because, and see if they could bring in, blend in new characters, new families, things like that. But I don't know. It would require them kind of going back on, because I mean, they were held, ABC was just, axing them left and right. They'd really have to like, do an about face and just be like, okay, yeah, we screwed up.
I do believe that ABC could create a brand new soap. I mean, like you were saying, Kim, we would love to see our beloved characters come back from Pine Valley and Landview, or even even from Corinth, as in Lovin'.
Yeah, Lovin'. My mother watched that here and there. I never. That was a little bit before my time, so I didn't experience that. But, and correct me if I'm wrong too, though, because like obviously GH is set in Port Charles, but Landview and Pine Valley, they did crossover. They did the baby, swap, the baby switch arc, and they did have those worlds kind of cross over. So theoretically, they could do that again. I mean, they could embrace the whole.
I mean, the ABC soaps are all in the same universe, so because they did have a storyline, I think, not too long, a number of years ago, where I think when Luke was still on, he went to Corinth and they showed Corinth. And then, obviously with the baby swap, once when All My Children and One Life to Live went off the air, they did have, some people go to Landview because Ted Delgado was in there, with the baby. And while the One Life to Live, All My Children, Pine Valley, Landview, they were like miles away from each other, and they were always doing crossovers. But Port Charles was always in that universe as well. And all of the ABC soaps are all in the same universe. And honestly, we saw Jackson Montgomery not too long ago on the GH.
That. He did make an appearance. That was really cool to see. Just reminded me how much I missed him. I loved Erica and Jackson. I really liked that pairing.
And we always hear about, Erica Kane, and we've seen Nora Buchanan, in the past on GH. So, I mean, they're keeping the towns, the shows alive by just mentioning them. And we were talking to Jacqueline Grace Lopez earlier that even a year after Blaze left to go on tour, her name is still being used on General Hospital. Like this week, with Lois leaving and going to be the tour manager for Blaze. So that's one of the best things about the genre, is that you're able to keep those characters and those towns and everything alive. Now, I know that there were people that were upset that Erica Slezak came in as a completely different character and not Vicky Buchanan or Vicky Lord or whatever. Obviously, I'm giving grace on that because I know Jane Elliott pitched the story, so I know that it came from. Yes, Jane Elliott. Yeah, Jane Elliott pitched the whole story with about Ronnie and the house and everything. So I'm glad that, so like I said, I can give grace on that. But I do feel that the outpouring of support for Erica Slezak coming on in general just shows that the fans are still there and they're still clamoring for more.
Yeah. I mean, even recently they had it where, it's kind of separate crossover, different set of universe, but they had Torsten K from I believe
Bold and
Y&R.
Beautiful.
Forrester. Oh, Bold and Beautiful. Sorry.
Yep.
I was like, oh, wait, I recognize him as Zack Slater. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Like I said, in Airbnb, I don't know that universe, but they had his character jump onto Beyond the Gates to have this little, kind of mini arc with Danny. But he was there, and I was just like, it's fun seeing those worlds kind of mesh up. It's fun seeing when that happens, and even not necessarily knowing, the B&B universe, it was still cool to see, like, oh yeah, so they're trying to blend the two, which is it's a cool strategy.
Well, I mean, Y&R and B&B have always been crossing over, because of the fashion industry, and the characters are just going back and forth. You always see, like, I remember when I tried to watch all 4 soaps last year, and I was watching, and there was a character from Y&R that went over to Bold and Beautiful for their fashion show. And it was one of the, lower tier characters, but it's still the fact that they're able to stay the same. And to see Thorsten Kaye portray Ridge Forrester on Beyond the Gates, it keeps them in the same universe, and the the opportunities are endless. Now, I feel bad that you never see anybody from, like, any characters from Passions cross over onto Days, or any
that would be
NBC soaps crossover. It's like Days is an island unto themselves.
They are. I had to step away for just a second. I'll be back though shortly. Just got to go grab my dinner.
On yesterday's episode, I read on Twitter, Days did give homage to Santa Barbara. EJ got a huge donation from Lionel and Augusta Lockridge.
Oh, okay.
From Santa Barbara. I was like, what? And that was done because of Jamie Gittens. Jamie Gittens, big, huge soap opera historian in his own right. And for him to go back to Santa Barbara, that was rich. And I find it interesting with Thurston Kaye's guest appearance on Beyond the Gates. It was interesting to see him interact with Katie McLean, because on All My Children, Zach and Dixie were old friends. When Dixie lived in Europe, when I think everybody thought that she was dead, but she was in an accident in Europe, and she was living with her sister Melanie and her brother-in-law David. So Zach and Dixie were friends in Europe, and just just to see Thurston and Katie in that scene together, it brought back memories of All My Children. Adult Ridge is from Bold, and Pamela is from Beyond the Gates.
Or how about the Easter egg on GH this week when Erica Slezak goes into Bobby's and sees Chris McKenna from behind and says,
"Yes."
Joey? Just that little thing. They're both two different characters, but just to kind of throw that little Easter egg in there, I enjoyed it, and I think it's fun for the actors too. Just those little things that kind of call back to the history of, because obviously we know that Joey Buchanan was Chris McKenna, and that was Vicky's son. So, I thought it was cute.
Yeah, I did too, Vinny. Just to see them after all of these years with the knowledge of Vicky and Joey being mother and daughter, and Erica and Chris haven't had established their relationship from 1992. It is great. I can imagine the happy tears that they had on that set. Vinny, I'm going to predict something. I'm going to predict that Erica is going to win her 7th Daytime Emmy for Outstanding Guest Performer.
Absolutely. She got it in the bag.
Yeah, she did that. Her and Jane had fun. They were having fun.
I mean, and I think it's great that you have two soap legends. Like, in wrestling, we always talk about, those fantasy matchups where, what would happen if like a Kurt Angle faced Bret Hart, or these fantasy matchups that would never ever happen. And I know ABC did that not too long, a number of years ago with their webisode crossovers. Like what if, it was literally called What If, and you had, Trevor St. John portraying, oh crap, what was his character on One Life to Live?
Todd.
Yeah. What if Todd Manning met Damian Spinelli and they were doing this, crossover? What if, Erica Kane met Sonny Corinthos? And they were just these short little webisodes, and it was great. But now that JH is the only one in town, it's like you could bring in these actors, and I know Frank likes to bring in the veterans.
Yes.
So why can't we? Erica Kane is always mentioned. Why isn't Susan Lucci coming in just for a one-off, for a meeting with Nina, or a meeting with Maxie, or the fact that Sidwell is now bankrolling Deception? Why can't that Erica Kane come in to talk to Sidwell about this mineral that could be used for her brand instead of Deception, or whatever the case? Like, there's so many opportunities to bring in these, and I know it has to do with contracts and schedules and what have you. I'm not denying that, but for a one-off, it would be so cool to see that kind of powerhouse. Could you imagine Lucy Coe going up to Erica Kane and just talking her head off about purchasing a property in Port Charles?
Oh, yeah, I can actually, because Lynn and Susan, they would do that scene. They would do that. Oh my goodness. And the fact that Lucy and Erica just dissimilar in a lot of ways. Yeah, so I could see that happening, Vinny.
And it's so cool. It's and you know me, I've always done the parallels between wrestling and soap operas, and because wrestling is a soap opera, just performed live in front of people, and has more choreographed fighting. But I would love to see some of these crossovers, because it's great. It's kind of like when WWF or WWE bought WCW, and they had they ended up going on and buying all of the libraries of all the AWA and Global and Mid-South and all this. So they're able to go back into the history books to recognize the history of all these other territories. The same way GH can go into the history and recognize the other ABC soaps. How great is it that Lulu works for, as a freelance writer for the Landview, I think it's the Banner.
Yes.
Or whatever.
Yes, the Banner.
Why can't we see Robin Strasser come in as Dorian?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that would be so cool.
It's also interesting how Erica had scenes with Amanda.
Yes.
Because Kimberly was married to Clint at one point. Kimberly was Stacy's friend. And she ended up being Alex Olenoff's daughter. And Cutter was her brother. And Cutter, as we know, played by Josh Kelly, who's now Cody on General Hospital. Yeah. That was a twist nobody saw coming. Before One Life to Live left the air. The fact that Kimberly and Cutter were Alex's unheard of children. That was such a good twist.
Yes, it was, and I love the character of Cody. I think, in my opinion, I feel like Josh Kelly has made Cody bigger than Cutter, in my opinion.
Yes.
Like, even though Cutter made the crossover to the Prospect Park version of One Life to Live, like, which was such a weird change, that he's now running a nightclub, and JWoww is his lead bartender. But Cody, the character of Cody, has gone through such a great evolution, and I feel like they really cemented him as a legacy character because he's
Yes.
part of the, he's part of the Scorpio family now.
Yes.
Being Mac's son, it's like he came in, and I know that he got a lot of hate because he was one of Frank's favorites, but I really think he trying to change that tune for a lot of people.
I remember, and you also remember, Vinny, when the Twitter fans referred to Cody as truck nuts. That was so fun.
Yes.
And I'm like, truck nuts? Like, where did they get? I was wondering back then, where did they come up with truck nuts from? Because at first, Cody looked sketchy he was sketchy at first. It's like, was he pulling the con on Dante? Was he trying to get with Sam? Because I was kind of thinking along those lines. So we didn't see that coming. Him having been Mac and Dominique's child, and even some people were like, "How did that happen?" I'm like, Mac had a relationship with Dominique, but I just think a lot of people. I think some GH fans, they don't remember that because I think Dominique was the one who. If I can remember, Dominique was the one who kind of changed Mac a bit because Mac was a bad boy too.
Mm-hmm. That's what I've heard.
Because I think a lot of people, because Mac and Robert were estranged when Mac came to Paul Charles, and Mac was doing some environmental stuff with Jenny Eckert. Okay. And I think they were protesting environmental practices by the Quartermains, by ELQ.
Yep.
And so he was a bad boy at first. So I think Dominique was the one who mellowed Mac, and they were a popular couple. They had a song together. They had a song. I think a lot of people don't remember. They had a song. Their song was "Kissing You" by Keith Washington. Okay. That was their song. But I think a lot of people, they remember Dominique more with Scott. But she was with Mac, and they did have a relationship. They did. So I just think go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. And I think a lot of times, especially on social media, soap fans are I appreciate them remembering history. And I appreciate the fact that, they do they are passionate about the history of the show, and I get that. But soaps rewrite history all the time. So it's like if you fudge a couple months and she was pregnant a couple months earlier than it was said, or she was out of the psych ward for a couple months longer than she was supposed to be, or alive for who really cares? As long as the story kind of works. I mean, how many times has there been Sauruses happening, and the soap opera rapid aging syndrome, it happens all the time, and you forgive it because the storyline is so good. Our fans, especially social media fans, are they just too fickle? Are they too unforgiving and just want everything to be, straight down the middle?
I'm finding a lot of fans are fickle. I mean, I don't want to say a lot because I don't want to offend people. I would say some fans are fickle. I like everything, like especially with Beyond the Gates, and people have argued with me, cursed me out, insulted me just because I've been maintaining my theory. Okay, my thesis of Beyond the Gates is still a relatively brand new soap opera. Give it a chance for it to gain its own wings. Oh no, but this should do this. This is phony. Blah 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 blah. And I don't even argue anymore, Vinny, because it's a soap. It's entertainment at the end of the day. It's giving employment to cast and crew. I mean, as long as we're entertained, I feel that's the most important. I mean, fans do have a right to constructively criticize the shows, but not every single plot point and not every single character every day. And I say that with Beyond the Gates. I'm like, every single day. But, as we both know, fans come in all shapes and sizes, and not all size fits one. Not one size doesn't fit all. But I'm just ask myself, why can't they just sit back and chill? Just be in for the ride. I mean, it's a soap. I mean, every day is not going to be a banger. And I'm thinking like, because there were days when we watched the soaps we grew up with and soaps that are still on. Every day was not a banger.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Tuesdays and Wednesdays being kind of slow, because I mean, we Mondays reeling from the Friday cliffhanger or cliffhangers. Monday is kind of like, okay, answering the question, did someone get shot? Look like they were going to get shot on Friday. Did they get shot? Just some type of peril. Tuesday and Wednesday is like, okay, just kind of going slow. Thursday is the build up. Friday is the cliffhanger. But then people are like, oh, but it was Friday and I didn't see a cliffhanger. It's like, people just enjoy the ride.
And you got to remember, because like yesterday's episode of GH did not feel like a Friday episode to me. But at the same time, it's like, how often are they preempted for something like breaking news or something that does push up that timeline? Because they just had Halloween, and Halloween was a week ago. Right. So usually they're spot on where it's Halloween on Halloween day. But because of the preemptions from previous weeks, it did get up a little bit. And you know what? It happens. Right. I was going to say something. I totally forgot what my train of thought was. But I do feel that that's what I was going to say. Beyond the Gates doesn't have 60 years of history to draw from like a GH does. So Beyond the Gates is still establishing their history. So if they have episodes where it's literally just 2 or 3 characters having conversations about something that took place in the past that we know nothing about, pay attention, because they're establishing their history. Like, I never thought I would see Leslie as Barbara's daughter. You know what I mean? And it's like, I thought Leslie was going to be Vernon's daughter. And maybe there's still a possibility of Vernon and Barbara hooking up before Vernon and Anita. I don't know. I haven't watched it, so I can't really give an educated guess. But because I'm like a month behind. But at the same time, it comes down to, let them set their history. Let them set their stories. Let them go ahead and be able to put that together for all the fans.
Right. Yeah. Allow the writers to do their jobs. I mean, I tweeted how Beyond the Gates taped 3 months in advance. I was at the Paley Center New York City event in February, and the executive producer Sheila Ducksworth did say that we film 3 months in advance. Because I believe the storyline with Haley. I don't know if you're caught up with the latest development with Haley and with Randy.
Yes,
and
was pleasantly surprised by that development.
Yeah,
I like that development for Haley a lot.
Fans are like, oh, they're just writing as they go along, and I'm like, no, they filmed 3 months in advance. And again, people have a right to criticize the show, but when it comes to nitpicking, I believe it's a lot of nitpicking just to nitpick. And I've always argued for Michelle Valjean. She's been in this industry for over 35 years. She knows what she is doing. She has made history throughout the years. If there's
reason to trust the process, it's because Michelle Valjean. It's because she's running things. It's like she gets it. You know, it drives me crazy when you see just like you said, the nitpicking. I mean, I understand wanting to, be, and I feel like fans too are almost like with soaps. It's like you're protective of like your faves, and you get protective of like certain, elements, like, but at the same time, it's just you gotta, give a soap that doesn't really. I can understand like when people get really nitpicky about the ones that have been around for like a long time, because it's just like, listen, okay, like this is out of character for this character who I've known for 50 years, who I've known forever. But when it's, a newer show, it's like they're still finding their way. We are still establishing history for these guys.
We just talked about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I kind of heard when I was getting my salad, I kind of overheard. So I feel, yeah, now that I have my food, but I was just, it just seemed like you can't go after, you can't go attacking a show for the history when that history isn't there yet. It's like, give it some grace, give it some time. But I will say this much, when it comes to one slight quibble I have right now with Beyond the Gates, and I don't know how you feel about this, Donald, but with Leslie and with Eva, I can appreciate the fact that I loved Leslie's coming in, just as full-blown villain. I loved seeing that, just kind of crazy when she's having those mirror conversations, when she's just getting her entire arc leading in was just I'm on board. She's a cray villain, let's I'm having a little trouble swallowing just her kind of being the main rival now. And being that main rival up against the Duprees and going up against them and all, it's they almost want to put her into two places at once. I almost wish that we had another family that was coming in to do damage, with the Duprees and go up against them versus just making it Leslie. I just kind of wish that there was another, because I feel they've just kind of shifted her into this different place now where it's I don't know. It's tough for me to see her her arc currently, and the way that Eva and her kind of just running ruckshot over things when it's just think about everything that all the damage that they've done. I don't know. I'm just having a little trouble with their arc at the moment. What are your thoughts?
Oh, Kim, I agree with you. I agree with you with Leslie and Eva's taking center stage. I mean, they have taken center stage, and I believe they started taking center stage from that reveal at the Ted and Nicole's anniversary party.
Yes.
I believe that the show
and that review was great. I really did enjoy.
Great.
When everything kind of came to light, that was pure soap. That was great. But I just feel now, having Leslie almost now she has all this money. Now she's a power player in town. I feel that power player thing, I wish that they hadn't gone there. I wish that they had taken that opportunity to show us the rival family. Have it be Chandler versus Portland. Have it be the other, rather than just Leslie. I like her too, but I feel they could have used that as a way to kind of draw us into another group, another fam, and maybe they will down the road. But I just feel using Leslie as that vehicle was a little too convenient.
Yeah, because originally, from the original promos, Leslie was painted as the nemesis. So from the beginning of the promos, but as I always thought originally before the show premiered, I assumed she was going to be an enemy of Anita. I thought she was going to be one of the articulates. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking she was going to be an articulate who had a grudge against Anita. I wasn't expecting Tracy, Sharon, or even Barbara. I'm thinking I'm thinking Leslie was going to be someone from Anita's past, and she came to town to wreak havoc. I wasn't expecting her to have been Barbara's daughter either. Yeah. I'm thinking, okay, she was going to come in there. Her and Eva were going to come in there and wreak revenge onto the Duprees. But it's like you said, Kim, and I agree with you. There is a lot of emphasis on Leslie as if it's becoming the Leslie show. But you know what it is, Kim and Vinny. It's interesting because the soaps that have been long established at different periods, they have become the so-and-so show. So I guess Beyond the Gates fits in that mold because I'm thinking, I remember watching All My Children various years, and there was sometimes I felt it was the Ryan.
As in All My Children, I am getting, and maybe this is why I'm a little prickly when it comes to the Leslie and Eva storyline, I'm getting serious Crystal and Babe vibes.
Yes.
And I did not like Crystal and Babe.
No.
On All My Children.
No.
So, they were, because I felt at one point it was definitely between Ryan Greenlee, that segment,
Mhm.
and then the Carries, they were
Mhm.
definitely dominant, and they were like everywhere. And it's like, yeah, we're bad, but we're mother daughter, and we're.
Mhm.
I'm getting flashes to that, and seeing them just kind of leaning into like that, and it's just like, ooh, I'm getting a little sensitive to this, because this was not an arc I really cared for back on my original soap.
So has Eva been doing more with Leslie as like a partner in crime? Because for a while it seemed like Eva was very resentful of what Leslie was doing, especially to Ted.
But now she's definitely all, well, mama, and just all very protective of Leslie, and to a degree, and they definitely, she's mellowed a lot towards her, which kind of disappointed me a little bit, because he was always kind of keeping her in check, and still kind of is, but I feel like
has it become kind of like
oh, I'm sorry, I'm talking
has it become kind of like a Kevin and Ryan dynamic, where Kevin was always so protective over his brother, even though he was an evil, from GH, how Kevin really cared about his brother and wanted to help him, and he was very protective.
Maybe you can speak to that, because I'm not as familiar with the
so
GH.
Obviously, John Lindstrom played both Ryan. But for the longest time, like, everybody thought Ryan was dead, but Kevin was keeping him locked up in a sanitarium, mental hospital, trying to figure out how to save him. But then eventually Ryan got the upper hand, pretended to be Kevin. We know it. Has it become become that where Eva doesn't really want to side with her mother, but she still wants to protect her?
Well, we're seeing that kind of with the Ted arc, with like, it's, I don't know, it feels like they're kind of flip-flopping a little bit when it comes to like the Ted, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how to articulate this here. I feel like because Eva was like initially like, warning Ted off almost when it came to Leslie, and just kind of being like, and telling Leslie to kind of stay in her lane, and not really kind of, blow up the world when it came to Ted and everything like that. And now I feel like she's so like, I don't know, it's murky now with Ted, Leslie, Eva, where their loyalty is. Because initially we were seeing it where she was kind of, I feel like Eva's character is just kind of bouncing around a little bit, and it's not as consistent as it was when she was really keeping Leslie in check and really just trying to, like, be like, what you're doing is not okay. Now we're kind of seeing her more taking mama's side, doing all sorts of, which is natural and to be expected, but it's just a little, I don't know, I feel like they're just a little lost with that dynamic right now. Donald, does this sound logical, or do I sound like I'm talking crazy?
No, Kim, you're right on the money, because I'm wondering where they're taking this. Because at one moment Ted's telling Leslie to stay away from his family. He's opening the door to Leslie. Leslie's bringing all of these shenanigans to his hotel door. He's entertaining her, and I'm like, what's going on with that?
The Ted thing too. He's like, it's a weird layer with him as well, with the whole Leslie situation. It's like they can't really make up their minds.
Because I'm wondering, is it that? But you know what? This may seem far-fetched. I'm wondering is he not even? I know this is. I'm just trying to articulate this question. I wonder if this Ted is really Ted. Something in the back of my mind is like, was Maurice Johnson the real Ted? And if are they doing a Todd Victor Lloyd Jr. type of plot here?
That would be something, because
be something.
I mean, we don't know the contract stuff behind it, but when they switched out Maurice Johnson for Keith Robinson, it's like, and it feels to me like Keith Robinson is more of a cookie cutter character on that show. Whereas Maurice Johnson had a look, he had a presence, he had an aura, he had a deeper voice. Keith Robinson he could be Andre, he could be, anybody else on that show. And I don't know, that would actually be pretty cool. Although, I mean, if they got it down the future where Maurice Johnson was being held captive by Leslie, that would be fun. That would be really cool.
Be a trip. That would be like, and like comparing it back to like what storyline were you talking about? Like Victor Lord, was it?
Oh yeah, when
Todd Manning.
When Todd and Victor's mother Irene, who everyone thought was dead after all of those years, she was the mastermind. Haven't had
it would be dialing into like some soap history, then some like a trope that could be pretty fun to see it.
Yeah, because Trevor St. John took over the role from
Roger Howarth.
Yeah, but then they finally got Roger Howarth back like 3 months before the show went off the air. So they had him come back, and they found out that Trevor St. John was really Victor Lord Jr.
Whoa.
Yeah, and how Irene Manning, their mother, along with Tina's mother, Irene was Vicky's homegirl, her best friend, who was sleeping with Victor Lord Sr. And Tina was originally Vicky's goddaughter, but ended up being her half sister. But everybody thought, and that had a lot to do with Vicky's DID, a lot of that, because Vicky caught Victor in bed with Irene when she was a teenager.
Oh wow,
jeez.
Yeah, so something, and then the fact that Irene Manning, who was played by Barbara Rhodes, she came in there. She was the mastermind behind all of this, and I'm like, what? And the way she was, Irene was talking to Vicky. Oh, hello, Victoria. Very smug about it. I'm like, B. Wait a minute, B. You fake your death. B. I don't want to curse, but B. You got everyone to believe that you were dead. And Tina was like, Mom. Irene wasn't even thinking about Tina. But I just feel that it's something with the Beyond the Gate.
Interesting. It's funny, like even when we were talking with Kyle Lauder about the big Milosoan twist and how like it took everybody by surprise, even the actors, and they weren't really sure what was going on. It'd be kind of funny if like some big crazy thing was happening like that at Beyond the Gates, where it's just like this big, kind of unveiling reveal that nobody saw coming. That would be, because something like that would qualify.
Because here's that may have merit to it, because now I know Maurice Johnson has had other projects come up and whatever, but he actually DM'd me a petition of a change.org petition to bring Maurice Johnson back to Beyond the Gates.
Yeah.
And I signed it and whatever. So I mean, who knows? Maybe they're just working all of us. And they're pulling the wool on everybody's eyes. Who knows? But that would actually be a pretty cool story.
I mean, the whole personality of Ted, Nathan, I just noticed, Bill Ted played by Maurice, told Leslie, and now is the opposite. That opposite, he's definitely a very, very different character since the casting change. And not just in terms of, just the, presence, everything we've already mentioned, but just the way his approach to, because I can't visualize, and now granted, it's been a bit since Maurice was in the role, but I can't visualize him being that version of the character being tolerant at all of anything that Leslie has done. He would not stand for her being in the hotel room. Wouldn't let her in the door. Like that would not happen with that. And because I think we saw, and it's nothing against, actors have different chemistry, was different, but the chemistry between Maurice and Daphne.
Oh, fantastic.
I mean, you felt it. You felt that connection. And I've tried to see it with current Ted and played by Keith, and it's just not there. It's not, you don't feel that passion that previously, like that Ted really had for, I don't feel that anymore. I don't feel that he's devoted to Nicole. He says it, but I don't really see it. of anything, he's more devoted to, you know, trying to restore his situation with Eva, with Leslie, which is quite frankly a little disappointing to watch. It's like, why are you letting them in the door so much when you're, you know, want to be? It's like they need to pick a lane almost.
Yeah, I just can't believe he opens the door, he entertains all of that,
Yeah.
and everyone's just attacking Kat. Kat's been on it from day
Oh,
one.
and that hurt. That hurts.
Everyone's coming down on Kat. I'm like,
Right.
Kat is that she's that intuitive. She's that intuitive one. You know, every family has an intuitive person who's been trying to warn the family of different things. The family just don't want to listen. Kat's that person.
I'm team Kat. Absolutely. I'm rooting
Kat
for
is
that.
still saying,
and she is
Kat
definitely.
is still saying
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was just gonna say she is my girl right now. I'm pulling for her because it feels like everyone around her is just coming. Like you just said, they're attacking her left and right. Heck, we even had that scene with Martin just going after her for. It's like, dude, like Martin, you were finally starting to work your way back up on my my good list, and now you're going after your sister, and I just don't get it. Like, but I feel like she does not have an ally even amongst her own family right now, and it's just like I just want her to just like go nuclear one of these days and just like, you know, heck with all of you.
Mama Cat said exactly what Donald was saying. You should be saying "bitch no" and shutting the door.
Hi, Mama Cat. I wanted to give you a shout out when I was talking, so I wanted to give Mama Cat a shout out. I love you and Matt. Well, I love y'all. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why Ted is entertaining these people. I gotta think he must be an imposter. He has to be, because I'm thinking about when the fake Todd was sleeping with Marty when she had amnesia. The real Todd he raped Marty on One Life to Live, and but she had amnesia at that time, and Todd took advantage. Well, Todd took advantage of that, and people were thinking, okay, they were having a relationship, and I mean, Todd raped Marty, and then then after the reveal between him and Victor, it made sense that he was not Todd, because even the real Todd stated he would have never done that to Marty.
Well,
like not have a relationship with the same woman he raped.
Yeah. Just knowing that Ted has changed so much in the core of his character, it no longer feels like Nicole is his universe.
No.
It no longer, and it's like he is more consumed with Leslie and with Eva. And as you know, it's a very different character now. And I mean, if they want, it would be impressive to me if they decided to go that route, where, because it feels like they don't really know what to do with the character. But maybe that's an intentional thing. Maybe we're supposed to be just kind of like, what's going on with this guy? What's his deal? Why is he being like this? Because it's building towards something else. That could be pretty cool.
Was Michelle Valjean? She knows what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. But she
has an all-star team to start. You know, Michelle Valjean, Bob Guzza, Ron Calavati, Gregory Martin. So they had an all-star team to write with. And I know Gregory left because the base season.
And Ron left as well.
What?
And Ron left as well, right?
No, Ron is still there. Bob Guzza left.
No, Ron is going too. He's going too.
Yeah,
Ron's gone too.
Ron left as well.
Okay, I didn't know that.
But I know Jamie Giddens. He's there now. Jamie.
Yeah. Which, yay.
Yeah.
Those are Chicago sirens.
Oh, it's outside my apartment.
It's
New York sirens.
Yeah, New York sirens.
But yeah, they had such.
You might hear some rain here. It's actually supposed to start storming here soon, so there's some rain here.
But they had they started with a bang, with such an all-star writing team, and it's great. So yeah, obviously with some writing changes, there's going to be some differences and character differences with recasts and everything. It's gonna happen, but in my opinion, why do people have to criticize everything? Why can't you just be happy we got a new soap opera and it's expanding the genre?
Right. And you can't, like I said, it's one of those where, yes, we have some history to this characters, but we don't have all of it yet. It's a baby soap. Like
Mhm.
it needs time to find its footing and become like a little toddler soap.
Yeah.
We got to keep it in perspective. It's understandable when you've got characters like you see someone on General Hospital doing something different than they've been doing for however long they've been on the show. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to get nitpicky because it's like you're protective of that character and what they were to you, and you're seeing them in doing something weird, and you're going to call it out. But show a little grace for a show that's just trying to get that character development even still going.
Yeah.
I see it every single day, and I'm just like, come on! Like, I've tweeted all the time, give the show grace. It's been on going on 9 months.
You can see stuff and not like it, and think
Right.
that. I mean, like with the Leslie and Eva thing, I see, and also with seeing Kat just getting like not even really having anyone around her. Even the scenes with her and Nicole, it's like, I don't know. I feel like Nicole is like, even kind of removed from like, her. I just feel like poor Kat. She needs something besides Tomas. Tomas can go away.
Oh, he's the worst.
I am not. Like at this point,
the worst. Oh my God.
And I'll say this too. I mean, Ashley and Derek. Thank you. See, it's not even his name's not even sticking in my brain. I think that right now I'm like Danny and Kat are my girls, and also Vernon and Anita. I mean, they're top tier. I'll love them forever. But when it comes to the Danny, Andre, Ashley, what have you thing, please just keep Danny and Andre together at all costs, and send Ashley send her away somewhere. Or give her something new to fixate on besides Andre, because quite frankly, Danny and Andre are charming me right now, and I'm pulling for them.
They are hot. They
that photo shoot was, oh my God. Yeah, like no, the two of them have won me over, and I just want Ashley to stay far away. I don't want to see that triangle. I just want, I know that but it's like almost, I don't know. I'm not in a position with Ashley where I'd want to see that triangle, even for the sake of the drama. I'm not invested in that character enough to really want to see her interfering. So it's like, if it was Shanice, sure. Like that could be kind of I love Shanice too. She's one of my faves.
I will be right back. I have to take my doggy out.
Okay.
I will be right back.
But it looks like, Kim, it looks like Ted and Shanice will be put together.
They did really like, I mean, the whole like face touch thing. That was like, I was like, wow, okay. Like they really are. They seem like they're trying to push that. Which Shanice is one of those. Her and Carla, who plays Danny. I swear they could have chemistry with potted plants.
Yeah,
they're one of those that like they elevate the scene every time they're in it. I think they have chemistry with everyone that they encounter. I really like, what they and I'd be okay with Shanice and Ted. Sure. Point Ted in a direction that doesn't just, he seems just to be floundering right now. And I'm not really sure what, unless we got the whole imposter thing in the back, in the back burner and we just don't know about it yet.
It has to be that imposter thing.
I mean, honestly, I would welcome that so much. But on the chance that isn't the case, then they gotta, give Ted something to do besides just catering to the crazy woman that blew up his entire family.
Yeah, that, and I agree with you on that. That part, that's my troublesome part there. Like, what's up with that? It's like he's acting like a version of Dorothy Sparnak when she used to open the door to Stan. Stan always would come on the Golden Girls, and Stan did ask Dorothy. No. Dorothy asked Stan, why do you come? Well, I'm just paraphrasing. Why do you always come to me? Mm-hmm. Stan replied, "You're the only one who opens the door."
Yep.
So it was
it's one of those situations where you have Bill and Danny though, and like Danny, by all rights, should not let Bill anywhere near her. But the
No.
chemistry between those two actors
Oh
makes
yeah.
you want to see more of them, despite the fact that they're toxic and should not be together. They have that spark. I don't think that Ted and Leslie warrant that same kind of, because Leslie did the same thing, but I don't see that chemistry. I'm not rooting for Leslie in this. I don't want to see
No.
them together. I'm not
Wow.
drawn to that. Besides the fact that it's just a toxic, they don't have the chemistry to back it up. I think those two actors, in terms of like that, it's not like I want to see them, you know, like hate like them, you know. They don't bring that out in me. Whereas Bill and Danny, yeah, their scenes are, again, Carla could probably, you know, she could, you know, be talking to a wall and have chemistry with it. But the two of them do have something special that you want to see more of, despite the fact that they're a bad pairing and shouldn't be together.
Yeah, Carla and Timon.
Timon, yes. Thank you.
Timon. Their chemistry oozes onto the screen. So we can see that chemistry on our screens. They have it together.
And I want to see more of it. I don't want to see more of Ted and Leslie. I'm just not drawn up that way.
No, because how the way how Ted and Leslie got together anyway, that was wrong anyway.
Yes. I mean, Leslie like came about. I mean, it just the entire situation with her. And let's not forget the fact that, like, you know, now that they brought Laura back into the scene, why the heck aren't we you know, it's like you have like Leslie almost in this position where, like, you know, she gets all this money potentially for what is it, the hospital or insurance or something like that. They had her, oh yeah, I can reach out to Mama and she'll donate money and do all of this. Then they show Laura and we're just like, you know, you tried to kill a patient in this hospital.
Right.
Like, it's just, we haven't forgotten.
Right.
And you have the character right there, literally right there, who she tried to like run off the road and destroy her life. So it's just, that's why I think it's tough with Leslie and Eva, just because it's tough to, the history isn't that long, but that history is there. And they're just kind of, it's like, okay, so what's the comeuppance here? What's going to happen as a result of the fact that, like, you tried to take this woman's life?
And when is it going to happen? Excuse me. When is that going to happen? If it's going to ever happen? I mean, there are characters on soaps. They have done so much nasty things, but didn't get their comeuppance for years. I remember on Wanted to Live, it took Lindsay so many years to get her comeuppance, because I used to wonder, when is she going to get her comeuppance? Because I think it took like 2 years.
I mean, sometimes when it's like Babe and Crystal, it's like, yes, okay, yeah, they paid for the baby switch stuff. Crystal went to jail, and Babe had to deal with a lot of JR, but they still never. They whitewashed a lot of just the really kind of like with Bianca in particular, you know, just kind of making it seem like she and Babe could still be friends after all of that. It's like, no, I don't want to see a forgiveness arc there. I don't want to see a redemption arc there. I want to see them still hate each other's guts because of what happened, or Babe trying and Bianca still hating her guts. That's what we deserved that after all of that. You don't necessarily. But they wanted to make Babe and Crystal out to be just like kind of like saints and saviors to a degree, which was tough to swallow because they were like,
Kendall was on Babe's neck for months after that.
Oh, shoot.
Kendall was, but then eventually Fusion hired Babe.
You there?
Oh. Yeah, you were stuck for a little bit. I'm here. I'm still here.
Okay. I think my internet is being a little. Oh, I hope I don't cut out here.
Yeah, I'm still here. Kendall was on Babe's neck for months after that. But then maybe with the change of writers,
they really tried to
Babe.
Seem like everything was cool with the but no.
No, I look at Babe. I still to this day, I'm like, no, she should have went to prison. She should have went to prison for that. I still think about. I know this was that was 40 years ago. I think of Sammy Joe on Dynasty. Sammy Joe had her actress friend Rita to impersonate Crystal, but then Rita's boyfriend Joel Abergor coming in holding Crystal up in the attic.
Yeah. I changed Dynasty a couple years ago. I remember that.
And Rita and Joe tried to poison Blake.
Mm-hmm.
And and Sammy Joe, you know, she sort of poisoned on the floor of the Carrington mansion.
Yes.
But then she gonna go and tell Steven, oh, so and so's up, because she was gonna be found out. Mm-hmm. You know, but she should have went to prison for that. She was an accomplice. She should have went to prison. She got off easy.
I mean, I guess because they had Heather Locklear, they're just like, yep, you know what? We got to keep her going. And, you know, to be fair, I mean, like with Babe, with Alexa Havens in the role, and her and Jacob Young did have great chemistry. And she obviously had to with Justin Bruning too, because they got married in real life. Mm-hmm. Like, so I understand. But when they recast Babe, I almost wish that they just, like, you know, sent her off to jail or something like that. Why recast her? Why keep, because once that chemistry was, you know, nothing against the actress who came in as the recast for her, but it didn't. No. And then they just tried to make her, I mean, they had her killed in the tornado, saving AJ, saving the baby, but I just, it's like, why are you so bent on this character? You don't even have the woman that, like, you know, elevated her to the character that she, nothing against the recast, but I almost that they just left well enough alone and just, you know, said gotten rid of the character entirely versus recasting, because at that point it's just like, what are you doing?
And when the recast actress came on, that was when Babe worked for Fusion.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what is she doing here, really? All the stuff she did to she did to Bianca.
Right. And, you know, I still never forgave her for the fact that Dixie ate her pancakes.
Oh yeah.
That was unforgivable. That just, you know, I'm like, at this point, I do not like this character at all. You just sent my fave to death with poison pancakes meant for you.
Yeah. Oh, my children. After a while, Kim, all my children became very unrecognizable.
So I started watching AMC 2004. I was 14 years old. And I remember, like, the first big arc that really grabbed me, that really, you know, made me, like, want to tune in because I was watching, like, in the summer and stuff, and here and there, and my mom would have it on and everything. But the Mardi Gras ball, that was one of the first storylines I remember. Yes. Like, oh, holy crap. I need to keep. That was, like, that era was when I got, like, seriously hooked. But I could see stuff going weird and sideways and stuff going downhill. And it got to a point where I did stop watching. And then when I found out it was canceled, it broke my heart. But, I mean, when I was in college, I really was not tuning in very much because it didn't have that same pull. You know, I just felt like I was just seeing the same faces day in and day out who I didn't really care about. And I was just frustrated with it. But then when I found out it was going away, I mean, that was a devastating day.
Yes, I stayed home that day. That last day, I stayed home. My job at the time, Ogilvy and Mather advertising agency here in New York, they were outsourcing several departments. So my department was one of the departments to be outsourced. I didn't really care at that point because I applied to library school. So.
Oh yeah.
I knew that there was going to be a future after that, so I didn't really care. So my supervisor told me I had to you know, I can start taking a day off or so because we're going to be closed. We're going to be outsourced anyway. So I told her, oh, I got to stay home to watch the last episode of All My Children. I've been watching. That's my favorite soap opera of all time. Grandma Sally introduced me to All My Children from the age of 5. Yeah. So every time I watch that, I think of All My Children. Kim, it's like I'm such a crier. I cry at everything. I could win a special daytime Emmy. I cry. Oh my God, I cry at the drop of a hat. But the thing, I have a special relationship with soaps because my grandmother, my late aunt Rogina, they introduced me to soaps. Courtesy the ABC soaps, Ryan's Hope. Loving, All My Children, One Life to Live, General Hospital, Even the Edge of Night, and of course Port Charles. I watched Port Charles as well. But so when All My Children was going off the air, when I saw that cover of Soap Opera Digest,
Yep.
All My Children went after being canceled, I was like, what? I cried literally when I saw that magazine cover. I cried because I'm like, what?
Well, when the news broke, so I was actually I was in college, but I was doing a semester in Wales in the UK. I was studying there, and my mom and my brother had come up to visit me during my spring break. And so we're all hanging out in London together, and we were at like the hotel where we were staying, and my dad called my mom, and at the time it was like we weren't even doing like iPhones and stuff like it. For him to call, it was kind of like normally we'd like Skype and stuff like that, but he called and we thought it was an emergency, and he just said, yeah, I just found out on the news that they canceled All My Children and One Life to Live. And I my mom and I just looked at each other, and she's like got really choked up, and I almost burst into tears. It was just like, because it was a connection. It was something that her and I shared. You know, when I was really little, I wasn't allowed to watch the soaps. Mom would send me to my room to go and like take a nap. But when I remember like the opening credits for All My Children. Like, I remember like the white opening and the music. Yeah. And but I wasn't watching because I was too little. I was too young. But then when they told me when I was like 14, 12, 13 years old, oh yeah, you're old enough, you can sit and watch with me. It made me feel like a grown up. And it was something that we shared. It was, I'd come home from school, we'd have it on the DVR, we'd watch it together. And it was just something that we did. And then knowing, even though we both had kind of distanced ourselves from it at that point, because it wasn't really our show anymore by the end. Right. It was a gut punch. And just finding out the both of them were and I remember like, weren't people trying to go to Oprah to see if she could like resurrect the soap?
Yes.
Like there was a big campaign for that.
Yes.
And it just hurt so bad. And knowing like they were getting replaced by just like, a cooking show, a news talk show. It's like, who needed that? Like I didn't watch The Chew on principle, just because A, the title, and B, the fact that it was taking over the time slot for my soap. But I did appreciate what they did. I mean, they really did, when they knew it was the end, they did right the ship.
Yes.
They did.
Yes.
I mean, they had to bring back so many people that they had killed off. Mm-hmm. But the way they went about it was creative enough for sure. And I appreciated the way that they did it. And I appreciated the way that it did go out. But aside from the fact that they tried to carry it out with Prospect Park and with the cliffhanger,
Yeah, that I believe All My Children brought back Lorraine
Broderick.
They brought her back too, because the writing.
Oh,
I
mean, I remember, like, I loved the arc that they did with, I can still remember the scenes when they had Janet in the mental hospital and Marion was there
and Annie.
Erica was there.
And
they had like, and Dixie shows up and they're all trying to break out of the mental hospital. Those scenes were hilarious. And I'm just like, they were just trying to elevate it in every sense and bring back, they were just trying to right the ship and make it right for the fans that just needed to see like those faces come back and needed to, feel like it was their soap again. They did a good job with it, I thought. Yeah. I wish that they didn't have to accommodate that cliffhanger. I wish that they hadn't had to go that route with JR. That was my one thing that really that hurt, because they really, for all the stuff that they did that I did like, them making JR homophobic. Yeah. And them deciding to make him just go out that way, I hated it.
Yeah, I it didn't gel with me either, Kim. Making him into a homophobe. Dixie did not raise him.
No, and he was friends with Bianca. With all that troubled history that they had with the baby switch and everything like that. I mean, before that, they were friends. There was never any part of him that was disturbing. And also just the fact that because despite the fact that Katie McLean and Jacob Young look like they're like 10 years apart.
Wow.
I loved their mother and son chemistry.
Yes.
I loved that relationships. I felt like that's why I like fell in love when Dixie came back, like Dixie, that whole arc, that was what grabbed me too. That was like the arc that really just, because I freaking fell for Kelly Giddish as as Dixie. I was like, I almost I was pulling for Tad and fake Dixie.
Right.
I shipped them. And then when the reveal was that she was Di, I was like still shipping her and Tad. I was Tad and Di. I was like rooting for them because of Kelly Giddish. And like, I thought the chemistry she had with Michael Knight was great. And then I was just like, wait, they're bringing the original Dixie back? Like, no, this is going to screw up my ship. This is going to screw up. But then obviously Katie McLean came back and I saw the flashbacks with Tad and Dixie and I just fell for them so hard. And I'm just like, Di who? Like, I like Di, but no, Tad and Dixie are where it's at. I stand corrected. So, but just to have it where we had that we had, you know, Jacob Young and Katie McLean acting beginning scenes together. And I just hated seeing that relationship just as disintegrated as it was between JR and Dixie because I loved it so much. And just seeing him on that spiral at the end. Just
so Kelly Giddish was on All My Children. I did.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, she was. And to
I mean,
be,
I love
what
her on
does not
SVU.
age, by the way. She still looks the. I'm because I watch SVU. She's currently on SVU. She
Yeah.
looks, but yeah, she was on. It was right around the time that I really got into All My Children. It was like 2005, 2006.
Yes.
Somewhere in there. But yeah, she was. She played, and that casting was kind of funny too, though. Realistically, she looked younger than JR.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, just the like they went the whole like, oh, she had some plastic surgery and she's actually your mother. It's like, no, you look the same age as like your fully grown. So it's just that doesn't really. But okay, no, but she was great. She was great. And then when they brought back Di just with a different face just to kill her off, that disappointed me. That was down the road, and that was just dumb. It's like, just.
Welcome back.
The Lord is testing me.
Remember, folks, we are raising money for Samantha's friends. The QR code is up in the corner right by Donald's head. And scan that QR code, make the donation to Venmo, because that money goes directly to Samantha's friends. Folks, we're only at $40, and we got a long way to go to 700. So, you know, like I said, we have 291 people currently watching live. Go ahead, everybody, scan that QR code and send $5 because, you know, 200 times 5, that puts us over the 700. So, you know, go ahead, help us out, help out Samantha in a great cause. Remember, they work with organizations to rehome and train service animals and service dogs for veterans and first responders. We're having a great time here talking all about soaps and, you know, Donald has been great. You know, Donald and Kim both stayed on for hours last year. And, you know, and this year
they were superheroes.
Yes.
Hey, we were superheroing it together. We got into some conversations last year. Especially
and it'll happen again. Because I'm going to tell people that I am going to stay on until I am delirious. And then it gets crazy.
Oh.
And I am planning on staying on for the entire time myself, unless, you know, got to take the dog out or whatever the case may be. But yeah, you know, we're here to raise money for Samantha's friends, and I wouldn't do this undertaking if I didn't know I had, you know, the patience and the support and friends. James Lott Jr. coming on at 11 o'clock tonight Eastern time. Matt from the 10th floor coming on at 1 a.m. Eastern time. You know, we still have, as a matter of fact, I think Jordi Villasusa may come on tomorrow. Just waiting for his confirmation about what time he wants to come on. So we'll see what that comes up. But we do have Courtney Marie Warner tomorrow. We still have Julie Dove, who said that she'll give me a heads up when she's going to come in, as well as Adam Huss and, you know, whoever else may want to join in.
Yep.
But either way, we are having a great podcastathon thus far. 299 people currently watching, almost 300. Like I said, if everybody was able to scan that QR code and just give $5, you know, we'd be at $1,500. So, you know, I'm asking for $700 for a great cause. Let's double the giving that we gave
Good
last.
for the puppies.
Exactly.
Puppy
Do it.
bandanas.
Yes. And remember, folks, if you go to merch.suds-media.com, if you order the doggy bandana or the doggy cuddle buddy of any logo, those proceeds will go directly to Samantha's friends as well. So let's help out the puppies.
Yes. It's dogs. Everybody loves dogs. People who hate people love dogs.
Oh yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Especially at Samantha's friends events when the dog runs around wearing his little tuxedo vest and his
Yes.
little. I mean, it's absolutely precious.
My Chihuahua has a sombrero.
We got
My
one from
daughter was My daughter goes, I don't think that's right. I'm like, he's a Chihuahua. You're in cultural appropriation. He's a Chihuahua. If any dog can wear a sombrero, it's that one.
Yes.
Yep. You like putting my Yorkie in like a little, well, not a kilt. She's not a Scotty dog, but
Yeah.
actually, we tried dressing her up for Halloween. We tried doing a little costume for her. My parents did, and I think she had it on for about 0.2 seconds before she panic froze and then couldn't move, like straight out. It was like she was paralyzed. I think she just got spooked because she couldn't like move her legs the right way, or just felt like it just sensory overload. But we had her in a little spider costume, and it was super cute.
Wow.
And it looked adorable, but we just realized she hates us right now. She is like, we can't let her wear this any longer. So, but a bandana, I think that would, she could deal with that. I think that would be acceptable.
So Unbreakable 86 posts, I'm in Germany, so I can't use Venmo. Is there a way to PayPal some money to the cause, or is Venmo the only one? I can actually go ahead and put in the PayPal link as well. Let me go ahead and get that up and running, because I do have a PayPal, and so yes, you could send money via PayPal. I will go ahead and get that together for you. Just give me a couple minutes.
What's up?
But so I really feel like it's been a great time thus far. We're still, we've been on for 5 hours now. We still have 19 more hours to go to raise the $700. Let me go ahead and get that link here.
Donald, I don't know. Now that we were talking all my children, and now it's back in my brain. If you had to pick one story that like it's just the story that just all my children comes to mind for you, what's the one story that just like dominates, what the storyline over the years that you watched?
Well, I'm gonna tell you that I can so many,
Sorry.
but I'm gonna tell you. Oh, I love the Who Killed Will Cortland storyline. The Who Killed Will mystery. Oh my goodness, I was a freshman in high school when that happened. So that was a good. They wrote that mystery. There was just so many twists and turns with that.
Your parents don't know
the cover. I remember there was a cover of must have been like Soap Opera Digest, one of the magazines, but it showed all the cast in trench coats, and it was like Who Killed Will. I mean, even my mother still she talked about that one a lot, because that actor who played Will, I don't know, she had a crush on him, and James Patrick Stewart. Why am I blanking on his name? James Patrick Stewart. Yeah. Oh no, she had a thing for him, even though he was the villain.
Oh wow.
Yeah. No, just thought he was attractive, but I just remember her. That was a storyline that I was kicked out of the living room for. I wasn't allowed to watch that. I was too little.
But that storyline there.
Up on by catching up on the Tad and Dixie's history through one of the fan sites, I definitely watching old clips because they were all hosted there. I did get caught up on that storyline, and I did get to, and I on YouTube as well. I know that there's a channel that has a lot of just old episodes. YouTube's a plethora, especially now that it's off the air. I think it's easier for them to get episodes uploaded and things. But yeah, I've gone back and caught up on that history. It was a great storyline.
Yeah, there was just so many twists and turns with that. You would think one person was the suspect, but then someone else was then someone else was suspected, and
it gave Janet her with the crowbar.
Janet was crazy. Janet, played by Kate Collins. See, Kate Collins, I'm gonna say this all these years. Kate Collins was robbed of a daytime Emmy. She did that as Natalie and Janet.
I was gonna say, like Natalie in the Well, she didn't get. My God,
no,
that's shameful because she was fantastic. And when she came back as Janet in 2000, I mean, I remember that arc really well. Like I said, the Mardi Gras ball, she was killing it even then.
All right, so guys, so for Unbreakable 86, there's the PayPal QR code. Go ahead and utilize that link to send money if you need to use PayPal. I will post it. Throughout the event for people who cannot use Venmo. Thank you. I didn't realize Venmo wasn't an option in Germany. So learn something new every day. Sorry that I've been so quiet, but that's what I was trying to do, and to get the PayPal link up for Unbreakable 86. So there it is. Just let me know in the chat if you're done with it or if you've already scanned it, so I can take it down. But I will post it throughout the night for all the people that cannot use Venmo. I apologize for cutting into your conversation. So carry on.
No, it's fine.
Hey, we're gonna be chatting for a while, man. So
yeah, I took a nap before because what happened, Vinny, when I woke up, I saw the email and the message. I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I took a nap anyway, so I'm ready because I was here for 12 hours last year, so I'm gonna be on here as long as I can, like I did last year. A lot of times when I take a nap in the afternoon, early evening, it's hard for me to go back to sleep in. Anyway, so I'm gonna be up until, like when Angela was saying, I become delirious. So I'm like, if I say different things when I become very sleepy, so I may have to take a break then and then just come back a couple hours later. But I'm gonna stay on as much as I can. I do want to see everyone else tonight. So I'm gonna stay here. I'm with family here. So when you're with family,
absolutely,
it's
gonna always be fun.
Yeah.
But
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut. I just saw Nathan chime in though in the chat with his storyline for All My Children, the tornado one back in '92. Having watched those scenes, they back when Soap had a budget to do those scenes are incredible. The way that they did the whole tornado arc back then. 2008, I do remember that tornado arc as well. But quite frankly, when I went back and watched the one from '92, I was a little bit more. The '92 one stuck out to me a little bit more, mostly because I thought they were going to kill off Tad. And they did. They sent him to heaven, just briefly.
yeah, that tornado in '94. I was doing a summer job. I would never forget that. I was doing a summer job at a daycare center.
'94. Nathan said '92, but I think it was '94.
Yeah, it was the summer of '94. I remember that vividly. I was at work one day. I was about to go to lunch, and I remember the day. When the tornado happened. I remember when that chandelier. When that chandelier sliced Julia's face, because Maria was almost hit by that chandelier. Julia pushed Maria out of the way, and I remember it was before the credits came on. The glass hit Julia, and I remember that. Yeah, that was '94 because Julia ran off to New York, and that's when she was raped by Louis Greco. And that's when she met Noah Keefer.
Noah. Oh.
Yeah. So that's when she met Noah. That was 1994 because Keith Hamilton Cobb had just came onto the show at that time.
They were a pretty couple. The scene of like their wedding and everything, and they were gorgeous together.
Thank you, Unbreakable, for the donation. I got it. So it did go through. So yes, I have the PayPal QR code as well. Thank you so much. for that donation. We are getting, we're building up towards our $700 goal. We still, like I said, we still got 19 hours to go in this podcastathon. We are only in part one, and remember at 11 o'clock we'll take a quick break to regroup and reset and start with part two. But then James Law Jr. will be coming on at 11 o'clock Eastern time. So we've got a full slate of people. We've got some great conversations going on, talking about soap history. I am lost during a lot of the soap history segments because I've been watching GH for over a decade, but I really don't know much about other soaps. So it's nice for me to hear these historians, talk about the history of GH and AMC and One Life to Live and Days and so on and so forth, stuff that I didn't really know about. So it's fantastic. All right, so clearly you guys know your stuff about history. So I'm gonna run a name by you that actually was brought up in our Gimmick Table Media chat, and you guys are gonna have to talk to me about who this person is. Courtney Baxter Dixon on As the World Turns.
Oh, I was gonna say Donald's gonna have to do that because I'm not great on As the World Turns. Donald, the man.
Courtney Baxter was a she was the sister of Sean Baxter. Sean Baxter was one of Franny Hughes' boyfriends. Courtney was I believe she was a heavyset young woman, and she fell in love with Andy Dixon. She had issues with bulimia.
Okay.
Yeah, she had a lot of body image issues, and Andy started to fall in love with her because Andy was fascinated with Julie Wendell. Julie Wendell, she slept through many of the Snyder men. Julie was like the whole of Oakdale. And Andy was fascinated with her. I believe he slept with Julie. Julie was that vivacious redhead whom many of the men got with, but Courtney was in love with Andy. So they got married, and I believe they left Oakdale for a bit.
Okay, so Oakdale was the city, and As the World Turns, I take it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Because it was brought up because when we said that Michael Damian was going to be coming on and Kyle Lauder was on, one of Lady Alpha, part of our Gimmick Table Media group, said, these are stars from when I watched back in high school. Now, if Haley Barr shows up, I'm going to freak. And I'm like, I have no idea who that is. So that's why I needed some context. But so the soap genre, obviously, has been on for years. Now, trying to collect my thoughts here and get the words out. Guiding Light the first soap opera on radio, or was it another one?
No, there were hundreds of radio soap operas.
Wow.
Hundreds of them.
Oh yeah.
It was. It's funny because you like the audio dramas that we have now.
Yep.
That's what they were. And it would be like every week or every day. I think they were really every week, most of them, because they were live too.
Yeah.
They weren't pre-recorded; they were done live.
No.
And when the soap operas were first on TV, they were done live.
Yeah.
I knew that. Yeah.
Yes, but there were many of them, and some made the jump, some didn't make the jump. And they continued to make the radio ones for a long time after TV started because they were still very popular.
I remember back in the 90s, my mother used to be able to get ABC soaps on the radio. I don't know what channel, what radio station it was or whatever, but they were simulcast on the radio. Like she was able to listen to, yeah, because she would say while she was working, she would have the radio playing for All My Children Will Life Live in General Hospital.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know if it was, I don't know what channel, I don't know how that was possible, but yeah, so so with that being said, being that there have been so many soap operas throughout history, going back to radio days, how is it they don't get the respect they deserve? How is it that
I think they used to get more respect. I mean, at the beginning, they didn't.
Mhm.
At the beginning, it was for housewives.
Yeah.
While they were tending to the home, while the men folk was out doing the work, bringing home the bacon. And they were started as an advertisement tool.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For housewives.
Mm-hmm.
But like in the 80s and the 90s and even the 70s, soap operas paid for the primetime shows.
Mm-hmm.
Soap operas made so much money, they paid for the primetime shows.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Not only paid for themselves, they paid for the sitcoms, they paid for the drama. They financed, they brought in so much advertising revenue in the 70s, 80s, and 90s that they paid for what you saw in primetime.
Wow.
And I don't think they ever fully got the respect they deserve, but they weren't, I don't know that they were always, honestly, I think nowadays they're more dismissed because of how so many of them have been canceled.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but the daytime Emmys started because they used to be part of the primetime Emmys. And sometimes the primetime Emmys would be like, yeah, we don't have enough time to include these awards in the telecast.
Wow.
And the daytime actors were like, excuse me. So they wanted their own. So they started, they got their own. But daytime, some of the great sitcoms and drama, you never would have gotten them without daytime paying for them.
Amanda, you said, wait, what? I never knew that. You'll need to specify about what you didn't know. And yes, that is my wife chiming in. So it's good to know she's watching. Hey, Annie, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the Podcastathon. Hope you're doing well. We have 312 people currently watching live. Thank you so much for tuning in. And if you have not subscribed to suds-media.com, which is our YouTube channel, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and turn on the notifications bell. But if you're watching on X, either way, we love you too, and we thank you for tuning in. We are raising money for Samantha's Friends organization. The Venmo is up and running, and I also have PayPal. So if you need the PayPal link, let me know so I can go ahead and put that up as well. But again, thank you so much for tuning in. We're having some great conversations about soaps, and I'm actually getting a great soap history lesson from these two soap opera historians that I have on right now, Donald Peebles, and of course my Suds News co-host Angela.
I love soap history. I love soap.
I do too.
I love every aspect of soaps. I absolutely love it. Oh, you never know. Well, it was really, I think those were like more replays, weren't they?
No, they were.
Was it
yeah, they were the daily soap operas on the radio.
Oh, wow.
Unless it was just the local New Haven station that had a simulcast on the radio, which could have been.
Yeah.
I might have to verify with my mother how that happened.
Shush.
But yeah, I'll have to verify with her and find out how that is. But what's really great is we are seeing a resurgence of audio dramas. James Law Jr. behind a number of them, who will be on later on. But also with we had Forever in a Day that just ended its run this year. We also have now Montecito which we're waiting for season 2 to come out. And Montecito has some fantastic big name players on there. Rick Hurst is the narrator. Mike Manning is on there, friend of the show. It's the entire genre of audio dramas has been great as well. And Annie, you're right. Daytime actresses and actors deserve much better than this past year's Daytime Emmys. Well, they combined. This past year's Daytime Emmys, I feel like they were thrown together last minute. And it's funny because Stephen Bradford said that they combined the Daytime Emmys with the Tech Emmys this year, and that kind of threw some things into peril or disarray because, like, why I don't know why on the Daytime Emmys you're seeing the Secret Life of Orangutans or all that kind of stuff. Like, I get it, everybody should have their Emmy awards, but and Annie says they didn't even have access to water. If you listen to Stephen Bradford's podcast, Steve was basically talking about his experience at this past year's Daytime this year's Daytime Emmys, and I guess Maurice Bernard was like ready to pass out at one point, and Steve's wife had to go kind of. Yeah,
she went to get water for all of them. Yeah. Yeah.
Goodness.
But and then he also brought up a good point. I'm going to bring this up to the panel of people here. Should the hair and makeup department or Emmy be split between talk shows and soap operas? Should they be two separate categories? Because I believe Drew Barrymore's team won for, was it hair and makeup? And
I kind of think they should. At the same time, I understand, especially with them putting them all on the same, it's, soap operas do so much more, but at the same time, they could make them two categories, but they would absolutely have to they wouldn't be able to put all of them on TV or a broadcast. They would have to separate the technical and the creative. Right. They would have to, because they could do, hair for soap opera, hair for me. They're Coke. What are you talking about? Who are they for? Sorry. Our pizza came. And he's like, who's those for? The soda. Oh yeah, you're getting caffeine. Oh, that's gonna happen, kid. It would just be, a much longer. Oh, Laura Wright's hair should be its own character. And
yes.
Laura Wright's hair should receive its own nomination.
That's what my mother told her.
It should have its own billing. There should be, she should have her pictures in the opening, and then they should have a behind shot of her hair just being fabulous as its own character in the clapboard opening. Just saying.
No, I agree. That's what my mother told her in April when we went to go see her, is that she loves her hair. Like, she's jealous of her specifically for her hair. I understand completely why they have to combine specific categories and stuff, because then you'll end up having, a 5-hour award show, and hell, they didn't even televise this year's Daytime Emmys because they put it on the website.
But it's so sad, because you go back and on YouTube, you can find like the old, like the ceremonies and stuff from previous years, and you look at all like the spectacle and how much attention and how much love they used to get, and then you look at it now, and it's just like, God damn, that just makes me sad. Like, I wish that it got that sort of, royal treatment that it did, that they did back in the day, because they just looked, they felt like an actual Emmys, that really nice award ceremony, and it just what it should be for these actors that just do so stellar work.
It almost seems like the daytime and the prime time kind of got flipped, where now more of the focus is put on prime time.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the way I've always kind of viewed. I mean, like, as because I admit, like, I like the award show thing. I don't go crazy for watching it as much as I used to, but like back in the day, like I used to, when it was Emmys, award season, all of that, Oscars. I mean, my family and I, we'd all tune in, but it definitely would reach a point. Like, I never really paid too much attention to the daytime Emmys until I started watching more daytime. But as I've been, you don't see that kind of love that they shows used to get in like the 90s or the 80s or what have you. But you watch the primetime Emmys, and yeah, it's like that's what
It's
made
really
me think that. And they had Day of Days at the theater where they had the Emmys. I was just thinking, like, yeah, okay, it means this is going to be a great, great day. And then
reality smacked you right in the balls.
Yeah. That I walked into that theater thinking, oh, this is going to be pretty sweet. And think about it. The Emmys were here. This is going to be, oh boy. Yeah, that was interesting. But I wish that, the ceremonies could get more love than less, especially because, not even having it airing on TV, just streaming through, it just, it's just sad.
The set looked like a comedy act set. I didn't like the set. Looked like you want to see a comedy show.
Yeah, exactly. And also with the amount of people that literally did multiple, awards, like they would say the award, the winner, and then the same two presenters would be up there. It's like, hell, even the Suds Awards, we had different presenters for each award.
Yeah.
It's like
Annie's comment. With the amount of hard work our daytime actors and actresses, yes, I totally agree. I mean, a ton of empty seats. Oh, it just makes me sad. No, even when I was in my film program, I remember talking with one of the women that was we cast her as, we had to do these like directing exercises, and we would cast actors for certain scenes, and there were actors, so like people participated in Second City and just Chicago theater actors and things who would come and participate in our little exercises for our film program. But I remember talking with this one woman, and she said flat out, I wish that I'd been able to be on a soap. You know what a great training ground that is for absolutely anything that you want to do in terms of acting? She says she wishes she'd been born like 10 years earlier so that she could have taken advantage of, when soaps were, just because, I mean, she was an older woman, but she said flat out, like, she just wished that she could have been a part of a soap because she knows what, just the training that you get there and the amount of work that you have to put in every day. It's the best training you could ask for as an actor.
Well, that's what Jacqueline Grace Lopez was saying earlier on, that, the fact that she was able to get into the soap and on GH and learn how to do the lines so quickly in the pages and just get so much dialogue memorized so quickly, it's helping her go back to school, and she's taking her anatomy class and she's remembering all this stuff because of the muscle memory from remembering all those lines.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fantastic. I got to talk to my son now. He's got to get into soap so he could be better at school. He wants to become a lawyer, so he's got a lot of schooling ahead of him.
I can honestly say, too, as someone who had to participate in one of those directing, I had to be directed when there was one exercise that we were doing in my film program, and my friend had cast her scene, but one of the actors dropped out last minute. And she's like, listen, I know you only have like 2 days, but can you just do this little monologue for me in my scene and I can direct you? And I'm like, I haven't acted since my middle school play, and I didn't even have lines in that. I was a townsperson. Like, please don't ask me to do this. And she's like, you'll be fine. Don't worry about it. And it was a short, tiny little thing, like a tiny little monologue, but I had to do like a Southern accent with it. And I was putting so much pressure on myself because it was only a tiny little bit of dialogue, but it was tough to, like, I'm not used to memorizing stuff. I was still like, I was to write it on my hand someplace just so, I ended up being able to go off book. I ended up being able to memorize it, but it was a tiny little thing and it was a struggle for me. So I always am in awe of actors that can just memorize all the dialogue. I give so much credit because it's not easy. At least it wasn't for me.
too early to start yawning. Got a long way to go. No, I agree with you. I mean, I've done very little acting myself. Just in little plays, and I did a couple of student movies when I was in school. But it's tough to remember dialogue, and for somebody like me, I prefer to ad lib 95% of stuff. I prefer to have just bullet points and ad lib and everything. I don't like word for word dialogue. But
I gotta wonder how much. I mean, especially now that the scenes are so short and have to say so much and communicate so much. I wonder if soap actors, if they have room to ad lib, if they get to ad lib, or if they're able to just kind of, because I feel like, especially I don't know, my with Tad, I don't know, I'm coming back to my fave here, but I feel like he had to have been ad libbing some stuff, just just the humor and some of the that had to have been partially just on the spot. I wondered.
I feel like there are times where, as long as the actors are getting the gist of the scene across, that there is room for
characters so well too. So right. You've been playing that character for how long? How they're So I got to feel like they must have some room to play with some of the dialogue. I would hope.
I would assume you're right, and I would assume because unless it's a specific plot point or to say a specific piece of dialogue, because and Annie points it out in that many of them talk about learning their lines that day, and even Steve Burton said on the most recent episode that there are times where unless it's something that's really a big scene, he'll just kind of skim through his lines and just kind of put the gist of stuff together. But again, Steve Burton has been Jason Morgan for 20 years. He knows the character, or 30 years. He knows the character.
Well, I remember seeing an interview with Stephen Nichols and Mary Beth Evans, and they talked about how there aren't many actors that run lines together. The two of them still do. Because obviously Steve and Kayla share a lot of scenes, but they say sometimes when it comes to running lines and things, they still do it, but it's not a given. For some of them just they don't run it beforehand. They'll just kind of, review it and get out there and do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess they're more old school and that's what they like to do.
Oh, the pop-up game though. Okay.
Yeah.
Unless it's a major scene.
Right. Exactly. Anyways, folks, as always, we of course we are here to raise money for Samantha's Friends. Feel free, go ahead and scan that QR code for the Venmo account and donate to help the cause of Samantha's Friends. We still got 18 and a half hours to go, and we're gonna we're ways away from our $700 goal. There's 321 people currently watching. If you all donated $5, we'll way go through our goal. And again, we want to thank you. We're getting into the season of giving, and
reminds me of the episode of Friends where Joey gets fired from Days.
Yeah, and we've been on for 5.5 hours already. So it's a 24-hour podcastathon. It's our second annual, we're trying to raise money for Samantha's Friends. Go ahead and scan the QR code for the Venmo. If you do need the PayPal QR code, let me know. I'll put it back up on the screen, and then you could scan it because we do have multiple ways of donating. If you want to learn more about Samantha's Friends, go to samanthasfriends.org, and it'll give you some information about the organization and about some of the events they have coming up and what they do. And my wife chimes in saying, "Oh my God, this conversation reminds me of the episode of Friends where Joey gets fired from Days for saying he writes a lot of his own lines because he ad-libbed a little."
Yep, and then the writers get mad at him and throw him down the elevator.
I was never a Friends fan, so I knew that Joey was on. I knew that Joey was on Days of Our Lives for a stint, but I didn't know that that's why he got fired.
Some little Easter eggs, with Friends, and because obviously you had Jennifer Aniston and John Aniston,
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and but there's also too just I'm trying to. I know that they did like a cast party episode, and I want to say Matthew Ashford was there. I think that he played. I think at the time he was playing Jack, and he did like a cameo, playing himself or something on like a roof. I think it was like a rooftop party or something like that.
Yeah, Annie, I'm the same way. Watching Friends, and I couldn't get into it either. I mean, I was more of a Seinfeld fan. So.
Oh, I love Seinfeld too. And Kramer was into the soaps. Kramer was into, got caught up watching soap opera, Bold and the Beautiful.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I remembered that.
It's funny because I was talking to a coworker of mine, and we were talking about chicken joints and chicken restaurants, and I'm like, I miss Kenny Rogers Roasters, which led me to talking about Kramer.
Did you guys watch 90210?
I
No.
never did.
Beverly Hills 90210?
No.
So they worked as like lifeguards one summer at like
yes.
and their boss was this big, huge, strong black guy.
Yeah.
And every day at lunch, he locked his door because he was watching General Hospital or a soap opera. Every day. They were not allowed to knock. They were not allowed to interrupt him. It was his soap opera time. And Dr. House used to watch soaps too.
Yeah. Yep.
Annie, I saw you said Christian. Yeah, I think that I remember that too. I remember her being on it, and also she was on. There's an episode on 30 Rock. They showed a little soap opera love to that too. I know there was a Patch reference on 30 Rock, and they also had it where Tina Fey's character is like, she's like, they used like some footage that they'd shot of her for a talk show that she was going to do, but the footage was just very odd. So they said, this is going to be playing in the background of every NBC show that like, if like the TV is on in the background of an NBC show, we're going to be showing your footage. And they did like a scene with Bo and Hope from Days, and then they had a TV on in the background, and it's Liz in the background doing all this like crazy stuff. And they actually, like, I think it was Hope points out, like, what's on that TV over there? What's that weirdo doing on the TV in the background? But there was some Days love on 30 Rock, which I always appreciated.
And it's amazing that they get so much love from, primetime shows and other stuff. It's just, I just wish that mainstream you get more love for soaps.
No, because they're just trying to capture the same formula of making their shows, equally compelling and soapy. I mean, Grey's Anatomy, it's a soap.
Mm-hmm.
Law and Order SVU may as well, partially be a soap. Yes, it's got procedural in it, but let's, call it what it is. I mean, they want to have that same sort of, and I still find it wild that daytime.
Find it wild what?
That daytime was funding prime time for a.
Well, it's funny that I learned that because
we were just talking about that when you weren't here.
Oh,
yeah. We were just talking about it. And you didn't know.
Sorry, circling back.
Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know either. And it's funny you said. It's funny you guys say that because the first or one of the Saturday night's main events funded the pilot of Seinfeld. So
wow,
if it wasn't for WWE, there may not have been a Seinfeld.
I had no idea. That's amazing. And yes, ER definitely was a soap, Annie. I agree.
It was.
Yeah. Loved it, but so soapy.
And Kim, it's interesting when you brought up 30 Rock because Jane Krakowski.
Yes.
She started on soap. She started on Search for Tomorrow.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. No idea.
Yeah, she played a character named TR.
Oh.
On Search for Tomorrow. I forgot TR's boyfriend's name on it. He was like a bad boy. And TR's mother was like a I forgot her mother's name, but TR was like in a star-crossed relationship.
Gotcha. Well, there's so many actors that got their starts on, Meg Ryan. I mean, one that just comes to mind, John Stamos.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my mom would always, I'd be watching Full House as a kid, and my mom would be like, "Oh, there's Blackie."
Yeah.
I'm actually starting this week a recurring piece for Parade of actors who made it big. And I hate saying it that way, or I hate saying before they were stars, because I consider our soap operas stars, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Got their starts on soap operas. Every week there's going to be a new one, and the first one is mind-blowing. You guys want to know who it is? Leonard Nimoy.
Are you kidding?
I heard about that.
Before he was on Star Trek, he played a drug dealer in a small role on General Hospital.
Holy cow! I had no idea.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's
so he's my first one.
That's
my first one, and it'll be out this week. Yep, Leonard Nimoy, Dr. Spock,
Congratulations.
was at General Hospital first.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I have a list of like over 200.
Yeah,
and a lot of them people know, but a lot of them people do not know.
Well, another one I just thought of, and I loved when she came back for the finale for As the World Turned, Julianne Moore.
Oh yes, she loves talking about this. She loves talking about the soaps. She doesn't shy away.
Mm-hmm.
She's proud of her soap opera group. I give her much more respect.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean her coming back. I mean she didn't have to do that, but it's just. But knowing where you got started and just coming back, I just thought that was so cool. I was like, I did watch As the World Turns here and there, mostly just because there were actors from AMC who had crossed over that I wanted to kind of see in action on another show. So, but no, it's cool when they show that respect for the genre and everything like that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kathy Bates has great respect for it, but you know who doesn't?
Who?
Tommy Lee Jones.
Really?
And he left because he thought he was bigger and he could be bigger and better than soaps. And he became a very big star. I don't think that makes him better than soaps, but
yeah. I still, and everyone draws. We were earlier in our conversation with we were talking about how the overlap between soaps and theater, and that's just in terms of like that training ground and everything with it. Just because it's like they're doing mini plays, and that takes skill and that takes talent and that takes time.
Oh yes,
especially back when the scenes were longer too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
like you look at some from like it's so funny now versus clips I've watched of soaps from late 80s, 90s even. It's amazing how much shorter the scenes are now.
Oh well, it's because the attention span of the audience. I mean, that's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's funny because when some of the wrestling fans may join us later, we could have the same kind of conversation about wrestling because, the storylines, and now granted, there are more big shows now than there were back in the 80s and 90s, but the stories used to go for like 6 to 8 months, back then. Now they're done in 6 to 8 weeks.
And nobody has the patience for the slow burn either, which is just frustrating because that's half the fun with the super couples. It's like, having gone back and watched the Steve and Caleb, Patch and Caleb story, I like to think that I'd have the patience if that was playing out now to like, will they, like them getting interrupted, then not being able, like it taking forever for them to finally, I like to think I have the patience to watch that in real time, but I don't know. I mean, they really dragged it out and they knew how, but that was part of the fun too. The journey of them eventually, you want to see that build, you want to see that. And now I feel like it's missing. We don't get that anymore.
And Unbreakable chimes in saying, then there's Margot Robbie, who always appreciates her starting on Neighbors.
Oh yeah.
As she talks about the unrelenting shooting schedule. And it is a good training ground. It's like, and just like Jacqueline Lopez, Jackie said earlier, it's such a great training because it teaches you, and when they're primetime actors that come in to do short stints, they're like, how is this possible? How are you learning, so many lines? I mean, we saw that we saw that last year, when Charles Measure came in to originate the role of Brennan, and he was known not for soaps, so he was kind of lost at times. He said he was kind of lost at times, having to learn so much dialogue in such a short time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no, it's like I said, it's not, at least for me, even memorizing that tiny little passage is not an easy task. So,
right.
Folks
Exactly.
can do it. I give you credit.
Oh, I give them credit all the time. They do stuff that I could never even dream about doing because they're able to use their brain like that. Like,
yeah.
Me, I don't know if I have the patience to learn lines that much, but that's probably why I'm not an actor.
Yeah. Plus, I just wouldn't want to be. I don't know. I'm not cute enough to be on the camera 24. People would get sick of me. I'm not tiny enough either. All the soap
I'm going to be here, but I'm going to mute so I can eat. But I will tell you guys, yes, this pizza has pineapple and ham on it, and I don't give a fuck.
Hey,
Kudos.
I'm a fan.
My children
I love Hawaiian pizza.
And I don't want to hear it. People give me all kinds of shit. This is pizza. It's delicious. I'm going to doing.
Enjoy.
I just ate my dinner, but I would eat a piece of that right now. Now I want pineapple.
This is like all I've eaten all day aside from a granola bar. So I'm starving. It's been sitting here. And I'm like, I got to eat.
Yeah, no problem.
Enjoy.
No, I love pineapple on pizza. I mean, even as an Italian, and I've been called a bad Italian because I like pineapple on pizza, but it's like, and when you get a spicy Hawaiian and you get the crushed red pepper on there, it's fantastic. But you know what Whole Foods does? Our pizza of the time right now, our seasonal pizza, is ham and fig jam. It is out of this world.
Oh, I would eat that right now. That sounds very good.
It's got goat cheese and kale on it with the ham and the fig jam. It's
yum.
Fantastic.
Oh, that sounds really yummy.
Well, your local Whole Foods should have it.
Oh, don't tempt me. I was good. I had a salad today. But you did mention the kale. Okay. So I feel like there is some health benefit to it. I'll have to check that out. That sounds very yummy.
Now, sorry.
No, go on, Donald.
Y'all make me want to go get a Caesar's pizza tomorrow. Right after this. I live 2 blocks away from a Caesar's pizza.
Nice. I live literally it's a 2-minute walk for me to this little pizza place that's open till 3 a.m. I may end up having to venture out just to get an energy boost, maybe if I want to power through tonight.
I mean, I'm spoiled because living in Connecticut, we're the pizza capital of the world. So Pepe's Pizza in New Haven is the absolute best. And I grew up on it, so I'm a pizza snob. So when it comes to your pizza, now this actually brings up a pretty interesting conversation because I'm from Connecticut, Donald's in New York, Kim's in Chicago. All three of them, have claim to great pizza. What is it? Is it the sauce? Is it the crust? What makes a great pizza?
Okay, to be perfectly honest, since I'm a Chicago transplant.
Yes, you came from Buffalo. When
I have pizza deep dish is something unto itself.
Yes.
I don't mind deep dish, but if I want regular old just normal pizza, I don't know. I personally think Buffalo pizza is just standard, there isn't anything too fancy about it. We got little pepperoni cups that the pepperoni is like little cup shaped.
Yeah.
But it's just that to me is just standard. It's just the thinner crust, and that to me is really solid pizza. I like deep dish, but I can't make that like my be all end all pizza. It's like that's a once in a while treat because otherwise it's too much. It's too much going on. After you eat that, you want a nap.
Before we get to Donald's take on pizza, I do want to introduce somebody who's going to be joining the stage right now. You know her from Soap Party 411. She was also in Forever in a Day, and she was on this podcast last year. Candace Mack is going to join us on the podcast.
Hey, Candace.
Hi, Candace.
Hey, Candace.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's going on?
How are you, Candace?
I am doing fabulous. How are you guys doing?
Doing
We're
good.
doing great.
Good.
We're having a conversation right now about pizza.
I just had some pizza. I just had some pepperoni pizza from Domino's. Shout out to them for giving me my free pizza. But yeah, I had a Domino's pizza and it was really good.
I ordered Domino's tonight for me and the boys I nanny. They're having an overnight. Perfect timing with this, right? And I told everybody that I'm having a pizza with ham and pineapple on it, and I don't want to hear about it.
There will be no comment from me about that. Just happy eating. But real quick, I heard you guys was kind of talking about Santa Barbara a little bit, like of who came from there and stuff. And the irony is that I was literally going through all my soap opera stuff because it's cleaning and got to get ready for the new year, right? So as I was doing that, I happened to stumble upon these two booties. So this is the Santa Barbara first script of the show ever.
Oh.
And this is the second, well, this is the last episode. So I have the first and last. And so sometimes I read it and I pretend that I'm on the show.
Totally do that. My brother gave me a signed copy of a 30 Rock script, and it's like the pilot script for it. And I remember just like looking through it and just being like, yeah, I can pretend to be Liz. I can read off these lines.
Right.
It's fun. Like, something to it.
It's fun, especially when you realize, like, okay, you go, obviously, YouTube, we can watch some things. And so I watched the pilot episode and I'm reading it and I'm like, there's some stuff that didn't make it onto the show that I was like, I understand why now. I get it. So yeah.
Santa Barbara, was that NBC?
That was NBC.
Okay.
Yep, 3 p.m.
I might have to. You said it's on YouTube because that's one that like I'd like to go back and be able to like catch. Just even.
It's a hard, like, you would really have. I mean, obviously, like the first episode is on there and the last one because of the famous. At the end of the episode, spoiler alert. Paul Ranch like literally had a cigarette and he like stepped on it and like walked out, and it caused such a controversy. On top of the other stuff, it was so much drama. The final years of Santa Barbara behind the scenes that I wish somebody would do. Like, you guys remember those the behind the scenes movies that used to come on like on NBC or Lifetime, where it's like behind. I wish somebody would have done Santa Barbara. Especially because all the drama, like with the executive producers and the creator and the network, and what a time to be alive. And I was just a little kid.
Oh, Candace, a book about Santa Barbara is coming out.
I know.
Oh, really?
There might be somebody in there. I don't know. What was that?
Candace, you actually had a great experience this past year going to the Daytime Emmy Awards last month. How was your trip out to LA?
Yeah. It's incredible.
I still think that it was a dream, and I need somebody to either slap me, or really tell me, like, no, because I mean, everybody knows, everybody that's watching, everybody's listening to my voice knows that I've always said I wanted to go to the Daytime Emmys. Mm-hmm. I wanted to sit in the audience. That was it. I'd like to just be a part of it in that way. But when the opportunity came, and shout out to James Lott Jr., when that opportunity came and it was just like, say what? Because I was already going to go out. So backstory, I was going to go to California regardless, because I was going to stay outside the whole, wherever the venue was going to be at. I joked. I said I would be outside holding a sign saying, I love daytime. So that way everybody could see me. And then I would go to the Cheesecake Factory and call it a day. Well, clearly I, received the ticket. I got a ticket and I was going to go in there. But then this opportunity. So the first thing, if I could really, just like, thank goodness I was able to take time off of work to go, because everybody takes summer, for vacations. And I'm going to say this. I know a lot of people were not too happy about the change up with the daytime Emmys being later on in the year versus, you know, like spring or summer. I totally understand that. But I'm gonna be selfish. I'm kind of glad it did because I was able to go because I was the only person taking off that week. And so I was like, yes, I'm gonna really go. And when just being on the red carpet and just to feel that excitement, I can't really describe it, but it felt like you won a free pizza times 10 plus finding $5 when you needed the money plus like I'm just saying it just was like a real it just didn't feel real at first. And then I'm gonna be honest, I have not watched none of the videos. It's not because it's not an ego, it's just I'm really seriously thinking this is still a dream. If that makes sense. Yeah. Because little 5-year-old Candace is, you know, like still playing with her baby dolls, watching on TV, and that's, you know, it's a surreal moment that I can't really perfectly describe, and I apologize, but it was fun. It was fun. I can say that.
Awesome.
I mean, I only got like a taste of it, but like when I got to go to when I went to Day of Days for the first time, I mean, that was the first soap opera fan event that I'd ever been to in my entire life. And I was totally overwhelmed, and I was just totally, and this was 2022. I show up there and I'm just like, I turned around and I see, you know, Deidre Hall is standing right behind me. And I was just like, wait, what? Like, what is happening right now? Like, what is life? It was so surreal and so cool. And it was just like a sliver of like, you know, because it's not the Emmys or anything like that, but it's still, you get to see these people and you're just in that world, you're interacting. And it's just like, is this real life? Like, is that really so-and-so over there? Like that legend who's been on my, you know, screen for, it's incredible. It's just such a cool feel.
And that's the thing is that when you grow up watching these people that's been on TV for 5, you know, in your life 5 days a week, and you just know them based off of television, right? But then when you start seeing them on social media, or they do something or say something that you can relate to, and then when you go ahead and meet them, and it's sort of like, hey, wait, we're buds, we're friends. Like in my head, we're friends. I don't know if we're gonna be friends in real life, but then when you realize the person is really a great person and you can vibe, it does feel like, wait a minute, yeah. Like, okay. And when you said about Deidre Hall, I do remember this. When I was outside, I saw Deidre Hall walking by, and I was like, okay, Candace, talk. You do know how to talk. Just say hi, for crying out loud. Say hi. And I was like, hi, Miss Hall. And I was like, where did that little girl voice come from? But it's like when you see the legends, when you talk to them, it's just like, okay, this is your time. This is your moment to appreciate them and let them know. Give them their flowers now.
My moment did involve when I got up to the autograph table. It did involve my trying to take a selfie and then my kind of tripping and falling over my own shoelace. So, yeah, I almost fell flat on my face in front of Deidre Hall and Drake Hoggeston. And then I was trying to get that photo, and I had, like, at the time we were still wearing masks because of COVID and everything.
Right.
Down around my chin. And I didn't even really care. I was just like, I got a photo. Now I'm going to just like walk away, despite the tripping, despite the whole thing. Like, and I want to make a graceful exit at least as much as I can. And Deidre Hall actually, I heard her call my name. She called me by name. I heard her say Kim. And I'm like, what? Wait, she's talking to me? What's going on? Yeah. She's come back. We need to get a better photo.
Oh.
And I was like, you didn't need to do this. You did not need. And she's just like, no, I was staring off in a weird direction. You had your mask on. Let's get a better photo together. And I was just, it was absolutely, it was so cool. And now, also, may he rest in peace, he said I reminded him of a nervous Jeopardy contestant that he had just seen on Jeopardy the other night. Because I was so just like, and that'll always stick with me. It was just so funny and sweet. And they were just so lovely. And I was just like, this is amazing. This is so cool. I had this, I walked away and I was like, what just happened here? What was that?
Yeah.
It's like I almost blacked out during it, but I still remember it, and it was amazing.
My most surreal moment was with Drake. And here's the thing. I watched Days of Our Lives. I always liked Drake. John Black's great, but he was never one of my, oh my God, I'm drooling over him guys. Like that was never,
right.
He was always the dad. You know what I mean? That was never, he was never that to me. Daytime Emmys, red carpet. It's him, James Reynolds, and Susan, Maggie.
Who's Suzanne Rogers?
Yes. And I'm talking to them for a few minutes, doing the interview. And then, it's time for them to move along. I was like, thank you guys so much. He took my hands, both of my hands in his, or one of my hands in his, and leaned in. And you know how like in movies, like the background fades and it's just the two people.
In the spotlight?
Yes. And it's just, there's no one else in the world. And he leaned in and he smiled and he gave the wink. And he was just like, this has been a pleasure. Thank you so much. And it was just like, just like, I mean, it was so, like, what just happened? And now I'm in love with him. Okay. All right. So now that's fixed. But it was really like that moment was everything else disappeared. And he's just looking into I'm just like, what voodoo is this? Stop it. But, yeah. I couldn't believe it.
He definitely had that charm. He had that charm. He had that charm that would that roped you in.
But wasn't it all creepy? You know what I mean? You knew that you didn't have to cover your drink with him around. He wasn't a creeper guy. And I took his passing. I mean, I'm sure you guys. I took his passing very badly.
Yeah.
Worse than I expected to.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I think we all did. It was like, one moment we heard he was sick, and then the next he had passed away, and it was just like, wait, what? Like, let's replay that again. What just was? It was like breaking news. Like, we all found out on social media.
No, you didn't know before.
Well, what I mean, when we found out the passing, like we was on Spaces.
Oh yeah, that.
Yeah, we was on Spaces.
I mean,
yeah.
That's one of the reasons it really surprised me though, because like so many of us had found out that he was sick way before it was announced. And I was telling Kyle earlier that a lot of us knew, and I was really proud that nobody showed their ass.
Right.
Tried to get clout by, announcing it, like, you know what I mean? And let him have that privacy. But that's one of the reasons, because I mean, I had found out in January that he was that sick with what he had, but I didn't know that it was going to, kill him, but I had known the whole time, which is why it really surprised me how caught off guard I was and how much it affected me that he passed. Because I was like,
even finding out through social, I remember seeing Stephen Nichols' tribute to him, and that just made me ball my eyes. Yeah. Like that was when it like really hit, and then I was just like, oh my God, like just because having met Stephen too at Day of Days, I mean, gosh, talk about lovely, amazing, you're amazing human. But knowing it was like, oh my God, they were best friends. It made it hurt all the more, and that was when I just really broke. I was just like, oh, this is so painful.
Yeah, it was definitely one of those, because we were all in Spaces. I remember this. We was actually having a conversation about Days of Our Lives, and then all of a sudden we just like my news, like the DJ on our radio station in Baltimore has said, "Oh, breaking news!" Like really stopped this in the middle of the song and said, "Oh, I know this isn't right." And she was like, "I know some of you guys probably don't know the show, but this is big for me and my family." And that's when she has said, if you are a fan of the soap opera Days of Our Lives, yes, it's still on. The character John Black, the actor Drake Hoganson, has passed away. It's breaking news. I listened to that on Spaces, and I was just like, okay, please tell me, like, I need to know for real, because it felt like the whole Billy Miller thing again, the Tyler Christopher thing over again, where it was just like, you're not believing this. I mean, let's be real. We noticed that Drake, the appearance of Drake on the show definitely dramatically changed over the course of the months. And then to find out that he was gone, and it was just like, everything stopped. Whether you were a fan of Days of Our Lives or not, you knew who this man was.
Mhm.
And it was such a blow that it was like, wait, that's our dad, our grandpa, you know. And you know, when I heard about it, the first thing I thought about was there was an event here in Baltimore at the convention center. It was the Rite Aid Pharmacy's Williams women's celebration. It had Jackie Zeman and Drake as the guests. And I met both of them, and I told Jackie, I was like, I love you and everything. And then there was Drake, and to what you said, Angela, it was just his stance. It was like he knew who you are, even though I never met the man in a day of my life.
Yeah.
And he gives you this hug. He's like, how you doing? Drake. And I'm like, hi, I'm Candace. And he was like, nice to meet you. And then he gives you this hug. And then we start talking about baseball, because for those who don't know, he was an Orioles fan and tried out for the Orioles. Just saying. And so we were talking about that. And then we talked about Days. And then we talked about, I just remember we were just talking about something else, and Jackie. And to know that I met those two, and you know, Jackie's passing hit me hard too. That knocked me out. Really, and then Drake, and it was just like, you know, we lost a great one. We lost somebody who was a well representative of Days of Our Lives. Not saying nobody else is, but he was one of those people that would go to bat for that show. And it was funny because the day that he passed away, somebody posted the clip of him singing at the Daytime Emmys with the Count from Sesame Street.
What?
Oh.
And I think this was 2004. Because it was at Radio City Music Hall. And somebody said, well, you know, Drake was sort of like the Count of daytime. And I was like, let me think about that. Actually kind of made sense in a way, because he could play that character. He could play a vampire. He could have done that. But it was just like, you know, and, you know, right now they're doing the celebrations, and, you know, we're all thinking about Drake, and we're thinking about Bill Hayes, and we're thinking about the greats of Days of Our Lives that has passed. And, you know, it's just, whoo. So anyway, back to positive stuff. But yeah, I'm glad. I love hearing stories like that where the actors, they understand the importance of the first time for fans, you know, because I think sometimes fans feel as though we don't get credit for why these shows are still on the air, or why we still have these actors still having a job or whatnot. So, and there's some actors, soap actors, who do take the time to talk to the fans and really appreciate and go above and beyond. And sometimes they don't have to do that. They really don't. But it's nice that you feel that.
No, like when I had the opportunity at the second Day of Days that I attended, where I was a little bit less starstruck, just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
I got just a little bit. Did get to chat with Stephen Nichols again, which was amazing. But I was able to give him a little Patch Man Lego, and I was just like, I wanted to have that little, like, I know, like, gifts and things like that. I wasn't even sure if it was appropriate for me to even like bring anything, or if it was even going to be allowed. But I figured it's a Lego, it's small, it's something. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get here next year. Who knows what life's going to be like? I'm just going to do this and nerd out, because I love Patch and Kayla. I love that couple, and I presented him with the little Lego thing, and we had a moment, and my friend took it on video, and I swear I can't go back and watch the video because I'm just an awkward mess of a human, but it was just a moment, you know. But it was and he just was so appreciative. And even one of the women there, who's kind of like one of his friends, who's been, you know, at Day of Days events previously, she even said, like, he was so appreciative of that. And, you know, I was just like, oh, it's so cool. You just have those. And I'm not trying to say that, like, you don't find that in other, like, I don't know, things like that for different sci-fi shows. And I feel like with soaps, it's just, there's something different. It's just something a little bit more special. I don't know. It's just maybe because it's a smaller community, a little bit more tight knit. But I don't know. I feel like you just there's something there that I just, you know, I don't know if I necessarily have that same at a big fan con or something like that, you know.
It's because they've been with us through the good and the bad of our lives. They're seriously our family. You
Yeah.
know, they were there before we was born. They were there when we were born. They were there when we started school, when we finished school, when we started our jobs, when we started doing A, B, C, D, F, G. And they were our safe haven during the hard times
Yeah.
that this world is going through,
Now
that this
I have
country
to
is
tell
going through.
Candace my story, guys.
Yeah.
I
Well,
think
before
Candace
you do,
needs to hear my
Angela,
story. Go ahead.
before you do, I would like to invite and welcome somebody else to the stage who just logged in. He'll be he's coming in a couple hours early, but James Law Jr. has graced us.
Oh, Lord.
All right, but I still want to tell my story.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, I want you to hear this as well. So, a lot of people know my great aunt, who is 97 years old, went into a nursing home this summer because for the first time at 97 years old in April, she started having memory issues. Everything else, she's fine, perfect health. She found herself leaving the stove on, yada, yada. She said, I need to go into a nursing home. It's not safe. So we did that. And now she's still in great health, but her memory has completely nosedived. So I'm 51 years old. She's always been in my life. Most of the time, she does not recognize me. Most of the time, almost every time, I have to remind her who I am. And sometimes she just doesn't get it. However, she was a lifelong watcher of The Young and the Restless. And I got the audiobook of Eric Braden's autobiography, which he narrated. She recognizes that. She knows who that is. And that really, to me, really drives home what these people, what these shows, what these stories, what these characters are to us. Because I am her family. I am her blood. And it's not like we weren't close, but I wasn't in her house an hour every single day. Victor Newman was. And I pray that I get a chance to tell him that story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I think that, it's important, it's important for them to know how deeply, and I mean, seriously, she remembered like his voice instantly. She knew who it was, knew his character, and that just really, to me, shows how deep our connection to these characters and these people and these shows are.
Yeah.
It was so funny. I remember at Day of Days when it was the first one I was at and the day players were performing and Wally Kurth was there. And I was like snapping photos and I was just like, oh, hey, yeah, that's, and I know him obviously as Justin from, Days. But I texted the photo to my mom, I was showing her photos from the event, knowing like she knows some, because she didn't really watch Days. It wasn't really her thing, but she watched GH, we were more of an ABC house. But as soon as I sent this photo, she's just like, oh my God, you just saw Ned. I love Ned. Oh my gosh, you got to tell Ned that I had such a crush on Ned. And I was just like, wait, this is Justin. This isn't, but because like I wasn't as dialed into,
right.
It's like still, it's the same guy, it's the same actor. And I actually had the chance to tell Wally Kurth this. And then like he signed a photo and signed it with my mom's name so that I could, for an autograph that I got to give her for her birthday and stuff. But it's just like, you have big connections with the, even soap operas, even the ones that are on two different, it's like the connection's still there.
Oh yeah. So James, welcome. This is your first year on the Podcastathon. How are you today?
Well, I have a toothache. I'm having a tooth extracted on Monday. So I'm on heavy painkillers right now.
Ooh, that's fun.
Yeah.
We're going to be taking advantage of that later.
Yeah, exactly. You always speak my mind anyway, girl. You don't need painkillers for that. Also, as many people know, I have cancer, and so I'm dealing with that right now. And I'm also dealing with I have prostate cancer. I'm dealing with that right now. And I'm also dealing with an orthopedic issue with my knee. So everything's happening to me all at once.
You are just falling apart, baby.
I know. I look good though still. Shit, what's going on?
I do you. You look great.
Thank you, girl. I appreciate that. And I'll take it these days.
That might be the next clickbait headline.
But I want to come on first because I want to know which shirt am I supposed to wear tonight? This one or this one? I don't know which one.
Oh my God! I think you need that one. The one with the bigger logo.
Yeah.
I vote big logo.
Yeah. The bigger logo.
Okay, I'm wearing that tonight. That's why I came on. Bye, bitches. I want to come on. I did actually want to ask you that. I thought I'll ask you while you're live on air. And I saw Angela was on and Candace running her mouth as usual. And my buddy Donald. And of course, my girl
James.
Kim Pinto stars several audio dramas here on JLTV.
Oh, yeah, I love doing those. They're so much fun.
We have more coming. So I'm working. Candace on a couple of them.
Yeah, like the email. Shout out.
Whatever. The whole point. It's not about Candace tonight. It's about the king of.
I was plugging JLJ Media just now by saying the email. One of the top shows on JLJ Media, and also some other shows that's on JLJ Media as well. But that's not about me.
So here's the deal.
You and I are gonna write a vertical soap with Jacqueline Grace Lopez.
Oh yeah,
she was on earlier, and we decided that we're writing one of the we're gonna do a vertical as a soap opera.
Yes.
We're going to write it with Jacqueline Grace Lopez. We've already decided. The contract's signed. We're doing it.
Yeah. Vertical is in. But really quick. I'm gonna come on later because I'm gonna go do some other stuff, and I'm gonna get so pretty. This is not good right now. But what I wanted to say is, I just recorded an episode of Daytime today because right now it's the 60th Days of Our Lives celebration. I just finished watching my chocolate twin Tony and them at the red carpet, doing a great job. So shout out to them. But I just recorded my episode where I talk about why Days of Our Lives really permeated my life professionally and personally. It's the first show I ever did professionally as a host 10 years ago at Buzz TV. I would not be here if it wasn't for Days of Our Lives or Tony Moore Edition Days. And speaking of what Angela just said and what you guys were talking and Kim were talking about, Candace already knows. The whole world knows. You are my Lotties. Y'all know. I got to meet Christian Alfonso. That was the number one person I ever wanted to meet my entire life. Yep. And as I'm telling the story on my Daytime today, which will be out tomorrow, I started crying again. I was like, I'm crying. And I said, here's the deal. And Angela, I'm with you 1,000% on this. It's soap operas. This stuff is not frivolous. It may seem like just like, oh, whatever. It's soap opera. This bitch was in my life for every day for like 40 years. Yeah. Good times and bad.
Yep.
Right. And there's something to be said about that. There's something to be said about that. And these people, sometimes the soap sucks. Sometimes it's great. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
But that's life, baby.
Hello. That's the truth. That's the truth. And right now, I hate this year so far for myself, so I get it. But the point is that this person, I watched them continuously with these other people, continuously put on a show, come and go, whatever, for years. It brought me joy. I think honestly, the fans, I get it. And some of us do these shows, we do podcasts on these shows, and they love us also at the same time. And I don't take that lightly because we're giving them some kind of entertainment. And so I think it permeates our brains in ways that I think people don't really fully give credit to. It's very underrated to get attached to a show and a character. And Victor Newman, Eric Braeden, whatever that is for your aunt, totally get it. And I know a lot of folks who will forget who the fuck I am and who you are, and see their favorite star and go, "Oh, that's Susan Lucci, or that's that's Michael E. Knight, or that's Candace Mack." So you never know. It's one of those things that I'm with you. I just talked about on my other show. I'm with you 1,000%. It's like you shouldn't take it lightly. You shouldn't knock people for it. Soap operas are a form of entertainment that have educated people. I've seen before, but also have given us some just real fly-by-night craziness at the same time. Yes. But the point is, when fans feel strongly about a character or an actor or actress, I take it seriously. I do. There are some things out there, yes, obviously. But for the most part, I get it because that's how soaps were designed for us to fall in love with them. That's kind of the point. They become part of our family, and that's I'm with that. I'm with you on that, you guys. And Kim talked about her experience. I just want to say before I go to just Candace did a wonderful job. You should watch the videos. You did fine. And she really did it at the last minute because I got chicken pox. This year's been fucked up. I got chicken pox at 56 years old. It's fucking crazy. So me and Tammy Govea said, Candace is here. Let's make her dream come true. We called you together and said, and for me, it was just, it was my loss on some level, but it was also my gain because you were the Cinderella story. You were really the Cinderella story there. And everyone said, Candace did a great job. And you did. Yeah, the videos are fine. You should watch yourself. They're fine.
I get nervous. I get nervous. Like, it's one thing because, like I was saying, is that I know the videos are out there. I appreciate everybody's comment, and but for me, I'm still in the bubble.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm still in that dream bubble. When James called me, I was eating pancakes and eggs. And I didn't even finish my food. By the way, James, you owe me that too.
Yes.
Because I was like freaking out and whatnot. And so I think because, and I said this earlier, is that 5-year-old Candace, who when her great grandmother was watching the daytime Emmys when it was on in the afternoon. Y'all remember that? When it was on in the afternoon, wearing her Easter dress and having her Barbies and acting like she was there. To now, and I have no shame in my age, 43 years old. God bless the glory. But I was able to do that because of these soaps. These soap operas is more than just a show, and sometimes I do agree that there's people who just look at it and be like, rolling their eyes. But if it wasn't for these soaps, I would not have met none of you guys.
Yeah, same here.
To be honest with you, I probably would have been on a flyby. Yeah, that's true. No, that is true. That is a true statement. That is a true statement.
It was
I'm like, I don't know about you.
I mean, there's some truth to it. No, there's some good people that I've met through here. There's some bad people that I've met. And there's some in between. But no,
I may get to them later on the show. Who knows? I'll spill tea.
I mean, I think some people know now somebody got bumped up. But no, I wouldn't have been able to do a soap. I wouldn't be able to do half the stuff that I've done if it wasn't for soaps.
Yeah.
And so the fact that Days of Our Lives, who, let's be honest, we didn't think Days would get here.
Oh, no, not at all.
Because I remember, Jeff, you're saying at the 2009 NBC TV critics when you said Days of Our Lives might not go past 2010. I still remember that. I took that with a heart. But here we are celebrating 60 years of Days of Our Lives. We're going to be celebrating 39 for Bold next year, right?
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, something. Yeah. Then General Hospital, Beyond the Gates. Like, folks, I'm going to just say this right now. I'm just going to get this out. Soaps are not dead.
Thank you.
For the love of freaking soap, Jesus, soaps is not dead. And if somebody tells you that,
have been greatly exaggerated.
Exactly.
I mean, seriously, whether it's audio, streaming, visual, novels, network, because again, we didn't think we would have a network soap, folks.
Yep.
We got Beyond the Gates, and who knows? Who knows?
In my lifetime to watch a soap premiere, like on, standard, daytime. I was floored when I found out that Beyond the Gates was, going to be presented to us. And I'm so happy that it's here. But I never would have seen that coming, especially after All My Children and One Life to Live got canceled. I'm just thinking, I'm just going to watch these shows go away. I'm not going to see any get,
Yeah. I mean,
hold.
I mean,
before you go, I'm gonna go out because I'll be on about an hour and a half. I'm gonna wash my face and try to put my hair into some kind of style. I know what shirt to wear now. So I'll do that. So I told my Lotties, I put out a whole thing just now to come join me because I'm the king of YouTube Live. So I'm like, come on, Lotties, come. It's a good event. I'm telling them to come here. I posted it everywhere. So I will see you guys later. I'm out. I'm going out.
Okay.
Bye. Bye.
Later.
James, see you later,
Bye,
James.
guys.
Bye.
See you after.
Bye, James. Oh my gosh.
Yep, he will be on at 11 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 p.m. Pacific. That's when we were going to actually take our first break as we reset and do, because we broke it down, remember, folks, into 3 8-hour parts so that we save everything this year. I learned my lesson from last year. Yeah.
He doesn't want me angry.
I learned my lesson from last year. So we still have Julie Dove coming up whenever she's when she decides to text me and let me know she's coming on. We have Courtney Marie Warner tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern. Adam Huss at some point will be coming on. And Jordy Villasuso apparently too. And hopefully we get Uncle Damien back as well.
Wait. You're gonna have Adam and you're gonna have Adam and Jordy?
Yeah.
We did last year too.
Yeah, Jordy.
I know. I was there. I know, but I I got to get all dolled up now. Just saying. Adam and me, we had some spark. If you remember, that like me and Adam had spark, and Jordy and me had,
the picture of himself in the French maid costume. What can I get him to do this year?
Oh,
I'm just saying, Candace wants to be really dirty right now, but it's also like it's so close to the Lord's Day.
And I'm not saying nothing. Oh my gosh!
We are having fun, folks. We are raising money for Samantha's friends. The Venmo code is up in the corner. Go ahead and scan it and give. We got 344 people currently watching live. And if, like I said, if everybody just scans and gives $5, we'll blow our $700 goal out of the water. If you can't use Venmo, let me know. I'll put up the PayPal QR code as well. Of course, if I put it up now, it'll cover Donald's face. But if you need the PayPal link, let me know, and I'll put up that QR code as well. Samantha's Friends is a fantastic organization. They work with organizations that rehome and train service animals for veterans and first responders. Such a great organization. Also, I did announce earlier today that with our new merch shop for Suds and Squared Circle Media, we have doggy bandanas for sale, as well as doggy cuddle buddies. So for every doggy bandana that's sold or every doggy cuddle buddy that's sold, all those proceeds will go towards Samantha's Friends. And that's for the future. That's not just for tonight. So go to merch.suds-media.com and pick yourself up a doggy bandana or a doggy cuddle buddy with whatever logo that you want on it from our show lineup. That's merch.suds-media.com. All right, and I still have other stuff that I'm going to post between tomorrow and Monday. That books from Charlie Domino, for some of you that may know, is Charlie from Starkville, Mississippi, from the Jim Cornette podcasts. He has donated some books of his that he's written to auction off for Samantha's Friends. So we're going to raise the money, but folks, we want you guys to chip in and donate. The Venmo code is up there, and if you need the PayPal code, I will provide it for you as well. All right, so let's see. We never got a chance to hear Donald talk about his favorite pizza and how New York pizza, what makes a good pizza in his opinion.
New York pizza is unique, I think, because of three ingredients: the sauce, the oregano, and the grease. It's just something about the dripping grease when you're eating a slice. It's that grease. I don't like when people say, "Oh, don't try to soak off the grease." I'm not soaking off the grease. The grease is that I think it's the special ingredient. It's the grease that makes it unique in New York City.
My daughter once said that the grease that comes off of pizza is like if pizza was a drink.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She's not wrong.
Yeah. Now, I have heard that a lot of what's good about New York pizza is because of the water in New York. That makes the crust, the dough, so tasty. At least that's from what I've heard. Because I've heard, other places like Florida, they can't replicate New York pizza because of the water content or the whatever is in that water in New York. But I still have to brag. I'm in Connecticut, which is the pizza capital of the world. So New Haven pizza is above all.
Self-proclaimed. We got some pretty good pizza here in Boston too.
Really? Now that's one. Now I've heard Boston is good for their Chinese food. I've never heard it.
Boston is good for their Chinese food. Boston is good for their subs. Boston's good for their pizza. Boston's good for their seafood too.
I don't know, Angela.
I say that they're the best ever, or did I say that they're good? I understand that people have their preferences. For me, I've lived in California. I've lived in Florida. I've lived in Virginia. I've lived in Texas. I've lived in England. So I've lived quite a few places. I've spent a lot of time in Chicago because that's where my ex-in-laws live. I've been some places. I have a daughter in North Carolina, one in Michigan. I've been some places. And to me, those foods are best from here. Now, nothing could possibly beat barbecue that comes out of Texas.
I don't know. North Carolina.
I'm going to need Angela. I'm going to need you to come to Baltimore. I'm going to need you to come to Maryland for the seafood.
Well,
I'm going to need you to come for the barbecue. I'm going to need you to come for the Chinese food.
I think like the big thing for you guys is like crab and stuff, right?
Yes, the seafood.
Clams, haddock. Oh, come on. Forget about it.
I do want to take a road trip to Baltimore for Jimmy's favorite seafood because I can tell you their crab cakes are out of this world, as well as I just had their crab pretzels. For some reason, we were selling Jimmy's famous seafood crab pretzels at Whole Foods, and then they stopped carrying them. So I bought what was left because I thoroughly enjoy them. But
now I want to get a crab pretzel. Thanks a lot. Literally, there's something about the seafood here, and I've also tried California. I've tried, New York. I tried, stuff like that. It's probably because of the season, like the Old Bay seasoning that is so good. And also it's just the vibe. Like the vibe here is, seafood, chill out, good time. I'm seriously thinking about getting a crab pretzel right now. But it's also, besides Jimmy's, there's Moe's, there's Phillips, there's Chris Seafood. Shout out to Chris. And there's some other places too. My godmother and and my godfather who makes good barbecue chicken. And so it's just the vibe here. So yeah, I'm extending an invitation for you guys to come down and we can go and get some seafood and yeah.
And I extend that as well. I'll tell you what, Sullivan's on Castle Island in Southie, there is nothing like a summer day.
I heard about that.
Some fried clams and a raspberry lime Ricky and sitting on the pier, sitting on the swing, sitting on a bench and trying to keep the seagulls from taking your fries.
Yep.
And eating the fried clams and there's still just a little bit of sand in them. It's just you know what I'm talking about. That they're like, okay, yeah, there's a little bit of sand. I'm sorry, it's like the best thing in the universe to me.
Yeah,
I love it.
A lot of New York City seafood lovers, they go to City Island.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I will say, I usually, if I want really good seafood, I'll go up to Rhode Island to Matunic oyster bar. Their food is outrageous, and I'm glad they actually reopened after the fire that they had last year or whatever it was. But I am a seafood connoisseur, considering being Italian the Feast of the Five Fishes or Seven Fishes on Christmas Eve. That's my favorite holiday.
I got introduced to that holiday when my sister married into a big Italian family. I mean, her wedding was straight out, instead of substitute my big fat Greek wedding for my big fat Italian wedding. We started taking part in that tradition too, and it's lovely. It's so nice. It's just Christmas Eve. I already love Christmas, but add in this element to it now with the extended family, and it's so nice. It's so Unfortunately, though, all this talk about seafood, my roommate is deathly allergic to all things shellfish.
Oh God!
Oh,
that poor person. I don't know how that would affect my will to live.
It's it's taken a toll. It really has.
I mean, my wife is allergic to calamari, but that's it. Like, she could eat shrimp, but she also chooses not to eat clams or anything else. But
yeah, pretty much anything that swims, she just can't get near it. So it's just, that's a little sad. Because Chicago, I don't know, I haven't had as much of a chance to experience, even though I've lived here now 7 years. Like, when I was here at first, I was on a starving artist student budget and didn't have the money to go out and experience it very much in the way I'd like to. But there's definitely a few places that I'll venture out to. And there's, I don't know, I'm really into sushi. And there's a sushi place that my sister still raves about and still craves, because I dragged her there. I'm like, listen, let's just go out and get we didn't know what to do for dinner when she was in town visiting. And I'm just like, let's go get some sushi. But we'll go to this really kind of bougie neighborhood and just see what, this place is all about, because I've been hearing about it forever. And it was totally worth the bouginess and the expense, because, oh my gosh, some of the best I've ever had. But yeah, this place, Sushi Doku. And they even deliver sushi, and it delivers well, which that's not always a guarantee. But yeah, no, in Chicago food in general, every time the family comes up and visits, all we do is just eat and drink. Just walk around the city and just eat and drink and enjoy it. That's a huge part of it. So, except for the deep dish, because after you eat deep dish, then you just want to take a nap. I mean, my brother, when they came out to visit me after my film school graduation, my family was up here, and it was August, and it was 90-something degrees, humid, sticky, gross. But my brother insisted on having deep dish pizza because he's in Chicago. So we're sitting, waiting for this pizza to show up, and then they're just this is the heaviest freaking meal to be eating in the dead of summer right now. It was just. Yeah, but he wanted it, so we sat there. We waited for an hour. We got our pizza, and then afterwards, I'm like, "Okay, so now you want to go wander around the city?" He's like, "No, I'm going back to the hotel now." I'm like, "Of course you are."
All this talk about food is making me. I actually made myself a seafood stew for this weekend, because my wife was going to be out of town, so I just made myself a seafood stew to last for this entire event.
Well, I'm making I made chicken chili. I started doing, now that it's crock pot season, and now it's soup and chili time and stuff like that. It's okay, cool. This is great. I can actually meal prep now.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
All right. So where are we going now at this juncture? We have 356 people currently watching live. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Folks.
If you haven't subscribed to suds-media.com, go ahead and subscribe. That brings you to our YouTube channel. Hit the subscribe button and turn on those notification bells, so that anytime something comes on to our network, you get notified. So I don't know. I've said it for years, and I feel like we could bring about world peace right through food. Because I feel like every culture has great food, and if we all learn to share the great culture and the great food, we could probably put world peace right there.
Yeah. I feel like every kind of cuisine, every time, culture, food from different, there's base, everyone's got a dumpling of sorts, there's I feel like, there could be world peace if everyone just shared their version of a dumpling.
I also want to say something too, which and this is not at all political, but everybody knows that food stamps have been cut off. And I'm
Mhm.
sure that this is the same in every community. The restaurants that are stepping up
Yes.
and
Yes.
offering free meals for people
Yes.
are just astounding to me. I'm just like, this is so wonderful. And like, I live in a very busy urban area, and 300-400 free meals a night. They're doing it. And like the downtown cafes that mainly do like coffee and some like breakfast sandwiches or muffins and stuff like that, they took out all of their seating and converted it all to food pantries. And they're not only giving people that are off their SNAP free drinks and meals, they're also giving the customers, like their paying customers, discounts for bringing in things for the food pantry.
I love that.
I am
Love it.
blown away by the love being shown.
I got a list of all the restaurants in Chicago that you go in with your SNAP card and meal discounted, meal free, and the list is long. And I plan on I don't order much. I'm trying to be better about not getting takeout, but next time, or going out to restaurants, as much as I'd love to, I can't afford to on a regular basis. But I'm making a point of finding these restaurants that are doing.
Absolutely.
There's
a Korean place here. There's a Korean place here that 3 nights a week, because they're not open every night, but they're open like Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. They're like in joint with other places, but they're Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights. They will. Anybody with a SNAP card can call and order. It's a dinner for 4.
Wow.
Wow.
It's a vegetable dish, I think a chicken dish, a beef dish, and dumplings. I was like,
again with the dumplings.
That's
so cool.
astounding to me. You know what I mean? I can't imagine, and there've been people, and I just, those are the businesses that are really going to get my takeout business going forward. And I'm keeping a list of them because people have been putting a spreadsheet together for helping people find resources and stuff.
Yeah. When I was down visiting a couple of years ago, I went and visited. My uncle lives just outside of Atlanta, my great uncle, and we were visiting him, and it was just like a weekend kind of trip. My sister wanted to go to Savannah for the day and just kind of, but while we were down there with him, he said, so I'm gonna, go out this morning and do my it's what I do on weekends. You're more than welcome to come with me if you'd like. But he volunteers at a food pantry every weekend. Ever since he retired, it's just that is his routine, and he's like, this is my what I do for my community. I lived here for years, and until I retired, I didn't even really. But he said now every Saturday, always this food pantry, and I was just like, yeah, we're down here on vacation, so we're gonna go volunteer and we're gonna do this. And honestly, it was great. It was just like, yeah, okay, later on we can like go to Savannah and give on forests and stuff like that. But for now, let's go do this. It's just giving season, it brings that out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to volunteer at a food pantry. Now at our local food pantry, you could only volunteer every other weekend. For some strange reason, I can't remember what it was, but when my son was growing up, I would take him with me, and he would do little things and run, help people with their bags to the car, and because he was like, I want to say 7 or 8 years old, so he wasn't really doing anything in terms of stocking shelves or helping people go through lines, but he would still help people bring bags to their cars or help them out, and it was such a great learning experience for him. The person that ran it was a friend of mine who went to the church that I went to at the time, and it was just such a great experience for a kid to help out with and to see, just to help.
That's a great example.
Yeah,
that's a great example for the kids to see. As a teacher, you guys don't know this. That's the blessing, is for the children, for the next generation to see us doing good, because they follow our leads. You know how they used to, our parents says, you need to follow our leads. Well, now the way everything is, we need to set the example. for the next generation to carry it on. And stories like that where you took your son, you know, and he saw that to kind of implant that it's okay to help others.
Yeah.
Right.
It's not always about you. It's about helping others. And, you know, in a couple of weeks, in a couple of days, it's going to be Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
You know, this is, you know, what's happening right now. Like you said, Angela, not to get political, but right now we have to dig deep into understanding the true meaning of what Thanksgiving is, meaning to help our fellow friends, our neighbors. You know, this is by far the worst. It's the worst timing because, again, it's November and we all know how, you know, it's the kickoff, right? It's the kickoff. Thanksgiving, Christmas, Happy New Year. And for everybody that's going through it right now, know that I am deeply praying for all of you guys. I'm volunteering at shelters and also food pantries, and also here in Baltimore and actually in the state of Maryland. Everybody is doing their part. And I also want to say this, I'm going to throw this out there. You know, we self fans, we can't agree on everything. We can't agree. We can't agree if the sun is orange or yellow. As the kid, some of my kids in the class will tell me it's orange when the other kids are like, no, it's yellow. But I think the one thing we all can agree on right now is we just need to help each other out.
Yes.
And so if you guys can find a way to donate your time, or I know it's tight, but even spread some coins or even donate some food that's just lying around that you don't need, like the lima beans that's the next cubby. You know what I'm talking about. Or whatnot, if you want to make a dish for it, please do so, because every little bit helps.
I was telling everybody, because I have a free pantry outside my house that we've had since COVID, and the boys that I nanny, I have them help me stock it and explain to them why we're doing it and who needs it. And I was telling them that, you know, we have, like, as I've been doing it, more and more people in the community put things in. And one of the things that have been so great, everybody, anytime anybody's moving, instead of throwing away all the food they don't want to take with them to move, they put it in the pantry. And it's amazing. Usually they end up filling it for that day just because they don't want to, oh, I had this box of this and this can of that, and I'm not moving this. I'm going to go put it in the pantry.
And you know something else? Yeah, nothing. And you know what's something else that is starting to take shape, Angela? I don't know if anybody else is doing it. It's the toy pantry. People are donating toys that are still function that the kids do not need. Instead of throwing them in the trash, they're actually putting it, like literally somebody built. I just saw one earlier today, a toy pantry where they put the toys in and whatnot. Because again, what is the next holiday is coming up? Christmas. And you know, not everybody is going to be able to get that toy, you know, but a toy for a child. Look.
Yeah.
You know what I'm going to say. So, you know, I encourage everybody just to right now, we just need to understand what is happening. And we have to turn a negative into a positive.
Right.
And I know that's not going to be easy, but we can try.
Yeah. And the best things are never easy. And, you know, it's not easy, but it's not impossible. And in my pantry, we do toys, you know, that are, and I do, like, because I used to have a big daycare, so I have a bunch of arts and crafts supplies. This, that, and the other. And we do books and workbooks and all of that stuff. If you don't want your purse anymore, put it in the pantry. Somebody could use it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's just like, and it's, most of that stuff you're just going to throw away.
Yep.
Somebody use it.
Well, I was so happy to see even my mom. She works at a Catholic church / school. She works in the religious education department, and they every year they do a mitten tree, where they've got just you know, you fill out a mitten, and it's usually clothes. It's sometimes toys, but it's all designed for, you know, families, kids, things like that. I guess this year they had enough. They did 2 mitten trees this year. That just one. They have 2 trees that are set up, which just, you know, it makes you. And my mom always makes a point. She's just like, I get to go out and get the baby clothes. You know, she gets first dibs on the mittens, like which one she wants to pick out, and it's just like, I have an excuse to go out and get, you know, baby clothes and shop and look at all the adorable little like Uggs that toddlers and things like that.
Yeah.
Just, you know, things like that. You hear stories like that, and it's just like, okay, that's positive, you know, negative being turned into a positive. Two trees this year.
Yeah, there's a local children's home that for orphans that they have the kids write letters to Santa like early, like they've done them already, and that they make an Amazon list and give it to the public.
Yeah.
And say these are the things they asked for if anybody wants to buy it, which I think is wonderful too. And I always try to do a couple of those because it's just, I mean, we truly, and I tell people all the time too. We were talking about this earlier too, Candace. Every one of us is closer to needing help than we are to generational wealth that will prevent us from ever having to need it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Every one of us is closer to needing food stamps than we are to earning what Elon Musk earns in an hour.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the facts. And we'll need to keep those things in mind because you never know what could happen. You never know what could change. You know, circumstances outside of your control could destroy your life. And also people need to keep in mind, and this again isn't political, 40% of the workers in this country that work full-time live below or right at the federal poverty line.
Which is a shame.
40% of people who work full-time. And that means they cannot support themselves or their families. Nowhere in this country is minimum wage a livable wage. Not even in the like less expensive areas where it used to be. Nowhere is for even one person. And I'm not making a political statement about what we should do about minimum. I mean, I definitely have my opinions, and everybody knows that. But I'm not. The reason I'm putting these things out there is people need to remember that their circumstances are not everybody's.
Right.
And you know, it's not a simple. It's not a. Well, tell them to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. It's just you can't.
No.
Across statements like that, just ignore reality and help no one.
If you really check out from being like empathetic towards it, you can just like write it off and say, "Oh, well," it's like no. You're cutting yourself off. You're not being empathetic. You're not thinking about other people besides. You're choosing to just kind of think on yourself and judge, and that's just not, that's not okay. You need to keep it in perspective.
Not fit, political, but a society that does not take care of its elderly, its children, sick, and its poor is doomed to fail.
Yeah,
it is. It is doomed to fail. We have. There's a societal contract, and I think a human contract.
We live in a society.
Exactly.
That always cracks me up, but it's the absolute. We live in a society.
Right. That's just the reality, and none of us. The most self-sufficient person is still driving on roads that other people help pay for. The most, Elon Musk's house catches on fire. He's going to need the fire department that everybody pays for. You know what I mean? Everybody has an investment in each other, I think.
We do.
Yep, exactly.
We all have a part that we're all out. I can't believe I'm about to use a High School Musical. I can't believe I'm about to do this. Is we're all in this together. If my cousin watches this, she's going to be so happy I said that. But no, we're,
thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, regardless of where you're, how you're thinking, think about this. The holidays are coming up, and most families will not be able to be together because one, the whole airplane situation.
Yeah.
Just say, right? Also finances. Some people lost their jobs, not working for the government and whatnot. Also, at the same time, hey, in case y'all did not hear, food has gone up. So, if you want to start, working the polls, and I'm not talking about those polls, I'm talking about the other polls, and people, and I mean, it's funny because I was talking to somebody, and it was a joke when I said it, but they was like, you know what, Candace, that's starting to sound a little good, and I'm like, dang, like it's a joke, and shout out to those who do it, but it's like, you have to, you got to find ways to make ends meet, and somebody I know, unfortunately, they're going to have to do something that they didn't want to. They're actually going to sell some of their comic book collections because they want to put food on the table for the next couple of months. Because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You don't know what's going to happen next week. We're not Raven. We can't see into the future. But we just plan for right now. And I think it's scary. We're in scary times, but you know what? I always say this, just like a soap opera. We're on a cliffhanger right now. And then we're going to go ahead. We're going to go through it. And then it's going to be oh my God, I can't believe it. We need to get there. And when I say that, a positive.
Yes. Yeah. My daughters and I always make jokes with each other about feet pics. I'll be like, how you doing? And she'd be like, contemplating selling feet pics. We always make that joke because shit's hard out there.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I just got word that Julie Dove is going to be popping on really soon. So.
That's exciting.
Oh, yay.
Yes.
I like Julie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I know what I'm going to ask her. I'm going to ask her about the project she approached Adam Huss about.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
And that is all I will say.
All right. So our friend Julie Dove will be popping on very shortly. I'm going to take this moment to run to the bathroom. So I will be back.
You're gonna walk slowly. I don't want you to fall. Walk slowly. You'll fall and then you'll pee on yourself. It won't be a good thing.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And my cousin just texted me. She was like, "Thank you for the reference." I'm like, "Really? You watching?"
Of course I am. I felt the disturbance in the force that somebody was going to mention High School Musical, and it was going to be you. I had to see it.
I'm like, "Really?" Like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Now, between that and that show Raven, you referencing that now.
I know your Disney Channel vibe went all the way. Not now.
And I got some General Hospital behind the scenes tea a few minutes ago, and I'm going to talk about it later when James is on.
You're putting us on a cliffhanger, Angela.
Wait a minute, hold up. So you're going to talk about it when he's on, but not when I'm on.
You're not going to be on when he's on?
I probably am, just because I want to mess with him.
That's what I figured. Look at her going, no, I will not share space with James Lunt Jr. I shot him young when he's on.
Because it's funny because tomorrow, I'm part of the JLJ Soap Block, so he's going to probably be like, you got to get up early. You got to do a show. And I'm like, okay. We do know I go to sleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, though.
When he's on later and I spill it, I will message you.
Oh, no, screw that. I'm going to be on. Because it's funny because this week
Candace is gonna be like, oh, I've known that for months.
Yeah, well, it's funny because and I was so glad I looked at my calendar because I see Steve and Bradford this week. And so I'm like, I'm going to have Steve sign that picture of me and him and his wife because I just think that was one of the that I can remember. Everything else, I can't remember certain things. But I remembered that because we were talking about New England Patriots and we were talking about football and, his wife used to be a Patriots fan and he made a comment saying, yeah, my wife's, from New York and she liked the Patriots, it doesn't make any sense. And I said, I'm from Baltimore and I like New England Patriots. So
yeah, it's
called
good.
You know,
yeah, it's called based in a football team.
It's probably making it clear that I am not a New England Patriots fan, but that's just, I don't know. The Buffalo.
It's okay. Well, they're a good team too. Yes, they are. Yes, they
somebody has to like Buffalo, so okay, we'll allow it.
Yeah. I mean, they're good team. But
that's not a football team, but they are a good bunch of guys.
They're really nice young men. They're really nice young men.
Exactly, an example to follow. I mean, again, not about football, but it's men.
We were talking about golden retriever energy. I like Josh Allen. To me, has golden retriever energy.
He does.
I don't know.
He does.
Don't get too deep into the football. I understand where I'm at. I know the audio.
No, it's okay. Hey, we're all family. Football is like soaps.
Yes.
And as for me and my house,
so I met through the soap community. My buddy, who I met through Soap Twitter, who accompanied me to the Day of Days event, not the one where I tripped in front of Deidre Hall, but different Day of Days event. No, she's lives outside Baltimore. So
okay.
When next time, I'm down, trying to plan a visit and do something with her, we'll have to.
We all get together. Yes.
Yep. No, she's a Ravens fan, and her and I, we won't talk sports. We'll talk everything else. We'll talk soaps. We'll talk everything, but we just don't talk football. So
I understand that. I get that.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But
so
sometimes
welcome to the stage right now, friend of the show, formerly known as Connie from Days of Our Lives, Julie Dove.
Hi, Julie.
Oh, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I just having a weekend here and just taped an audition for a commercial. Very exciting life of the actress.
Yes.
All right, were you guys talking sports? It sounded like
we were talking.
Yeah.
Football. I also told them I was going to ask you a question. Should I ask you guys? Watch, I'm probably going to get in trouble.
Yes.
Because I wasn't supposed to say anything. So I am very good friends with Adam Huss.
Oh, yeah.
And he told me that you had reached out to him about a project you two could potentially do together.
I did. Do you know all the details of that?
I know what the project was, what the piece was.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So our schedules did not work out together. So yes.
I knew that. Just I thought it was
so I can't talk. So I probably, out of respect to the person that's involved with the project, probably should not talk about that.
Okay.
But Adam and I are hopefully going to find something to work together on. And he is actually coming to a Days or Soap fan event, a small thing I put together, a reception. So coming up on Sunday, February 15th, visit starstruckfanevents.com for more information.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
If you want me to, if you're still like selling tickets and stuff to it, I write for Parade. And if you want me to do an article about it and put the link and stuff, shoot me the information.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
where's the event?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Where's the event taking place?
So I'm doing a stage. There's a stage play of Misery, the Stephen King novel that was also a film. And this is the stage adaptation by William Goldman, who wrote the screenplay for the movie. So I am playing Annie Wilkes, and Sean Ferris is playing Paul Sheldon. And a fun fact about Sean Ferris, I've only met him once before I had casting reach out to him to see if he wanted to talk about this role. But Sean Ferris is the husband of Sherry Jimenez, who plays Gabby on Days of Our Lives, who I tried to kill on there. So now I'm going to try to kill her husband.
There you go.
And another
full circle.
Yeah,
this is a small world.
Yeah, the play only has 3 characters: Annie, Paul, and Buster the sheriff. So a friend of mine, lots of people auditioned for the sheriff, and we cast a friend of mine named John Venable, who's an actor from Texas. So just by coincidence, all 3 actors starring in the show are from Texas. So it's got a little home feel to it. So we've been in rehearsals for a couple of months. It's like a very long rehearsal period because everyone's schedules. We don't have time to do like that short, condensed, like lots of long days and nights rehearsals. So it opens January 31st. So, and it's running on Saturday and Sunday nights for 3 weeks here in Los Angeles at the Moving Arts Theater. It's January 31st, February 1st, February 7th, 8th, 14th on Valentine's to bring someone to a horror play. And then our closing night is on the 15th of February, which there is only a few tickets left because Starstruck Entertainment bought a huge allotment of tickets. And we have some fans coming in from out of town to see the show. And Paul Telfer, Lindsay Arnold, Stacey Hadduk, I don't want to say it wrong. Remington Hoffman, Adam Huss, and Kennedy Garcia are friends that are coming. It's called Misery Loves Company. And then the whole cast from the show will be there afterwards. So Sherry is not officially on the Days of Our Lives guest portion of it, but she'll be there with Sean. So people will get to say hi to her. And we have a couple of other cast members that might be coming. They're waiting to find out a little bit about their schedule because it's so far in advance. So
that's fun.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Yeah, thank you for letting me talk about it.
Yeah, that sounds great.
I'm really excited.
Awesome, and you should be, because that's fantastic. So we've been talking about just about everything on this stream tonight, but I do have a very pressing question. What is your favorite type of pizza?
Well, sadly, first of all, I love pizza, but like 2-3 years ago, I got diagnosed as gluten intolerant, not celiac, gluten intolerant. So real buzzkill for pizza lovers. It is very hard to find tasty gluten-free pizza. But I'm very boring. I like a cheese pizza with black olives. But almost like a modified of the Supreme, because I love onions and they don't love me. So sometimes I'll do black olives, green peppers, and just the cheese. There's a place where I get gluten-free pizza that has this like amazing pepperoni pizza. That's really the best. It's called Prime Pizza LA. They have the best gluten-free pizza I've ever had. And then there's a place called Little Tony's here in LA that also has a really, really good gluten-free pizza. And I had the Hawaiian. I know Hawaiian pizza is very controversial, but I had that recently there and it was really, really good. So, I mean, pretty much I like all kinds of pizza. I just have to do a little modifications on onions and a couple of
I had Hawaiian pizza for dinner tonight, and I told everybody I don't want to hear it.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to have pizza for dinner tonight. I have these gluten-free frozen cheese pizzas from Trader Joe's. Look, they're not the best, but when you're craving pizza and don't want to pay the enormous amount of money to have something delivered these days, because I tip people 20% because I know they're out there trying to make a living. So if I order this gluten-free pizza from the place I love, it's like $40, and it's only it's like a square pie. It's 4 slices. So
yeah,
I mean, that's a lot for my budget right now. I need to be getting some more episodes, and then I can be getting some more pizza. Pizza delivered, rather.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
What's your favorite? What are your favorite pizzas?
My favorite, I can tell you, my favorite pizza is of course, I'm always the oddball when I say it, but my favorite pizza is spinach and clam.
Oh, wow. That's very East Coast.
Yes, it is very East Coast.
I didn't mean to make such a dramatic face.
My favorite, if I had to say an all-time favorite pizza as far as a specialty, because usually I'm just a sausage or an olive or something. But my favorite, the most amazing pizza I've ever had, was it had a ranch base instead of the red sauce base.
Mm-hmm.
And it also had, it's so bad for you. It also had cut up fried chicken fingers and cheese.
That sounds like welcome to the
ranch.
South pizza.
It's like actually it's like what's the copay for your cardiologist pizza? But
Now back
Oh my God.
when I could eat gluten, I'd be ordering that Papa John's. I don't like that company now, but I would be ordering that Papa John's and getting the ranch and just dipping it in the ranch and eating it. It's probably why I have a gluten-free intolerance.
I know, right?
Eating so much.
Yeah. Yeah, no.
Pepperoni all day, every day.
A good one.
Just
Very good. Classic.
Just a classic. You know, even though people say pepperoni is now boring, oh well.
No. It's good. It's a staple.
I've done bacon on pizza a few times. I
There's
did
bacon on that chicken one too. That was the other
I'm
thing I
not
was
gonna lie. I do bacon on anything. Bacon is like
Yes.
God.
Yeah. But sometimes black olive just works, or you know, even just pepperoni. But oh God, you're making me crave. In Buffalo, where my family is and where I'm from, there's a place called Mr. Pizza, which I swear, probably, it's just thin crust, very basic, very standard pizza. But oh my gosh, you dip that in some of the blue cheese sauce that you get with the chicken wings. Dip a little bit of that pizza. Oh man, that's like one. Every time I visit my family, it's like, okay, no, we're going to Mr. Pizza, right? We got to hit that up at some point. And even though I'm trying to do the whole like gluten-free kind of thing as well, sometimes I'm just like, I got to cave for this. You know, when in Rome, I have to, you know, at least.
We had a family place called Jim's Pizza that we would go to that was fabulous. Yeah.
Yeah, you find those, but even in Chicago though too, I mentioned it earlier. I mean, deep dish, I can appreciate deep dish, but it is a thing unto itself. It's like, that's not pizza to me. That is something in its own category. That is also good. But when I want pizza, I'm not going to get deep dish. I'm going to get, you know, just standard pizza from the place down the street that's open until 3 a.m.
We have a place near us that makes a really good BLT pizza.
Oh, wow.
They make the pizza, they cook the pizza with the bacon, the cheese and everything, and then they put the fresh lettuce and tomatoes on it after it's cooked. It is out of this world.
Does sound good.
What were you gonna tell us, Donald?
I was gonna say I love the Meat Lovers pizza with the pepperoni, the bacon, the ham, and sometimes the beef.
Is that, do you like it specifically from like a certain place or just pretty much any version of the Meat Lovers?
Either Pizza Hut or Caesar's.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We had a Pizza Hut growing up, and you know, the town I grew up in was small. It's a big town now. And like everybody would go there after football games and basketball games and stuff. It would be so crazy crowded. But yeah, I loved Pizza Hut. Loved the like red glasses and the checkered tablecloths. It's like I'm aging myself, but it's good memories. Good memories.
We used to do
That was a good time
growing up.
That was a good time. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
that was a
Pizza
good
Hut
time.
has changed too much. Like the classic Pizza Hut was fantastic. I remember going there with my grandmother all the time, like on days off from school, and getting the personal pan pizza, and you know, comes in the really, really hot, you know, pan, and
the salad bars.
Yep.
I feel like we had some type of reading program that, like, if you read, yes. I'm like, read books and get pizza. Give me the books. Give me the books.
You can tell me nothing when I got my certificate. On that Friday, getting that certificate, you read this many books, Candace, you can go Pizza Hut.
That's right. I'm so glad we can all bond about this.
Yes.
I love it. I love it.
Oh man, I miss those programs. They need to bring those back.
They did like cinnamon sticks at one point.
They still have it. Pizza Hut still does that program in the summer, Candace.
But no, I mean for adults.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you think they'd let us participate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should start a social media campaign. Let adults get the personal pan pizzas for reading books.
Exactly. Pizza Hut. If anybody from Pizza Hut is watching, first hi.
Come on in.
Yeah, and also can we get a hookup?
This is like Pizza Hut's like, if we have to encourage you grown ass adults to read.
I be like this. I'd be like, I would be saying, like, take a look at my book collection. Isn't it pretty? I read all these books, so Pizza Hut, give me a freaking pizza.
My
Hey, look
kids
at
joke.
You do need
so I
to
can
encourage
compare
people to read.
I can
I
get
think-
over.
well,
So either side of I have both sides of the better mind, and I have piles of books on both nightstands. And my kids joke, they're like, "Oh, those are her emotional support piles of books." They're not going to read the books. She just likes to have them near her as she.
I have a lot of books here I haven't read yet. I'll be honest, but I'm trying. It's the
Yeah, I have a book club group chat. I can show that as proof, you know.
Oh, very good.
Right?
I can get a
We
whole
have a
bunch of pizza with all
book
it is.
club that we do a book.
Oh,
a
are
month.
those all books back there, Donald?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Donald, tell her what
I-
you do for a living.
I don't know when I'm going to read those books. I'm a public librarian.
I didn't know
Yeah.
that. That's amazing. That's
So
amazing.
I'm not sure if I'm going to ever read these in life. I'm going to have to donate them eventually.
My mom took us to the library every week when we were kids until I was, I guess, like 16 when I could start driving. So she really encouraged us to read.
Yeah.
I don't know how I lost it as an adult, just getting wrapped up in all the drama of life, and now we're wrapped up in.
Well, I just went and got a library card. I haven't had a library card in Chicago since I moved here, but I was just like, you know what? I got to get back into libraries literally down the street from me. Like,
Yeah, and our library here offers free audiobooks and free online.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm in Boston, and anybody in the state of Massachusetts can get a digital library card to the Boston Public Library.
That's
and they
great.
have an extensive audio and ebook collection that's massive. It's
Oh, that's
wonderful.
so
I
great.
love it. And it's in the Libby app, I think it's called.
Yes,
Yeah,
the-
Libby.
yeah.
Yeah, all the
Mhm.
libraries use that. I absolutely love it. Love it.
Yeah, I'm excited about the new guy that I don't know his name, but the librarian that became popular on the internet. That's like the new Reading Rainbow guy. He seems very
Yes.
fun.
He's super sweet. He is because he
Yeah.
was making his rounds. He's going to different libraries. I know he's coming to Baltimore. I want to say next week and whatnot. So I want to actually meet him and talk to him and probably hopefully I can sing the song with him.
Oh, that would be so cool. I know that people were, like, oh, it's not LeVar Burton. And he was like, I know I'm sad about that too, but let's just make this new Reading Rainbow fun, So I like that.
Yeah.
He knows like that he's stepping in. It's not even stepping into someone else's shoes. You're trying to just continue on a legacy when someone wants to make a change.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's so
But,
important, especially now. But I was so happy to see that it was, coming
yeah,
back.
I mean, we have just not to get too deep, but I feel like we're having a lot of comprehension issues in our world. Just like comprehension skills, reading.
Reading comprehension is a lost art, it seems, especially if you're on social media.
Well, just even like basic critical thinking of things like when you ask someone something and they don't understand what you're saying, or this happens a lot when you pay with cash, which I don't pay with cash very often, and people don't know how to count the change back. And sometimes sometimes I would give an extra $1 so that I could get a 5 back instead of 4 ones, and people are just like, well, I don't understand, why are you giving me $1? Well, because I want $15 back, not 14. So it's pretty tough out there. So yay for Reading Rainbow was the point of all of that.
Yeah, I mean, I work with kids. I'm a childcare teacher, and so I have them young. I have them before they go to regular school. And one of the funny things is funny, but it's kind of like wow, is they know more about YouTube than ABCs. And I was just like, how do you guys know what YouTube is, but don't know what A for Apple is? And so now they've been had this since COVID, the new ABCs. So the new ABCs, instead of A is for Apple, B is for banana, is now A is for Amazon, B is for Barbie, C is for like Captain America, which is fine because it's still in, but like D is for this or W is for Walmart, and those kids knows that, and I'm just like, okay, clearly we're not doing these. We're gonna do it. D is for dinosaur. Everybody say dinosaur. Yes, and like
goodness.
Well, we could change the items, but let's not make it corporations, please.
Well, no, that's what they were actually saying. There was a study done that from, because there was BC before COVID kids
Yeah.
and AC after COVID kids, right?
Mhm.
And after COVID kids, that's all they saw. If you really think about it, I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
they saw Target, they saw Walmart, they saw Amazon. They know that. I mean, even some of the comic, like, you know, shout out to Marvel a little bit, because the kids know that, you know, that's cartoons. But I'm just like, y'all know how to work an iPhone or Android,
Yeah.
but don't know your skills. So I'm just like, wow. But then when you hear about shows, yeah, but then it's like, you know, with our childhood,
Yeah.
we had Reading Rainbow.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We had Mr. Rogers. We had Sesame Street. We had
Yeah.
Where in the World is Carmen San Diego.
Mhm.
You know, shows that really just got to us. And sadly, these kids, they don't have that. But now they're coming out with the retool versions of these shows,
Yeah.
which I just saw the retool of the third installment of Strawberry Shortcake.
Oh, how was it?
As it's definitely not my Strawberry Shortcake. Because I was just
your
like,
mother's strawberry shortcake.
yeah, I was like, it's cute. It is cute, but I'm like, she just wears a strawberry like backpack, and it's totally different than what we had growing up, or even like Alvin and the Chipmunks. I'm sorry, let me do it correctly, because I will get, if any of my current, it's called Alvin and the Chipmunks, where
Oh, yeah,
Alvin
yeah.
looks like a complete boy.
Yeah.
Like, if you have not seen it, he looks like a complete boy instead of a chipmunk.
Yeah.
Yes,
Bizarre.
Julie, I will send you a picture of it, because
I
I'm
need
just
to
like,
see that. I need to see this.
yeah,
No,
yeah, and I
it
mean,
is. Like the total difference, and it's, I think about it a lot, is, you know, when we were growing up, like, we just didn't, we had 3 networks on television,
Mhm.
and then we
Yep.
had 4 channels. I remember we were one of the first households in our neighborhood to get cable HBO, and it was just like 5 movies airing over and over again. I saw Coal Miner's Daughter like 25 times, which I am not complaining about. It is one of my favorite movies.
that's a good movie.
It was just so different, and just even, you know, the way we consume media now is unreal. I love network television. I love the shows I'm seeing on streaming, but I hate this, like, 7 episodes and then another show in 3 years and all this. I hate
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
And the whole, as an actor, you know, our contracts were like all renegotiated for the streaming, because they're like, it's different, it's new, like, that's why you've got to let us pay less, and we're not going to pay residuals, because actors used to be able to make a living with network TV and residuals.
Yeah.
But the streaming residuals are once a year payments, and it's very, very modified. And the thing about streaming was, you know, it's going to be different. Well, now every streaming service has commercials.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, well, we're going to have commercials now. What a great idea. Yes, I know that idea. It's called network television, and we've had it
television.
forever.
I keep saying
Forever.
it's going to be really
Forever.
funny when they bundle all the streaming services together and recreate cable.
But they're doing it now. They're
Yeah.
doing it now. You can buy
Yep.
Peacock, HBO, and Apple. And so our union and all the unions in our business made all these deals based on this is going to be different. And now they have literally turned it into network television. And so it paid less for the same work.
Yeah.
And then you if you're a series regular, you know, that's the peak of everything where you're getting the highest salary. On like a streaming show, you got to be doing like 4 streaming shows to make a living and be a series regular, because you're only doing like 10 episodes a year. If you're lucky, you're doing 10. And that's the same thing for the writers, the crew, for everybody. So it's a pretty fascinating what's going on with our industry and how we all consume entertainment. And going back to like the Strawberry Shortcake, like, you know, even if we had great new versions of stuff, how does it cut through the thousands of programs we have to watch, you know?
Right.
It was
I'm
really
just like, yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
Now, I was just gonna say, you know, I'm blessed. I'm still one of those people. I'm pretty sure you guys are. Is that I'm very nostalgic. So I've been like lately, I've been in my 80s feels. I've been watching Muppet Babies. The
Yes.
old, like I've
Yes.
been like, watching, certain, because like you said, at first we had 3 networks, and then we had Fox, and then we had the WB, and then we had, like cable stuff. And then sometimes it's like you take a look at, you just think about your childhood, and I now get what some people were telling me growing up, is that you had the best era growing up. You had creativity at its best.
Well, we're I mean, I'm going to be 56, so I'm completely pre.
Julie, no, you're not.
Yes,
Julie, no, you're not.
No.
No, you're not. No.
Come on. 56.
No.
So I'm completely pre-internet. When I'm
51.
Yeah, I've talked about how I worked in the music industry for a long time. I worked in the music industry before streaming. Like we just were getting emails at our company, like email addresses to communicate. Like we were faxing things to radio stations and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy to have gone through that. I had a cell phone my senior year, but it was like one of those big ones in a bag, that you see made fun of now. Yeah, it's crazy how, and I catch myself like I can't even look at the number of hours I'm on this phone anymore because I'm ashamed.
Yeah.
And I'll give you guys another insider industry thing. So when you're pitching TV shows now, this is what I've heard from my writer friends, and there's and producers, and there's been a couple of articles written about it. The network people or the studio people you're pitching to, they go, well, it's not second screen enough. That's a new term. It's not second screen enough. They want content that will allow someone to be able to keep up with the story while scrolling on their phone while watching. That's what they're trying. They're trying to buy that. So you think of a show like Task. I don't know if you guys just watched that.
So good.
So good. That is not a second screen show.
Oh my
And
God,
that's
no.
probably one of the best TV shows we've had all year. So just imagine if everything turns to it needs to be second screen, we won't have shows like that. It's like.
It was funny. So if I'm a nanny, my full-time job during the day is a nanny, but the boys are school aged. But and their parents have a big multifamily house, and I have my apartment. They have theirs. And it was really funny because their internet was out one weekend. I don't remember why, but their boys who are 8 and 12, they have an antenna attached to their TV as well because they only have streamers. So they have the antenna to get local stations, but that's all they got all weekend. There was no internet. There was no tech. There were commercials. And these boys were baffled. What do you mean? All that's on. What? But
when my mom used to make us go to my grandmother's on the weekends. Like, I mean, I loved going sometimes, but sometimes I was like, I don't want to go today because I'd be like, there's nothing to do. We're just gonna like watch Bonanza or Gunsmoke, like, or The Rifleman. Because that was all there was that was on. Like you couldn't, or golf. On a Saturday afternoon, it's just golf.
These kids, it was shell shock, and I'm like. They're like, it's the olden days. I'm like, it's the 80s. Shut up. It's the 80s.
At least now there's a lot of good sitcoms you can watch on Antenna's TV. We didn't even have that when I was growing up. Happy Days, which I love.
They were fast forward this commercial. You can't. This is happening live, children. They could not grasp it.
I am constantly on my sister's but I'll say I won't use profanity because she has access to a lot of free streaming packages through like different programs and stuff she's in, but they all have commercials. And so it's like, I don't want that. I pay for them to not have commercials. I'm like, you're killing my industry. The commercials are what
exactly.
Keeps it going.
She would rather pay for streaming services with no commercials than have them with.
I know.
I'm the same way.
Are you? Okay.
My son does that. I'll tell you. My streaming services, because I write for Parade and I am an entertainment writer and I'm a freelancer, my streaming services are all tax write-offs for me because I have to have them for my writing. And I still choose the ones with ads. So I'm supporting you.
I have a mix going. I've got like my Netflix has the ads because I wasn't willing to upgrade it and pay more, but I did have to upgrade my Paramount because I wanted to keep watching Dexter and I didn't want to pay for new episodes. So I was like, okay, fine. You know, it's a mix with me.
Yeah, and I was paying for ads on stuff too, but it's also I'm paying for those ads so that I can afford to watch the programs on the streaming services. But then I also don't want the streaming services to have ads unless they're going to pay the rates of programs with ads. You know,
Yeah.
Right.
So, I don't think we're going to solve it tonight, but it feels good to talk about it.
There you go. Let it out, Julie. Let it out.
Let it out.
Us, honey, it's okay. We don't mind. We're here.
So how long have you guys have been on the air? 7 hours now? Is that what this is? 7 hours and
yeah, we've been on the air for 7.5 hours.
It seems like nothing.
16.5 hours left to go.
Yeah.
We're raising money as always for Samantha's friends. So the Venmo QR code that you see up in the corner.
I'm going to do it right now while we're on screen. This is how you do it if you're watching, everybody.
There you go. Scan the QR code and make that donation and donate over. All the money received is going to go directly to Samantha's friends. I did challenge all of our audience to double our giving from last year. Last year we raised $350. This year I'm challenging to double it to $700, and we're getting we're raising some money, not close to what I want, but you know what? It's up to whatever each person wants to give. So I can't get to that. But and for those of you that
I can't get the QR code to work. I'm going to go to, if I go on Twitter, will I find it?
Yes. If you go on Twitter, it should be there. And I also have the PayPal code as well. And I can put up on the screen.
It works. Okay.
I think it's not working because of my it's user error, but also I don't have the greatest iPhone. So I'm going to go to if I go to your page.
Yeah, if you go to the page right under the main feed of this show, I did put the Venmo.
Yeah, I think I just need it bigger like that, right? I'm going to donate right now. Here we go. Now I'm in.
Ah, perfect.
Here we go.
And I'm just going to put this out there. Hey, Days fans. You know what today is? Today is their 60th anniversary. Julie is on here. Days fans, in honor of Julie, make a donation.
That's right.
And by the way, Julie, you're a part of the legacy. Happy anniversary.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
One of our favorite psychos.
Yep.
I found that I enjoy playing psychos, which is why I'm doing Misery.
There we go.
Not all psychos, but ones that are extremely well written that have layers. You know?
Yes.
When you've got the layers where you're actually feeling empathy for them, and you're like, wait, I'm on their side. No, wait, they're crazy. That kind of thing.
Well, thank you so much for the donation. We did got a couple of donations coming in now, so thank you so much. We truly appreciate it. And again, all this money will be going to Samantha's Friends. Samantha's Friends, you can check out their website, samanthasfriends.org. They do work with organizations that rehome and train service animals for veterans and first responders. Such a great organization. We had Alice and Sammy on earlier, and we were talking all about the organization. They are just fantastic people, and just awesome. So, Julie, besides the Misery play that you're in, what else have you been up to since we last spoke? A year ago when you came on the Podcastathon.
Well, I've been auditioning. It's not the busiest. It's not really been ever super busy again since the strike.
Yeah.
But I have had some great auditions that have led to some good new relationships. Hopefully, they'll lead to some bookings in the future. I did my little quick appearance on Georgie and Mandy's First Marriage on the CBS sitcom. So that was a fun day. And I own an editing business where I edit for other actors. So I'm in touch with a lot of people from Days. I pull their clips from the show for them. And
Okay.
yeah, and then I work with just a lot of other actors, which is always really fun. And I try to go to, I'm friends with a lot of the cast. And, when they're doing short films or events, I try to go out to support and stay involved in that community. I went to Raven Bowens had an event this week that I went to that was for a charity that she works with. So I went to that Thursday night. That was really fun. And so just out here doing the Hollywood hustle, living the dream.
Awesome. I do want to point out in the chat that Mama Cat from the 10th floor said, "Hi, Julie. It's great to see you."
Oh, yes. Hi, lady. I love you.
So it's great. And I could only imagine how the Hollywood industry has kind of changed since the whole strike that happened, because I mean, we see it every day now, with AI, and I know that was one of the biggest challenges of the strike was AI. I mean, I tried, it's everywhere. I try to avoid it, but it's everywhere.
It's very hard. I have it turned off on all of my iPhone things where it says, "Do you want Siri to learn whatever AI?" No. I don't want to do that. But you can't even do a Google search without the AI results coming up.
Yeah.
And so you can type in like minus AI, I think. Like you could put in like best pizza in LA minus AI. I think you can do that, and then it shows doesn't have that big whole thing at the beginning about the AI. But yeah, it's really hard. And there's been a couple of articles recently about this actress named
Tilly.
I can't even believe I said the word about this computer generated thing called Tilly Norwood that is an AI generated thing. I'll just say that. I don't even want to say actress, but it's very controversial, and the people, it's kind of crazy. I follow this writer. His name is Shea Serrano. I don't know if you guys know him. He's written a lot of sports books. And he had a podcast that was really popular. I don't know the name of it, but I just follow him because he's from Texas. And he was, I think he was one of the first people I saw when everyone was talking about AI and stuff. They said, "I'm begging you, watch a movie. Just watch a movie," because of all the movies we've seen about like what happens when everyone thinks that AI is going to be the thing, how it always, like turns bad, going all the way back to, Terminator. But yeah, I mean, I'm a voiceover actress as well. And I've turned down several auditions that were to help train AI programs like that pay well, but I was like, I won't. I'm not gonna lend my voice to that. And so, as much as I try to avoid it, sometimes you're slipping it. I'm sure, I'm still on Twitter. I'm sure I've agreed to Elon allowing something AI to happen with something I've said, in terms of service. Like, it's so scary because I don't read them. I glance at them, but I hit terms of service accept on 1,000 things because we have to do an app for everything now,
Yeah.
It's it's pretty intense.
I'm pretty
Tilly
sure
Norwood.
they own my children at this point, but that's their
exactly. And there was a Deadline, which is like a big entertainment industry.
Yeah.
I don't know if you call it trade or news site, but they had another article about the Tilly Norwood people, and I guess the people that created her, talking about how they have a whole stable of these AI creations to be ready to take leading roles in movies. And they said they'd been talking to all these Hollywood, like Academy Award-winning writers, directors, producers, and other actors that want to work with them. And I'm like, someone said, "Forget the Epstein list. We want this list."
Yeah.
I mean, I don't understand why someone would want to do that. I mean, if there's like some type of special effect thing you're trying to achieve, and you can achieve it with that. Maybe, but to actually replace, it's like, it's so scary. And then I commented on the article. I said, once once they have AI producing these news articles for you, you'll understand the gaslighting you're participating in.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm.
You know,
I don't understand. I mean, I understand why the Hollywood money machine would be interested in it, but at the same time,
absolutely.
You know, I mean,
Right.
name and face recognition for actors plays so much into box office numbers. So that just goes away if they move to this stuff.
And
away
what
too,
if my question is, so, you know, the thing is, if a movie gets a union contract, which most major movies are union, you like, let's say like Brad Pitt is starring in a movie and they're going to put like an AI character next to him. Or is the AI character going to get paid the union scale?
I know,
Because
right?
Well, because like you were just saying, the only reason that any kind of studio is interested in this is to not pay people. I mean, that's just the bottom line. If they can save money,
right? Exactly,
they will. I get so many commercials on my Instagram feed that it's like an AI voiceover that's like, you will love this new cleaning tool. It is fabulous. It will help you clean your home. Versus like someone going, you love this new cleaning tool. It's fabulous. It'll help you clean your home. Like, I can tell it's AI.
Exactly.
Getting interviewed for like having a virtual interview, like a Zoom interview with an AI person, have to say, pretty bizarre, and experience I really don't want to duplicate anytime soon. It was just very, very strange. It's like I was talking with, they said, you're going to be talking with Violet today. And I'm like, okay. And I just, it was unnerving. I'm not going to lie. It was just
what if they said, you're going to be talking to Megan today?
I know, Megan, right? Yeah. My kids tease me because I always say please and thank you to like Siri and stuff. And they're like, are you protecting yourself in the machine uprising, Mom? And I'm like, I say please and thank you. I don't know what to tell you.
I say the same thing to Alexa. So it's like, yeah.
You know, one thing I also been working on, I'll show you, I have it right here. I just, my friend Remington Hoffman, who played Lee Shin on Days of Our Lives, he knows that I edit because I pull clips for him. And he referred me to these two ladies who wrote this really fun short film called The Cozy Cabin Book Club. I don't know if you can see that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did the editing for that. I just edited that film. I just finished it. So hopefully it's going to be in some festivals and stuff. It's a comedy. The woman who wrote it's based on her experience after the Palisades fires, that she started this book club to try to bring some people together just to have some community. And it's just like a hodgepodge of people that would never be together. So it's really kind of fun. So I'm excited about that coming out.
That sounds very cool.
Yeah, just keeping busy.
Original content made by humans, made by people with
real people. I mean,
the writing and the words.
Yeah, there's a lot of AI tools in editing that they have taken away from people's jobs. I used to do a lot of graphics work because I don't know if any of you guys have ever done graphics, but in Photoshop, which is was kind of the it is still kind of the standard. If you wanted to like take a picture like off a background, like if you had this picture of me and you want to get rid of this background, you would cut it out, but you would have to like literally like draw around it and get rid of the pixels and stuff. And it would take a long time to do. And now I use Adobe Express, which they've had this feature for a while, which says remove background, but it used to like take away half of the person's face. Now it doesn't matter what I put into Adobe Express. I hit remove background. It's gone in 1 second. Something that used to take me hours to do. That as a person that did graphics, you could bill for those hours, So it's pretty fascinating. I have tried some of the AI stuff. Some people come to me and they want episodes that they've found on YouTube that are like really old, of shows that haven't been released, and they want to know if I can like clean it up. So I've sent some of that video through an AI program that's meant to enhance someone's video to fill in the pixelation, and it looked horrible. It looked like the movie The Polar Express. It was like everything that turned to like pain and sadness. So hopefully
alley kind of space where everything looks a little funky and weird.
Yes,
and-
yes, yeah. So hopefully they won't figure that out anytime soon, and I'll still be able to edit videos for people.
I know, right? Yeah, I mean, my kids give me a lot of shit about this too, because I write. I don't use AI to write, but like with Parade, for every article, we need 7 different headlines. Because we need the meta headline, our regular headline, then the MSN, the Twitter, the Yahoo. And they all have to be different and various. And it's one of those things that's a time thing. So I will come up with my main headline and then I will put it into AI and go, please give me some basic headlines. And it knows that I want one for the meta, the promo, and it's just rewriting the original headline to save time. Because I'm like, it's so time consuming. But then they're like, would you like me to draft a first paragraph? I'm like, no.
Yeah. Do you actually interview? Do you guys actually interview people now? Do you talk to people?
Yeah.
Because, I would say maybe only 3 of the interviews I've done in the last 4 years that I get to speak to someone, I get sent a set of questions that I have to write the answers to. And I can tell that they've been generated by AI, that someone put my bio in AI.
Yeah. Oh no.
And the strip away for questions.
And I told my publicist, I said, I don't want to do these anymore. She was like, well, why? I said, because it's more work for me. Because if I have to write out the answer, I'm going to overthink it. I'm going to make sure there's no typos or whatever, versus I'm going to give up 30 minutes of my time and just talk to someone. I mean, when I get one of those where I have to write the answers, which most of the time, it takes me 2 or 3 hours to do.
Oh yeah, no, I like to actually talk to people because, I mean, I find in interviews where you're actually talking to somebody, more things will be said that are so organic. You know what I mean? Because conversations places.
Yeah, exactly. That's what makes it. And so it's funny when I get when the stuff comes out, and I'm so grateful for getting the opportunity. But it's we sat down and chatted with Julie. I'm like, really?
No, you didn't. Right?
I
Exactly.
sit down and wrote essays for you.
Right. Yeah, no, and it's really funny too because it happens every time. The editor that I do interviews for over Soap Opera News sometimes, because I'll do an interview that we'll both use things out of for our article, and he's like, when I get them, they'll tell me that I have a 15-minute interview, and they're trying to get off the phone as soon as I'm talking to them. They'll say that you have 15 minutes, and you will talk to them for an hour and a half before they say they have to go. I'm like, I know.
It's the art of conversation. You got it.
Exactly. The gift of gab.
The gift of gab.
Yes. I'm just, I mean, I will submit, some of the soaps and stuff, they ask you, they say submit the questions, and we'll give them to the actors. I'll do it if they tell me I have to do it that way. But I would much rather, my number one preference is Zoom, because I want to look at people face to face. I'll do one over the phone if they don't want that, but I like to look at people face to face. And I tell them, I'm like, I'm recording this, but it's only for quotation accuracy. No one will see this video. I didn't do my makeup. I didn't do my hair. This is a messy bun. It hasn't been brushed in 3 days. Don't worry, this video is going nowhere. And those are the conversations I like to have. But
I just saw the comment from Annie. Thank you, Annie. I loved working with Stacey. That was so fun.
Yes.
Yeah, and Mama Cat from 10th floor says same thing. We prefer just to have a conversation. It's organic and fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the best, because sometimes when you have something that's so, stringent or scripted or whatever, it feels like it's just canned and it's not real. And when you go and are able to pivot based on something you hear or something something you want to follow up on, and you're able to get into that conversation, it makes such a much better a much better interview, much better conversation.
And I feel like I answer a lot of the same questions over and over again, which I don't mind. And I know that happens, but I feel like that. I mean, and also I want to point out, I have a minor in journalism. So I think that's why I take such an interest in this, in that I could talk about different things or talk about the same thing in a different way if someone, did the research to prep with individual questions. And I understand we're all doing the best we can with the time that we have. I'm just, we're just having this deep conversation about how much our society has changed because of technology. So this is just a part of it,
I like seeing people's reactions to questions. I like seeing their expressions when they're telling a story. It just adds to the overall the story that they're telling. It adds something that you're never going to be able to read off a page.
I don't watch the show often, but I have seen several episodes, and I watch a lot of clips from Watch What Happens Live with Andy from Bravo. And, he asked some really tough questions. I saw the one recently where he asked Jennifer Lopez something about her personal life. And she sat there for a minute like that maybe she was going to answer. And then she said, I'm done talking about my personal life. You would never get that in a written response thing. She would just skip the question.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So I love those moments.
Yeah, me too. I agree. Same.
Well, let's see. Trying to think. We're almost at the 8-hour mark, which means in about 10 minutes we're going to end this feed and create a whole new one. I learned my lesson from last year, and I'll reiterate that last year we went 26 hours straight, and StreamYard cuts off the recording at 10 hours. So everything at 10 hours, we lost the interviews. So this year we're doing 3 parts of 8 hours each. So that way we have all the footage and we could, release all the information, all the interviews afterwards and have
so
that.
Will you go off and then come back on?
Yeah, that's pretty much what we're going to do. We're just going to go ahead and just end the stream in about 10 minutes and then restart and just, keep on going. But folks, remember the Venmo?
Do we have to exit? I meant to ask you, do we have to exit? No, okay, we're good. They'll just...
everybody just on the feed could just stay where they are, and I'll just restart as a new stream. All the people that are watching live, however, will have to get the new stream whether on YouTube or X, because it'll obviously end this current stream. That's where
anybody who's here from one of my group chats, I will share the new link, but they'll also be on our Twitter feeds and all of that stuff. So.
Yeah, it'll still be on. It'll come up on the X feed. It'll come up on YouTube as well. But yeah, this current feed that you're watching right now will end in 10 minutes. And then we'll just be right back. We're still doing 24 hours. We're still raising money for Samantha's friends. There's Venmo QR code is still there. If you need the PayPal QR code, let me know. If I put it up on the screen now, it would cover Donald and Kim's faces. And we don't want to do that.
We don't want to do that.
No. I mean, make it just
cover
leave Donald alone, but make it just cover me. That's okay.
Nah.
How are you doing? We got some more donations. How are you doing towards your total?
Well, after you're the last person that donated, so we're at 145 of the 700. So we have to push. I'm sorry, 155 of the 700. So we have to push a little more. And I'm challenging everybody watching. Go ahead and scan that Venmo QR and just send something. It's going to go towards a great organization. It's for the puppies.
Yes.
We're trying to, for the puppies.
We're trying to raise money for the puppies.
It's for the doggos. Come on.
Gotta help the doggies.
Yes.
One thing I'll plug for myself is that I have spent the last year promoting my podcast that came out last July, and we were really fortunate that it has surpassed. The podcast is called True Texas Crime: The Significant Life of Angela Stevens. You can listen to it on any podcasting platform or go to truetexascrimepod.com. And we've just passed 100,000 episodes. I'm sorry, 100,000 downloads, not episodes. 100,000 downloads. Hello.
Wow.
It's about a death, a murder of a girl that I knew growing up, and I knew one of the 3 killers. And we also won 2 Webby Awards this year for it.
Awesome.
It was really exciting. So I always like to invite people that, are curious about true crime or about, wanting to help give a platform to victims so that they have a voice, the voiceless has a voice, that listen to the podcast. I think that you'll get something out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Thank
I
you.
know my wife likes her true crime podcasts.
Yeah, my sister too. Yeah.
There's a PayPal link, Annie, and
Yes.
stuff that he'll put up
Yeah.
after we do the flip over.
I'll go ahead and put up the PayPal link now. So
You can cover my face because we want you to donate, Annie. Thank you.
So here's the PayPal link, Annie, if you want to scan this QR code. And like I said, you won't be able to see Kim and Donald right now because of where it's placed. But there is the PayPal QR code, so go ahead and donate that way if that's what you have to do. Like I said, up until the last person asked, I didn't realize that Germany didn't have Venmo. So,
which is interesting because it's owned by PayPal.
Yes,
right.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a U.S. thing. They don't have it in Canada either.
Oh wow!
I'm modeling the link right now because it's right in the middle of us.
There you go. Yeah.
PayPal, donate.
Yeah, please.
But Annie, let me know when you scan it so that we could show Kim and Donald again.
Thank you, Annie, for donating.
Yes, exactly. Thank you so much for asking. Got it. All right.
All right. Well, I hope some of you all will come to town and see Misery.
Hey, I love an excuse, especially February. I can get out of Chicago and try and get over.
Yeah, come on down.
That's my birthday month.
Well, what a way to celebrate.
Right?
Come see a fun play.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Send me those dates. Send me that date again.
The dates, yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna make this work.
I would love for you to come.
I'd love to get out there as well. So hopefully at some point I'll be able to make it out there and and be able to see it.
And it's LA. I got lots of friends in the industry. There's no telling who you'll be sitting next to in this nice intimate theater we're doing it in.
Very nice. That's awesome.
There you go.
Yeah. All right, folks, it's 7. We've been doing it 7 hours and 55 minutes at this point. I'm going to go ahead and end this stream, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes to reset and get started with part 2. We will share.
I'm going to sign off for the night, and I really appreciate you having me on.
Love you, Julie.
I love all of you. And everyone donate to benefit Samantha's friends, and as Connie would say, toodles.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night, Julie.
Have a good
night,
night.
you guys and gals. Yeah.
Right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and end this stream, folks. Pay attention to our social media and YouTube because we'll be back in a few moments with part 2 of the 2025 podcast. If I could say it correctly, the 22 of the 2025 Podcastathon, all to benefit Samantha's friends. We'll be back.